Palace already leading by 1-0. Commentary on that, by the way, is on Sports Extra in the fullness of time. In fact, it'll be there now with Conor McNamara and Steve Sidwell. The other match is all 0-0. Arsenal-Manchester United will be underway. That's on BBC One. Here come Tottenham. Tottenham now with the ball across from Spence, cleared out to Kulusevski. It might actually run and is whipped into the net on the edge of the box by Solanke. Super finish. In fact, it's Brennan Johnson who scored it. That's the third goal for Tottenham. Brennan Johnson onto it on the edge of the area, right foot high into the top corner, and Tottenham now have a 3-goal lead, 3-0. I think that's tough on Tamworth.
It's really tough on them, and they were attacking down one end, Tamworth, and then Tottenham win the ball back, and it's the transition and how quickly they move the ball forward, and that's been the difference in extra time, is that physical aspect of the game. And as it goes forward, Brennan Johnson is clinical at the top end of the pitch, reverses the ball from the right-hand side of the penalty box into the left-hand side of the goal. Really smart finish. Singh nowhere near it. Such is the quality of the finish.
So Tamworth 0, Tottenham 3, and Brennan Johnson has rounded things off for Tottenham, who will be in the draw for the fourth round after the Arsenal-Manchester United match comes to a conclusion. And now it's the Tottenham fans that you can hear. They've got the second leg of the League Cup semi-final to look forward to next month. They're coming forward again looking for a fourth goal, which would be very, very harsh on Tamworth, but actually this attack breaks down, and here is Ray, and now Chikuna just miscontrols it. Bergvall comes in, it bounces for Chris Ray anyway for Tamworth, looks for Kai Williams down the left, but Pedro Porro gets to that first and passes it back to Bergvall. So yes, still very much operating on three fronts when it comes to the Cups. Tottenham Hotspur, despite being in the bottom half of the Premier League, also in the Europa League as well, of course.
Promised the trophy, didn't he? Said he wins trophies in his second season. He put a lot of pressure on himself and his team. And it's not been an easy afternoon for his team today.
As Kulusevski runs onto this ball and crosses it, almost reached Solanke. In fact, there on the edge of the box for Tamworth, Fletcher was able to tidy up. As that's given away, but a heavy touch from Reguilon, a rather tired swing at the ball from Cullinan Liebert that lands on the roof of the stand above our heads. Yes, it was a historical comment, wasn't it, from Ange Postecoglou, to point out that whenever he has completed a second year as a manager at all of his previous jobs, he's already always won a trophy in that second year. And there is the final whistle. What a contest this has been, a timeless scene here at the Lamb. These intimate surroundings with people packed in all around the ground, almost 4,000 people. What an effort Tamworth put in as the lowest remaining club in the pyramid left in the FA Cup. But in the end, extra time told, and Tottenham's quality with their substitutes also told, and they won it with the Chikuna own goal and Kulusevski and Johnson's finishes. 3-0 in the end, Stephen Warnock.
Yeah, I just hope the Tamworth players don't get sort of too overawed with the scoreline, and that they actually have immense pride in what they've just achieved, because to go 90 minutes with a Premier League team at the home ground in the FA Cup is a huge achievement for them. So a great display by Tamworth.
Tamworth 0, Tottenham 3 after extra time. Steve Crossman.
Yeah, I'm on the opposite side of the pitch here, just next to the tunnel that leads you down to the porter cabins, the sort of stained red sign that says players and officials only, the lone massage bed that sits in the two dressing rooms. That is going to get some use in the next hour or so, especially in the Tamworth dressing room, because they have put absolutely everything into this. They're all in the centre circle at a minute, the Tamworth players, and they're standing there, they're swapping shirts. Somebody told me that the Tottenham kit man had been asked to bring at least 10 James Maddison shirts with him, because he was one of the players that the Tamworth players were most interested in having that jersey. We are going to gather as much reaction as we can from here at the Lamb Ground. Remember, Hull City have already been knocked out on penalties by Doncaster Rovers. Tamworth gave it a really good go, and it's over to Bromley with this, Ian Dennis.
Bromley of League Two are leading at St James's Park. They have made a dream start with their first attack of the game. Cameron Congreve, who's on loan from Swansea with the goal. Newcastle United now in possession outside the area. He's on loan from Swansea. He's already scored this season against Gillingham. But Bromley 12th in League Two. 75 places the difference between Bromley and Newcastle, who are 5th in the Premier League. He showed strength outside the area, left-footed, found the bottom left-hand corner, beating Dubravka at full stretch. It was a fine goal, Pat Nevin.
Yeah, and he's passed it from 22, 23 yards with a lot of curl. That started well outside the post, but it curled in, nothing Dubravka could have done. And this is a classic of an FA Cup tie. If you get an early goal for the team that's the smaller team, then you know you're going to get a battle on your hands. We have got an afternoon ahead of us.
The goal scored after 8 minutes, and all of a sudden there's a break on. Bromley in their change strip, they're in all gold, and it was Congreve running away on that right hand side, who tries to win it back after being dispossessed. Imre wins it and Bromley get a throw, and the 3,000 Bromley supporters high up in the gods away towards our left are loving every minute, because they have seen their side take the lead here at St James's Park. Their first ever FA Cup third round tie, their first ever competitive meeting with top flight opposition, and it could not have started any better.
It's stunning. I mean, I like the organisation, the team they're playing with this, the back three stroke back five. That's not their normal way to play. However, it's not that negative, because they've got a free kick now, they're going to put it in the box, and all the centre backs have gone up for it. They're not holding back here, sending one or two up because they've got a free kick.
We started our commentary on the World Service for the benefit of 5 Live and BBC Sounds listeners. I will go through the two teams as Bromley go long, and that free kick is caught by Dubravka in front of the Lees' end in all green away towards our left. So Dubravka's in goal, Trippier, Cher, Kelly and Targett the defence. Matt Targett, it's his first start for Newcastle United in 438 days. On the midfield, you've got Joe Linton, Longstaff and Miley. You've got Harvey Barnes, William Osula and Miguel Almiron against a Bromley side that is defending the Gallowgate end, that has Grant Smith in goal. A back three of Callum Reynolds, Omar Shomi, Deji El Erowe. Wing back on the right hand side is Danny Imre, ball chip forward, that'll go straight through to Grant Smith. Ben Thompson and Jude Arthurs in the centre of midfield. Idris Odoteo is the left wing back. Cameron Congreve, Corey Whiteley and Michael Cheek up front, the captain, who is the lone striker. And Andy Woodman, who spent 5 years at Newcastle United as the goalkeeping coach when Alan Pardew was the manager here at St James's Park, a popular figure. He's an infectious character for those of you who'll know Andy Woodman, a larger than life character. He could not surely have envisaged such a start.
As you say, complete and utter dream. And I tell you what, it's not often you hear this place quite quiet. The noises you can hear most of the time are those Bromley fans way up to the left hand side. There are a few thousand, as you say, up there. They are loving every second of it. But there's a real surprise and shock around the rest of the ground here.
Well, they were actually taunting the Newcastle fans with a chant, "Is this a library?" as Trippier with a cross from the right hand side, headed away by Reynolds. It will drop towards Longstaff, touches the ball back to Cher. It's worth pointing out actually that Newcastle United did play League Two opposition in the League Cup early this year, and indeed 8 of this starting 11 started that League Cup tie against Wimbledon, and they only squeaked through in that second round by a 0-0 as Imre runs forward on that far side, the right. Bromley attacking, he shoots, and it flashes across the face of goal. What a chance that was again for Bromley to increase their lead.
They are fearless at the start of this game. I mean, they're going to have to keep on breaking, they're going to have to work so hard. There's a little bit of a problem in the back line here. I think there might well be an injury in the back line to Reynolds. They've already got, problems. They've got a player, obviously one of their centre backs is injured just now, and Reynolds has gone down there. But you're right, what a break, great pace down the right hand side. When that left his foot, I thought that was going to nestle in the corner. It just was a whisker away. Dubravka didn't look as if he was going to get it.
Well, Bromley, as I was explaining earlier on to the World Service listeners, were given an allocation of 4,900. They returned 1,900 tickets, but 3,000 of them have made that journey up from South London. They're high up in the gods. 5 coaches left. That was paid for by the Bromley chairman as well, which is a nice gesture. It's a sellout crowd here at St James's Park, incidentally. And Newcastle, and the majority of them, as Pat Nevin quite rightly says, have been stunned into silence. So Tottenham are through after a struggle against Tomworth after extra time. Doncaster Rovers have also gone through, 5-4 on penalties against Hull City. Crystal Palace, we know, are leading Stockport County by a 1-0. The latest of Arsenal Manchester United comes from Chris Wise.
It's 0-0, 16 minutes in, lots of Gunners' pressure, but no significant chance for either. Manchester United have hardly moved into Arsenal's half so far, and Arsenal, just as a point of note, are wearing all white today as part of their No More Red initiative. They're continuing work to try and reduce knife crime in the community. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
Let's go to Ibrox. Gavin Wallace.
Not much better here. Rangers with all the possession so far, 14 on the clock. It's 0-0. You have to hit a ball in, but Hamza Egaman forced a good save from Andy Fisher, who's on loan from Swansea. Rangers 0, St Johnstone 0.
BBC Radio 5 Live, BBC Sounds and the World Service at St James's Park. Ball through the middle. Asula goes round the goalkeeper. Can he keep his balance? No. He was struggling, his legs were widening, lost his balance, fell over, tried to tow it out into the path of Harvey Barnes. Newcastle still come forward. Miley with a shot. Oh, a stunning equaliser. Lewis Miley hit it right-footed. It was on the rise, and Newcastle United are level within 8 minutes after falling behind. And that was a stunning goal.
Do you know what? Lewis Miley's had a few injuries. When he broke through into the team, we thought this is a superstar in the making. He has played 2 of the best pieces of skill within 30 seconds in Newcastle. The through ball there was him as well, and I think Asula should have scored it, didn't manage to do so. Came back out to him. He has rifled that into the corner. What a goal for the young man.
Only his second goal for the club. It's only his 4th appearance this season. He's made 3 appearances off the bench, so it's his first start of the campaign. Picked up, as Pat says, he's had a really bad time with it with injury at the end of last season and also in pre-season. And Lewis Miley bringing Newcastle United level, and that gave Grant Smith, the keeper, no chance.
No, I was trying to think, was it rifled or was it arrowed? It was one of the two, but there was no way the goalkeeper was going to get it. He looks very confident just now, Miley.
Rangers St Johnstone, Gavin Wallace.
Been a goal. Rangers 1, St Johnstone 0. And nice work down that left-hand side. Diomande cuts it back. The Moroccan Egaman is there to tap home for his 8th of the season. Rangers 1, St Johnstone 0.
Concrieve has been fouled just inside the Bromley half, and that will be a free kick to the League 2 side.
The youngster Miley, you know, when he first came through, he was very willowy, wasn't he? He's very slim looking. He does look physically as if he's filled out, a little bit like a lot of young players do it over a very short period of time. But he is dominating that central midfield area just now.
Goal elsewhere in the FA Cup at Portman Road. Chris Coles.
Scored by Calvin Phillips for Ipswich. They lead Bristol Rovers by a 1-0. It broke to Phillips on the edge of the penalty area, and it's a lovely finish into the bottom corner. His first Ipswich goal. Ipswich 1, Bristol Rovers 0.
Bromley go long with a free kick. It was aimed in the direction of Omar Shomi, who's 6'6". He's a real presence, but he actually committed a foul and gives away a free kick. Women's FA Cup 4th round tie, Chelsea-Charlton. Emily Herbert.
Chelsea 0, Charlton 0. 2 early chances for the Addicts, but straight into the keeper's hands. Hot on the press, hoping for an FA Cup upset. Lauren James back in action for Chelsea, just skimming a headed chance, and Ramirez placing a shot over the bar. 17 minutes in, it's Chelsea 0, Charlton 0.
Here is Miley, forward ball, Longstaff turns. Almiron on this near side to right. They're attacking the Gallagate end. 1-1 on BBC Radio 5 Live. It was good while it lasted for Bromley. Mind you, it's still not a bad scoreline now. 18 minutes in. Almiron right hand side goes short. Miley tries to thread a ball through. It was blocked by Ben Thompson, who chases after him. Formerly of Millwall, out towards Trippier. And Trippier waits to deliver the cross and then lays it in short to the feet of Longstaff. Longstaff goes further infield towards Almiron, back out towards Trippier. Trippier now towards Joel Linton, controls it left-footed, gets the return ball from Asula, right-footed, passes the ball out left corner of the area, Target waits, he's got Harvey Barnes, and his right-footed shot is over the top, goal kick. 1-1, Pittodrie we go, Kenny Crawford.
18 minutes gone, it's Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0. Best chance of the match so far came after 2 minutes. Christers Topers, the Latvian international captain, making his debut for Aberdeen. His close range effort blocked on the line by goalkeeper Craig Gordon, who's turned 42 years old. Aberdeen looking for their first win since the 9th of November. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
Owen Gwyneth is watching the Champions Cup tie between Bristol Bears and Benetton.
SMS win game for pointless Bristol in the Champions Cup after defeat to La Rochelle and Leinster. They face Benetton 7th in the URC and buoyed after a win against Bath. 4 minutes gone here, currently 0-0.
BBC Radio 5 Live. Incidentally, the second day of the Australian Open you can hear on Sports Extra tomorrow. Tennis breakfast, 7 o'clock on Sports Extra on every morning for the Australian Open coverage. As Newcastle United in their black and white striped shirts out to Trippier on this near side the right, 10 yards in from the touchline. Almiron will give it back. Cher, he waits, he got the goal against Wimbledon incidentally in that League Cup tie I was referring to earlier in the season from the penalty spot. Almiron's cross cleared away by Bromley's defence.
I was actually at that game, I covered that game for Radio 5 Live, and yes, it was 1-0, but it was a 1-0 hammering. Wimbledon really struggled to get a hold of the ball and they couldn't get out of their own half, so it was one of those 1-0s that rarely seemed in danger.
Certainly from Andy Woodman's point of view, he talked about coming here with a game plan, and he knows that they're going to be up against it, but the opportunity just to try not to necessarily embarrass themselves. Well, the way that they've started, they haven't done that. 1-1. Longstaff, left-hand side of the penalty area, forced away from goal, infield to Miley. Miley finds Joel Linton, left-hand side, waiting. Bromley have got every golden shirt back behind the ball. Cross from Target into the penalty box. Almiron's header will drop wide. Another goal at Ibrox, Gavin Wallace.
Rangers have just doubled their lead, Ian. It's Rangers 2, St Johnstone 0. Vlacaf Cherny was slid through by Mohamed Diamande, and Andy Fisher in goals was just a spectator. Rangers 2, St Johnstone 0.
I was told, Pat, that back at Bromley they've got a pub called the Broomfield that they were doing happy hour between 2 and 3. It holds around 500 people, and it's actually built into the Glyn Beverley stand at Bromley's ground. After happy hour for an hour, I can only imagine the scenes when Bromley took the lead after 8 minutes as Trippier really runs forward with vigour to the edge of the area. Almiron doesn't keep the ball. Oh, he does. No, he didn't keep the ball in play. It'll be a goal kick. There may have been a few pints spilt during the celebrations.
Possibly so. A complete shock as well, but no, they've had a good start. Interesting to see the way Bromley play. We're used to so many Premier League clubs, they all play out from the back and it's slow passing through from the goalkeeper. I don't think Bromley goalkeeper Smith has actually played a pass out yet. Get it up the park, get your team up the park is very, very old school in some ways, but it works for them because they can clear the lines a little bit and they don't actually have that far to go, and they have a man. Obviously the goal scored by Congreve, but and that Michael Cheek up front, he's a natural goal scorer. They just want to get him a chance as well.
His record is 117 goals in 251 appearances since he was signed from Ebbsfleet in 2019, and he's adapted to the rigours of the Football League very, very well. He's the second top scorer in League Two with 13 goals for his Bromley. Still drawing 1-1 here against Premier League opposition as Cher clears it away. A slip by Asula, and then that will be tidied up at the back, all the way to Smith, who puts his foot through that. Goalkeeper all in an orange goalkeeping outfit away towards our right hand side in front of the Gallagate end as Harvey Barnes looking for the run of Asula, cut out by Callum Reynolds at the back, and then was that a foul by Barnes? The referee plays the advantage, and now this is an opportunity for El Erouay. Into the centre circle he goes, running ball forward, passes the ball out wide. The ball is hit long by Show Me and will go straight through towards Dubravka.
A bit of a shame that, because they had some good possession there, and it's they'll have limited amount of possession, Bromley. You've got it, don't give it away easily, but Show Me, he kind of sticks out a bit, doesn't he? He's such a tall lad. He's one of those players that if you get some free kicks and some corners, he will be very dangerous going forward.
Longstaff looking for Almiron, and Almiron unable to get there because Odoteu marshalled the ball safely out for a goal kick. Show Me actually has experience of playing against some of the big guns in the FA Cup. He was part of the Yeovil Town side that 7 years ago lost at home at Hewish Park to Manchester United by 4-0. That was a round 4 FA Cup tie. But here, Bromley, if you've just joined us, took the lead after 8 minutes, but since then Lewis Miley has equalised for Newcastle United. 6-time winners of the FA Cup.
Yeah, it has actually settled down a little bit over this period. I thought Newcastle would really put the foot on the gas after getting that goal back, but not quite happened yet.
Nice touch by Congreve out towards Imre. His cross from the right hand side blocked. It'll stay in play, level the penalty area on that far side. Bromley playing from right to left. Imre, who could easily have actually added a second goal when he flashed it across the face of goal, now wins a corner for the League Two side.
We're talking about the Bromley team. They've got wing backs. Some wing backs are basically natural full backs who go forward, and some are basically wingers who go back a bit. Imre's a winger who goes back now and again. He wants the ball high up the field to attack it.
He's 21 years of age. He's on loan from Crystal Palace. Is Danny Imre. Corner kick then on that far side. 1-1 here on BBC Radio 5 Live. Bromley have a corner on the right. It's an outswinger. And in the end, it was El Arouez whose header that dropped wide. Another goal at Portman Road, Chris Coles.
It's another for the Premier League side. Ipswich 2, Bristol Rovers 0. Ali Al-Hamadi's right foot shot well blocked. No one watched Jack Clark sneaking at the back post. He tapped it in. Ipswich 2, Bristol Rovers 0.
Trying the rugby, Owen Gwynedd.
Bristol 7, Benetton 0. Clever throw over the line out, catching the defence, napping. Couple of power play drives, and then Bristol over with Jimmy Williams as Benetton looking to strike back straight away. Bristol 7, Benetton 0.
1-1 at St James's Park. Another goal at Rangers, Gavin Wallace.
This time it's Mohamed Diomande for Rangers. He's assisted with 2 and scored 1. A header, ball whipped in by Cherney. Jack Sanders' header goes straight towards the front man and he heads home. Rangers 3, St Johnstone 0.
Pat, you can see Andy Woodman with his puffer jacket on. He's wearing a white baseball cap. He's trying to get those Bromley players not to sit too deep. He's ushering them out with a wave of his right hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's, there's no fear. I mean, if you sit back, eventually you'll get picked off. That's just the feeling you've got because there's real quality players in Newcastle's team. But he believes in his team that if they can get out of the park, they can get chances.
Longstaff, short forward ball. Joe Linton wouldn't fall to him. Dispossessed just inside the penalty area. Congreve now will hold on to the ball, keeps it, and then plays it out wide. And this is Odoteu, who then will just knock it back. El Arouez on the edge of his own penalty area, almost caught in possession by Almiron. And then it squirted away, and there was nobody to take advantage of that for Newcastle, and it's picked up by Grant Smith, the keeper.
Now I can see why they're not playing out from the back. That's the first time they've tried to do it, and it almost led to them losing a goal there. So once again, balls back to the keeper here. Everybody pushes out. The back line is level with us, which is right on the halfway line. So you can see that the tactics are tactics that were, up until 4 or 5 years ago, the most normal tactics. But you just don't see that in the Premier League, do you?
No, you don't. I cited Andy Woodman yesterday when I was commentating on Brentford Plymouth because in doing my research for this game, I'd listened to his interviews, and he said, doesn't matter the FA Cup, there'll always be one upset. And that surprise actually occurred at the G-Tech Community Stadium yesterday, brought to you on 5 Live and the World Service. Just wonder what he was thinking when his side took the lead after 8 minutes here at St James's Park, as still we have blue sky, bit of cloud cover as well, as Cher hits the ball long. Trippier caught offside, free kick. Incidentally, and this is courtesy of FA Cup Fact File, who provides a stat on every FA Cup tie every year. First time for Bromley in round 3 in their 114th campaign. It's a competition record for the most number of appearances before appearing at this stage.
Sometimes there's records that you don't want to actually have just now, but hey, they've broken it, they're there now, and actually given a very, very good account of themselves in the first 28 or so minutes of this game. There's no fear. I mean, a tough game last week. They lost, was it 4-1 to Crewe last week? So, and players sent off, lots of difficulties, but you're just wondering if they were just prepping themselves. It's not been a bad season for them so far. No. Well, that defeat actually at Crewe ended a 13-match unbeaten run in League Two since mid-October. So they really have done extremely well in their first season in the Football League. 1-1.
Nearly half an hour played as well. Here is Joe Linton over the halfway line on that far side, the left. Targett goes with him. Here is Targett, saying earlier on the World Service, his first start in 438 days, 7 appearances last season. He's had to be patient, the former Aston Villa man, as Newcastle United are certainly having a lot of the balls. Quiet atmosphere though inside St James's Park at the moment. Miley to Longstaff, up towards Asula, tries to lay it off and gives it away. Congreve, the goal scorer for Bromley, will run forward. He might have to go it alone, but he will at least win a throw for Bromley over the halfway line.
But they're fearless about going alone, aren't they? We've noticed it already from Congreve, but Whiteley can get the ball and get his head down and run with it as well. Clearly Imre, that's what his speciality is. So when they get the ball, even if there's 1 or 2 players around them, they think, yeah, they're good enough, we believe in ourselves. And that's always down to the manager and the coach who said, look, go out and express yourself. This is a team that's trying to do that.
That's the voice of Pat Nevin, an FA Cup runner-up with Everton back in 1989. 1-1 here at St James's Park. El Erouet, his forward ball is just away from the outstretched leg of Corey Whiteley, and it leads to a break for Newcastle United. Head bobbing, Almiron coming forward. Bromley's golden shirts try and get back. Almiron keeps hold of the ball. El Erouet leads into him. Almiron then, his square ball intercepted by Congreve. Cheek then lays it back. The ball is hit forward for Congreve to chase, but Targett will hook the ball back goalwards, and then a header there by Lewis Kelly to Targett, and Newcastle United are back in possession.
What's very noticeable is Eddie Howe looked very concerned, obviously, when they lost that early goal, but he sent out a number of his big name players right away who've had very rigorous warm-ups. And you're talking about Anthony Gordon was out there getting ready, Livramento was out there getting ready, Hall was out there getting ready. So, he had some concerns, and you can tell by the way he's standing in front of us here, which is only 15-20 yards away. He's not that comfortable anyhow at the moment.
No, the previous FA Cup ties have all been away. The last home tie in the competition was when they were beaten by Cambridge United 3 years ago. Ironside, I remember doing the commentary of that game that day. Cambridge of League One causing an upset. Eddie Howe will certainly not want an upset days after getting such a good position in the League Cup semi-final after that first leg success at Arsenal by 2-0. So Wembley certainly is within their sights, but they're drawing 1-1 here against Bromley, with Show Me clears, and we'll get another rugby update with Owen Gwyneth.
Benetton have got their first score of the day. Good hands left from right to Rhino Smith, the fullback diving over. Deserved score for the Italians. Albornoz, the fly half, missing, hitting the post with the conversion. Bears 7, Benetton 5.
Arsenal Manchester United is live on BBC One. Chris Wise is keeping an eye on it for us.
It's still 0-0, 33 minutes played, not a game awash with chances. The one shot on target from Manchester United, Kobbie Mainoo, quick feet on the edge of the box, shot held by Raya down to his left hand side, and with former Premier League winger Andy Reid. Is a spark brewing, Andy?
Yeah, I think we're growing into the game a little bit. I think Man United are struggling to get much pressure on the Arsenal midfield. Arsenal are dominating territory, dominating possession as you'd expect. Still haven't really created a chance yet. If Man United are going to score, it's going to be on the counter-attack. So game of very few chances, but you just feel that it's building towards something.
12 to play of the first half here at the Emirates, Deno, and it is Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
Live on BBC One. There would have been a time, of course, you'd have said, Pat, I tell you what, if Bromley can hang out now till 90 minutes, they could take Newcastle United for a replay, but
yeah.
Gone are those days.
A number of people downstairs when we were in the press room beforehand were talking about that, these big moments, and could you imagine, Tottenham could have been hosting their own league club, at their own ground, and what a difference that would have made to finances, etc. And just remembering some of the great replays and second replays I've been involved in my career. It is a miss, but I understand why it's a miss. There are just too many games for the top players now.
It wasn't that long ago where Tottenham Hotspur were taken to a replay by Rochdale, I recall, but today instead, with replays abolished, they won by 3-0 after extra time against Tamworth, who acquitted themselves very well, 16th in the National League. As here is Joel Linton, right corner of the penalty area, 12 minutes to go to half time, still 1-1. Trippier in field, Longstaff outside the area, Barnes with a layoff, Miley already scored once, got the equaliser. Trippier waits, 25 yards out from goal, goes in field, Miley plays it across, this is Targett, shuffles the ball forward, Barnes left corner of the area, Target on the overlap. His cross high into the area. El Arouet will get there before Joel Linton. Drops on the edge of the box and then cleared away by Jude Arthurs for Bromley. Whiteley will give chase and Cher will play it back towards Dubravka.
Very impressed with the way Bromley do that. I mean, when they get pushed back, they have got that 5 and they've got 4 right in front of them, and it's very hard to play through them. They've managed to do it once with Miley with his through ball to Asula, but Miley, I mean, he's a very interesting player just now. He is completely controlling this game, and considering the players in front of him such as Tonali and Guimares, he's going to have to be good to get a game there. But at 18 years of age, he looks like the future to me.
A local boy, Stanley from County Durham, making his 31st appearance for Newcastle United. Certainly is blossomed well under Eddie Howe, who continues to watch on. Jason Tindall now will just go to the left shoulder of Eddie Howe and have a word with the Newcastle United manager, with just over 10 minutes to go to the break. 5 Live in the World Service, also available on the BBC Sounds app, and it remains 1-1 here at St James's Park. Newcastle United making those 9 changes. Cher, midway through the Bromley half, he can score from long distance. Instead, chips the ball to the penalty area. Show Me heads it away. Downward header by Longstaff. Asula back towards Longstaff. His shot was blocked. And it was a good block as well by Reynolds, and rebounds all the way back towards the halfway line as we return to Owain Gwynedd at Bristol Bears.
Bristol have found a second score coming to Kieran Merriman. Harry Thacker, the hooker, bursting through the line at the halfway line. Poor offload, but Merriman cleverly hacked the ball through, chased his own kick to dot down. Conversion by Byrne. Bears 14, Benetton 5.
Miley goes long with a cross, and it goes out of play for a goal kick. Pat Nevin.
No space, absolutely no space. That's exactly what they want to do. I mean, if you're a team that's going to come to a big Premier League club, you know they're not going to get a lot of the ball a lot of the time, but when they're around that 18-yard line, do not turn off. If you're a centre back or one of the wing backs, make sure you're all very, very tight together. They have done that consistently. They've worked it well. It's organised well. They're not used to playing with a back 5, but right at this moment, apart from one slip up early on with Nasula get through, they've done it very well, Bromley.
The players have all gathered within 6 yards either side of the halfway line, on that far side, the right, in readiness of a Grant Smith goal kick that is eventually dropped in possession of the black and white striped shirts of Newcastle United. And the tall, lean, slender Miley rolls the ball out towards target on that far side. Back towards Miley, seeing a lot of the ball.
Honestly, it's one. Very few players get to do that, to control games. And you think of the big names that are beside him. Certainly, you've got Joe Linton's been in the team for a long time, but he's not the central one. It's not Longstaff. He's been in a bit longer. It's Miley. He's 18 and he's been asked to control a game, and he's doing a decent job of it.
They're probing at Newcastle United. Longstaff, Asula, still yet to score for Newcastle since he arrived from Sheffield United. Back towards Miley once again. Trippier just in from the touchline, right hand side, forward ball. Bromley should get this ball away through Show Me, but it's gone up rather than away. It's going to drop just inside the D, and Imre eventually should get it clear, but they haven't. They've lost the ball to Longstaff, and then they try and win it back through Congreve. It's a real battle there. Tussle breaks towards Miley, gives it now to Harvey Barnes, and Harvey Barnes across the face of goal. Goes out for a goal kick, hit it left-footed, could have got a touch by Asula, who might have picked up an injury at the far post as well as he tried to get on the end of it. It'll be a goal kick. It remains 1-1, and another goal at Selhurst Park. No, another goal. We're going to Ipswich and Chris Coles.
And I think we can strike this one off the list of potential upsets. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Jack Taylor with the goal, clean through, had all the time in the world to pick his spot, found the bottom corner. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0.
But we will get an update from Selhurst Park with George Cummins.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, Palace 1, Stockport 0. Palace are probing. I don't think that second's far away. They've had 85% possession. Eze gave them the lead in the 4th minute, his 5th goal of the season. Stockport should have levelled. Isaac Khalife broke into the box. Captain Kyle Wootton couldn't convert, but it's Palace 1, Stockport 0, and we played 39 minutes.
Cheers, George. Here's Kenny Crawford watching Aberdeen Hearts.
Decent game this, but still 0-0 between Aberdeen and Hearts. 38 minutes gone. Good chance for Aberdeen through Topi Keskinen, but the Finland international rolled it wide of the post when played through by on loan Millwall forward Kevin Nisbet. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
An HM Coast Guard a helicopter flies overhead and flies extremely low. red and white in colour, taking a little view of St James's Park as it flies overhead. 1-1 it remains. We've got 6 minutes to go to half time. BBC Radio 5 Live and the World Service. Here is Joel Linton. Now it's with Barnes. Target again on the overlap down towards the byline. Turn behind for a corner kick.
Two of the big problems that Bromley have got, if you try and play the ball in long, from distance, they've got three big centre backs there. They're reading it up, but when you go wide of them, a little bit of an overlap. There's a problem between the right centre back and the right wing back. They've got to the byline 2 or 3 times. Newcastle, the two most likely ways that Newcastle score from that, or indeed from those little intricate little through balls that Miley's been playing.
Newcastle United, they looked at and toyed with the idea of taking the short corner, but Joel Linton was waved away by Kieran Trippier, vastly experienced on that far side, waiting to take it. It's an in-swinger. And it was turned away by an acrobatic goalkeeping bit of action there by Grant Smith.
That was going in, by the way. That was a goal. He had to backpedal quickly. It was a great save in the end, but that would have been another one of those goals straight from a corner kick.
He did well. He was watchful as Trippier now makes a run into a central area of the field. Bromley have got every golden shirt back behind the ball at this stage. Newcastle United can't find a way through at the moment. Cross comes in. Did well to head that away, did Oduteu under pressure. Here is Almiron, back towards Trippier. Trippier waits, still 1-1. We've got about 5 minutes to go to half time. Miley, Longstaff, able to turn inside the penalty area, can't get a sight of goal. And it's blocked, and you can hear the frustration from the stands at St James's Park. A goal in the Women's FA Cup fourth round. Emily Herbert.
And Chelsea open the score sheet. Myra Ramirez fires Chelsea into the lead. A deflected cross from Lauren James and headed it in. And they go into the lead with 5 minutes to go before half time. It's Chelsea 1, Charlton 0.
Trying the rugby now. Owen Gwyneth.
Yeah, Benetton not giving up on this one, scoring their second try. All started on the halfway point with a scrum. Winger Ratave making the break, crossfield kick coming from Albornoz, and finally Michael Lamero dotting down on the 23rd minute. 14-12 in favour of the Bears.
Miley on the edge of the area finds Almiron just outside the D. Bromley defending in numbers, defending very, very deep. 1-1. Pat Nevin.
It's getting too deep. It's too deep just now. They have to get the ball. They have to hold it in the Newcastle half at some point. They can't survive there for too long. Although that'll help a little bit. Bad ball in. No, it's a deflection. Corner kick. More pressure.
And before the corner, we'll nip to Chris Wise at Arsenal.
Between Arsenal and Manchester United, but concerning scenes for Gabriel Jesus. He's left the pitch on a stretcher. He's got his hands up over his face. Raheem Sterling on to replace him. 2.5 minutes of the first half to play. Arsenal 0, Man United 0.
Corner taken short. Joel Linton. That, remember, is on BBC One live. As here is Trippier. Forward ball. Almiron will shoot. Strikes the body of Shounmi, who just fell to the floor, did Omar Shomi. And again, his arms were down by his side. He showed great awareness in that respect.
I think he'll have the sponsor's name of the ball actually tattooed on his chest now. Smashed at him from very, very close there. But again, it shows you the bravery and the organisation and the tightness of those three centre-backs. But they cannot get a hold of the ball just now, Bromley.
Longstaff with a cross. Oh, that was unfortunate. Danny Imre, the right wing-back, saw that the ball was going to drop off over his right shoulder, and he's starting to turn and run away and waiting for it to drop, but it's continuing to curl inwards, and it strikes him on the back of his shoulder and goes out of play for a corner kick that Newcastle on that far side the left have already taken. And it's Barnes who lifts the ball in long to the penalty area, and Thompson will let that ball go out of play for a goal kick.
That's exactly what they needed, Bromley, because the amount of pressure they were under, they're getting a little bit tired near the end of the half here. Newcastle, they've turned it up a little bit, they're passing it a little bit smarter, a little bit sharper. Yeah, they're still fighting, battling, but at some point you need to get the ball into the other half. And I suppose that's why when the goalkeeper gets it, as he does now from a goal kick, he will launch it with the hope that they can win a little bit of a knock-on and get some possession in the opposite half.
The Bromley chairman was saying, I mean, it is Bromley who've had 3 trips to Wembley in 6 years, but when they were promoted from the National League playoff final, he found that just such a harrowing experience that today he was just going to enjoy and savour every moment. I would imagine when you're less than 2 minutes to go to half time and your team is still drawing 1-1, you're going to be enjoying every moment of this first period.
Yeah, good luck trying to keep calm for 10 minutes to go and the score's still like this.
Here is Almiron, level the area on the right. Lewis Miley lets it come across his body. Forward ball goes back into traffic. Joel Linton feeds it out wide. Still on the right though for Newcastle, attacking the Gallowgate end. Miley to Joel Linton. Longstaff coming in. Longstaff enters the penalty area, goes to ground. I think he might have been pulled back earlier on. Of course, last season at Premier League grounds you'd have had VAR looking at that, but thankfully the FA have said for the consistency of the competition is at every ground there'll be no VAR until we get to round 5.
I think you're spot on there, Ian. I think if he goes down there, the referee's got a big decision to make, but he tried to stay on his feet and eventually couldn't get it away, but that was a good call for a penalty kick had he gone down.
Trippier can't thread a ball through. That was blocked by Oduteo. Comes back towards Trippier, who then spreads play out towards that far side, but it goes behind target, and the cheers from the Bromley travelling support will tell you it's gone out for a Bromley throw, and they will take their time in the last 30 seconds. Maybe not many people would have envisaged this scoreline of Newcastle 1, Bromley 1.
Absolutely not, because Newcastle have been playing very well recently. Yes, they've made 9 changes, but there's some teams that make 9 changes and there's a lot of kids out there and a lot of names you don't recognise. It's not the case with Newcastle. There's plenty of players that have played at the very, very top level that they can fit into the first team very, very easily. So yeah, a bit of a surprise. Just talking about that half chance there for Newcastle, it could have been a possible penalty kick. Once again, it's that lad Miley. He was at the centre of it. His little slip pass balls through, it really tells me he's a special talent. He's always playing with his head up. He looks like the most accomplished player out there by some distance, and he's only a kid.
We're into 2 minutes of added on time. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Trippier goes back to Cher. Newcastle United have every outfield player in the half away towards our right. They're playing from left to right as we look. And Bromley, again, just trying to keep their shape and get to the break level. That would be certainly a very pleasing achievement for Andy Woodman, their 53-year-old manager, who continues to stand and watch on in that technical area, very close to the 4th official as Kelly. It's not like the Bromley goal has been peppered either. We had the Miley equaliser, the rising drive, and Barnes has flashed one across the face of goal. But Bromley, by and large, have protected Grant Smith, their keeper, very well as Cher steps forward. Doesn't open up for Cher. Instead, he plays it out towards Target. Target with a cross. They're waiting inside the penalty area, and that was a good header away by Oduteo to concede the corner.
Once again, they're falling further and further back. I think the only one that I could possibly put on top of that was the missed chance from, was it Salah?
Corner's taken short. Here is Trippier into towards the penalty area, and nobody was there. Congreve, though, loses out in the challenge. In fact, there was a foul there, and it'll be a free kick to Bromley.
Yeah, they needed that again. Newcastle were back on the attack. As you said, couldn't get out, but it looks as if they'll just about make it to half-time. And that little bit of a rest for 15 minutes will be so important for every single one of these Bromley players.
He's in no hurry to take it at all, is Grant Smith, who they signed from Yeovil a couple of years ago, previously at Boreham Wood, but he's been an integral part in helping Bromley finally achieve Football League status, as there indeed is the half-time whistle, and Andy Woodman, a sharp turn, and he's one of the first down the tunnel here at St James's Park, and he'll be very pleased. He saw his side get off to a dream start, taking the lead through Congreve after 8 minutes, but 8 minutes later Miley's rising drive brought Newcastle level.
Well, don't forget, we've had 2 absolutely brilliant goals in this game. The Congreve one, I have to say, even though it may not have looked quite as dramatic, it's the way he was so calm and curled the ball from 22 yards out round the goalkeeper with his left foot. It was a classic. It was an FA Cup classic, and it's really lit this game up. And it does make you think that even though they were under a huge amount of pressure the last 10 or 15 minutes, correctly, as you say, Ian, how many chances have there really been for Newcastle? Not that many, but you just feel that more space will develop as the game goes on. And of course, Newcastle have got 1 or 2 good players that can still bring on.
Yes, Guimaraes is one of them. Tonali is another on the bench, as is Anthony Gordon, but no Alexander Isak. But Newcastle United might not require the reinforcements in the second half. Time will tell. Half time, Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1.
Thank you very much both. We'll bring you second half commentary, of course, from St James's Park here at Tamworth at the Lamb Ground. Their moment in the spotlight is, of course, coming to an end after that 3-0 defeat after extra time for Tamworth against Tottenham Hotspur. All of the wires are being taken away. There's a man with a trolley just to my left-hand side, which is full of those sort of fluffy boom microphones. So the national media are about to leave Tamworth. We're not actually. We're going to be here right the way through until 6 o'clock. Lots going on in the FA Cup right now, of course. Crystal Palace against Stockport. George Cummins.
Yep, half-time at Selhurst Park, Steve. Palace leading League One, Stockport by a goal to nil. 4th minute, Ebery Jayazig played in by Kamada and he rolled it past the die into the Stockport net. Stockport have had a couple of chances. Captain Wotton should have made it 1-1 when Isaac Khalife crossed to him, but he shot wide from 6 yards. Palace had 80% possession. Eze's been the best player on the pitch. It's Palace 1, Stockport 0, but Stockport still in it.
Tamworth gave it their best shot for an upset. Bromley might still give us a big upset. What about Bristol Rovers? Chris Coles.
They will not be giving us an upset, I don't think, Steve. There's a chasm in quality between themselves and Ipswich. Ipswich leading 3-0, cruising through this cup tie. Calvin Phillips' first goal in 18 months. Caress finish into the corner from the edge of the box. Jack Clark sliding in a second at the back post. And Jack Taylor with all the time in the world to make it 3. Although, more than a hint of offside, which will aggrieve Bristol Rovers. They've barely vacated their own half, only forcing Ari Muric into a save when the goalkeeper himself gave the ball away to Rule Satiriou, who fired it straight back at Muric. All very comfortable for Ipswich. They lead League One Bristol Rovers 3-0.
The sun is going down here now at Tamworth, and it's a beautiful view at the Lamb Ground. Now, if I needed anybody to tell me where to go next, all I would need to do is look at the one remaining big red board in front of me, the advertising hoardings that they've flown in for this game, because it just says in big letters, Emirates. Chris Wise.
Perfect, but amongst the many Arsenal-Manchester United FA Cup classics that we've had down the years, and we've had so many of them, I wouldn't say this is too high on that list. At the break, it's Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. The half-time whistle has just gone. To give you a flavour of the first half, Arsenal haven't had a shot on target. Manchester United have had a couple, but they've been half chances. Kobe Mainoo from the edge of the box, quick feet, low shot held by David Raya down to his left-hand side. Another from Garnacho, a shot from an angle which was pretty routine really for Raya at his near post. Arsenal, Andy Reid, have had more of the ball, but ultimately we are waiting for this FA Cup game to truly come alive.
Yeah, I think we are. It hasn't been an entertaining game in terms of kind of goal attempts and kind of penalty box scrambles, but it's been quite interesting tactically. I think Man United their back five have been pretty solid. Then they've had Mainoo and Agate just in front of them, so they've had plenty of bodies in and around the edge of the box, which has stifled Arsenal. Arsenal have struggled to break that down. Now, the trade-off for that is Man United haven't been able to get any pressure on the ball higher up the pitch, and they haven't been able to assert any dominance in terms of possession. So at the moment, I would say tactically both teams are cancelling each other out. So hopefully in the second half the game opens up. I think it's definitely a game that needs a goal. I think if we can get a goal from either team, I think we see a bit more space opening up, and we probably see a few more chances arriving.
The other blow, Steve, for Arsenal is that Gabriel Jesus has gone off injured. Is still not entirely sure what happened to him. He was tracking back to stop Bruno Fernandes from shooting. He ended up hurting himself. I don't know if he fell awkwardly, but he left the pitch on a stretcher. He had his shirt pulled up over his head as he did so. He looked in a lot of discomfort, and obviously injuries and Arsenal have gone hand in hand this season, and I just wonder how serious that one might be for Gabriel Jesus. Raheem Sterling came on for him, and it is at half-time Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
Thanks both, and remember you can also watch that one on BBC One. 2 games in the Scottish Premiership today have both reached half-time. Rangers St Johnstone, Gavin Wallace.
Yeah, Rangers looking to reduce the arrears on Celtic. They're in a comfortable position to start doing that. They're 3 goals to the good at half-time, 3 goals in 9 minutes. Igaman Cherny and Dio Mandy giving Rangers a commanding lead. St Johnstone have offered nothing. Rangers 3, St Johnstone 0.
And half-time at Pittodrie, Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0. Fascinating tussle this between two of Scotland's biggest clubs. Despite the lack of goals so far, the Dons without a win in their last 10 games. Hearts in 11th, looking to get their 3rd victory on the bounce. Aberdeen have dominated, 2 clear chances. Craig Gordon saved one from Christers Tobers. Topi Keskinen rolled the other one wide of the post. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
Other scores in the Women's FA Cup fourth round: Fulham 0, London City Lionesses 5. These are all full times. Exeter 1, Sunderland 7, Manchester City 3, Ipswich 0, Newcastle 1, Nottingham Forest 0. Those are the full time scores in the Women's FA Cup fourth round. Don't forget, one of the shocks of the day: Hull City of the Championship beaten on penalties by Doncaster Rovers. We will try and squeeze in some reaction to that, and we will definitely hear from Tom Tonks together with his family, the Tamworth player. They gave everything today and just came up short against Tottenham Hotspur. He and they on the way after the news with John Barnes.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
The US President-elect Donald Trump has accused politicians in California of incompetence over their handling of the wildfires in Los Angeles. In a post on social media, the Republican asked why they couldn't just put out the fires. 16 people are known to have died over the past 5 days. Tributes have been paid to a policewoman who died after being hit by a lorry while helping at the scene of another crash. North Yorkshire Police Constable Rosie Pryor was standing on the verge of the A19 when she and 2 others were hit. One of them has died, the other is in hospital. A man has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after a woman who's believed to be a nurse was stabbed at Royal Oldham Hospital this morning. The woman, who's in her 50s, is in hospital. Her injuries are believed to be life-changing. The man, who's 37, remains in police custody. And the wanted singer Max George has revealed that he wrote his will from a hospital bed before having surgery for a heart condition. The 36-year-old told the Sun newspaper he thought he was going to die last month when he had a pacemaker fitted to keep his heart beating regularly.
Gladiator, ready!
Bigger.
Wow, what an entrance!
Better.
Some new events!
And tougher than ever.
Is there anything I can't do?
That was a hard fall.
It hits like an absolute tank.
Not a game for the faint-hearted.
You can't do that.
So hard.
We are back. Gladiators Series 2. Back tougher. Starts next Saturday. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
This is 5 Live Sports.
The FA Cup with Steve Crossman.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
And we'll hear from one of Tamworth's gladiators after we've checked in at the UK Snooker Championship. Jamie Broughton.
And John Higgins is playing Neil Robertson this afternoon. It was Robertson who took the opening frame with a break of 48. Since then, it's Higgins who's played the better snooker and dominated his proceedings. He's notching 6 breaks over 50. He's now 5-1 up, so he needs one more frame to book his place in the quarter-finals.
Half-time at Chelsea in the Women's FA Cup. Emily Herbert.
And Chelsea lead by 2-0. Myra Ramirez leaping highest to head it home from a deflected Lauren James cross. 5 minutes later, Guri Wrighton gave the Blues the second from the penalty spot, and they're just cruising now, dominating play. Charlton doing well to keep it at just the 2-0. Half-time, Chelsea 2, Charlton 0.
And such has been the interest in the Tamworth players and manager here that actually the last of them has only just left the pitch close to an hour after the game finished. They put in an absolutely Herculean effort, took Tottenham to extra time, could have won it in the last minute, in the end lost 3-0. So much talk before the game about Tom Tonks and his long throw. I've been speaking to him together with his family.
So proud of him. You can hear the fans are so happy. They played so well.
Tom, you gave it an incredible go there. What an achievement, what an effort, what a performance.
Yeah, it was a great first 90 minutes. We've just come up a little bit short to the end. You know, there's a few tired legs out there and they've just showed the quality towards the end. But, you know, all the lads can be proud of themselves. They gave it a good goal, to be fair.
The effort that was put in over the course of 120 minutes. I mean, where did you guys find the energy from? I know when you came off, you were down, you could barely move.
Yeah, I was cramping up a little bit, but honestly, I get asked so many questions about what's the dressing room like, but honestly, the lads in there are quality, and we'd actually run through brick walls. I know it's an old saying in football, but the quality in the dressing room's good, and the camaraderie's even better.
Tell us about the Tonks family. I mean, they've had to put up with you becoming a local and national celebrity lately, haven't they?
Yeah, I've not been in the house for many hours this week, but I love it when they come, and I appreciate every one of them.
Is this Dad?
It is, mate. Yeah.
Come on, tell us how you feel about your son and his effort.
It's just immensely proud to be on a football pitch with the likes of Tottenham Hotspur. It's just amazing. It's amazing to see. He's waited a long time for it, but it's happened, and immensely proud, mate. And to take him to extra time is just amazing. absolutely amazing.
Waited a long time is right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in the twilight of my career, but yeah, hopefully I get a few more nights like this. But the FA Cup run's been special to me and the club, to be fair. So, but we've got to concentrate on the league now, and we've got a tough job there.
Are you going to be up at 4 a.m. going to the gym?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm going to try my best. Got to do a little bit of recovery because, like you say, I'm getting old now, so I have to try and protect the body a little bit.
Tom, a great effort today. I just want to say your brother described himself as the better-looking Tonks brother. Care to comment?
I'm the better footballer. That's all that matters to me.
Tamworth's Tom Tonks and his family. So Tamworth weren't quite able to do it. We have had an upset though. Hull City of the Championship beaten on penalties by League 2 Doncaster Rovers. So Grant McCann, the Doncaster head coach, claiming a scalp over his former club. Here he is with Betty Glover.
Grant, you got the job done. It had to go to penalties, but you got it over the line and you're into the next round. How do you feel?
Yeah, really pleased. Listen, it was going to be always for us to be strong defensively today. And I think we limited to shots from the edge of the box. The 1-1 where we switch off, they score. But I'm really pleased with my team today, the effort that they put in all the way through to extra time. And then my goalkeeper's made a very good save to win. But look, we knew we were coming against a really good team, a whole team that's on the up. I can sense that with Ruben. So we had to be strong defensively today. We scored a really good goal on the break from Luke Molyneux, and I couldn't be more pleased.
Grant McCann. The last game of the day in the FA Cup will be at St Mary's, Premier League's bottom side Southampton, hosting Swansea City of the Championship. Paul Scott.
Well, when the draw was made, this fixture was set to pit Russell Martin against his former club, but he's since been sacked by Saints, replaced by Croatian Ivan Juric, who's lost all 3 matches in charge. In fact, the South Coast club haven't won since early November and suffered a humiliating 5-0 defeat here against Brentford last weekend. Just the 2 changes to that starting 11. As for Swansea, the playoffs are a possibility, relegation unlikely, so this afternoon is a bit of a free hit against a Saints side low in confidence.
Let's take you back to the rugby, shall we? Owain Gwyneth.
Yeah, half-time here, Bristol 14, Benetton 17. What is a must-win game for the Bears? A win could be enough to send Benetton through to the last 16. 5 tries in all, Williams and Merriman for Bristol, Rhino Smith and Michael Lamoureux for Benetton. And the third came with the last play of the game, Matt Gallagher dotting down the left-hand corner to the cries of a forward pass by the home crowd. Bristol 14, Benetton 17.
Thank you very much. So we are going to be here at Tamworth through till 6 o'clock. So what we'll do is once we're done at St James's Park, we are going to bring you all of the reaction to the day. The big story was almost here. We'll hear from Andy Peakes, the Tamworth manager. I've just been speaking to Ange Postecoglou as well, so you'll be able to hear that one at full time at St James's Park. Archie Gray of Leeds and Jazz Singh, the goalkeeper for Tamworth, who had an absolutely fantastic game. In the end, not quite able to do it. Let's just wrap up some of the scores from the day so far on 5 Live. It's been a great day of FA Cup drama. We just heard from Grant McCann there, the Doncaster manager. They beat Hull City on penalties. Tamworth 0, Tottenham 3 from here about 14 miles northeast of Birmingham. Arsenal Manchester United is 0-0. That's a half-time score. You can watch that one on BBC One. Crystal Palace leads Stockport by 1-0. It's Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. And very shortly we'll be taking you back to St James's Park where the second half will be underway. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Bromley, who took the lead in that game. In the Scottish Premiership, the half-time scores Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0 and Rangers 3, St Johnstone 0. Let's take you back to Ipswich Bristol Rovers, shall we, in the FA Cup, one of the games that's been going on this afternoon. There are loads of really important matches up and down the land in the FA Cup. I'm not going to lie to you, I've just lost my sheet of paper. So let's find out who's there.
Normally, Steve, if you don't know, just say Chris, and the chances are high that it will be a Chris. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0 as the two sides emerge from the tunnel here at Portman Road. It was comfortable personified for Ipswich in that first half. Calvin Phillips, good to see him playing well and on the score sheet with a nice finish into the corner. Jack Clark at the back post and Jack Taylor, although that looked very offside, the ball played through to him and it got a little touch from Al Hamidi. I think the assistant referee thought it didn't get that touch and he kept his flag down. It was a nice finish. It's been all Ipswich. Bristol Rovers only threatening when Harry Murridge gave the ball away poorly inside his own penalty area, and the Sotiriou shot was straight at Murridge, who made a good save to recover. So unless something dramatic happens here at Portman Road, Ipswich are heading through to the fourth round banishing the memories of last season when they lost so badly to Maidstone. Bristol Rovers, they've not made the fourth round in 17 years, and it looks like that'll tick to 18 years. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0, just about to get underway in the second half.
One or two technical gremlins at St James's Park. Will be back there very, very shortly, I'm sure. They are back underway in the game between Crystal Palace and Stockport. George Cummins.
Yep, Steve, Palace leading League One, Stockport by a goal to 0. Second half just begun. So Palace got the lead in the 4th minute. Eberechi played in by Kamado, rolled it past the die into the Stockport net. Stockport have had a couple of chances. Captain Wootton should have made it 1-1 when Isaac Lise crossed to him. Sell out here in South London. 3,700 Stockport fans, but it's Palace 1, Stockport 0.
Back underway in the Scottish Premiership at Ibrox. Gavin Wallace.
We are indeed, Steve. Rangers 3, St Johnstone 0. Not much happening so far. Eagleman scored on 16, Cherny with that second one on 20, and Mohamed Diomande on 25. The thing for Diomande today, Steve, is that he's had 2 assists and he's looking really good. St Johnstone 8 points adrift at the bottom of the table, and of course that big gap for Rangers, 18 points behind Celtic. Dundee United only 4 behind them, so they have to be careful, but I think today they're going to go on and win this at a canter. Rangers 3, St Johnstone 0.
And back underway at Pittodrie, Aberdeen Hearts. Kenny Crawford.
Yeah, 47 minutes gone, still Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0. Aberdeen on the attack there, but it's fizzled out. Big day for Aberdeen, 10 games without a win, and they've lost their last 5, but it's looked a bit more composed and back to normal. They started the season so well, remember, won 10 out of their first 11 games. As for Hearts, they've won their last 2, looking to make it 3, still down in 11th place, but Neil Critchley's side have looked so much better the last few games. Aberdeen made no subs at half time. They've still got Jeppe Ockels on the left wing. He's on loan from Preston North End, making his debut. He looks a bit short of fitness, but he's still on at the moment. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
BBC One Arsenal, Manchester United about to get back underway. Chris Wise.
Yes, the Arsenal players in all white, even though they are at home today as part of their No More Red initiative. They have just emerged from the tunnel. Manchester United's players have been out there for about 2 minutes now, so we're about to get underway in the second half as the Arsenal players come into their customary huddle ahead of the second half. Andy Reid, we touched on it at half time, but what have you made of Manchester United's defensive structure to nullify this Arsenal team?
Yeah, I think it's been solid. You know, they haven't really committed too many men forward. They've been happy to stay in that shape with the back 5 and the 2 just in front of them, so it's been pretty solid from them. They haven't had to come out and chase the game. I suppose with Arsenal being at home, the onus is on them to really go after it. So I think where Man United can get pressure on the ball higher up the pitch, they have to push one of the centre-backs in to go tight on the midfielder. Other than that, they're just going to keep getting pinned in, but they seem comfortable, they seem relaxed.
The music blaring out over the PA system, a bit more crash bang wallop than the football so far. We're just underway in the second half. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
Right, we'll take you back to St James's Park as soon as we can. I'm sure it won't take too long. We're just having a couple of issues with the line there. So instead, let's just get a bit more reaction from here at Tamworth. They pushed Tottenham Hotspur so close, and I've been able to speak to the manager of Tamworth, the man who's come here, took over with them in danger of going down to the 8th tier, got them back-to-back promotions. This is Andy Peaks.
I've always said when I've managed a team, as long as you give it your best shot and put a performance that I'm proud of, I'll buy off on that, because sometimes you may not be good enough technically, or they might have better players. So that's always my remit. And to be fair, today against a team like that, if I wasn't proud about that, I'd have something wrong, because they were absolutely brilliant. The whole group were fantastic. I just said in there, be disappointed but be proud, because whether you're here with your family or your work colleagues or whatever, you did them all proud today.
What was it like in the dressing room after? There would be so many emotions going round.
Yeah, a little bit somber really, because although they were proud of what they've done, I think they thought they were that close to causing a massive shot, because it was that close in the 90th minute. The ball was bouncing around that penalty area. That's the sort of thing you can scrape. A bit like their goal, we could have nicked one and it would have been 1-0, and it would have been an unbelievable performance and result. So I think there's a little bit of, wow, we could have done one there and we didn't. But I think when they get back and reflect and watch it and think about it, they'll be pleased.
Some of the stories as well. We were just over with Tom Tunk's family and Tom chatting away about his performance. You could see what it meant to him. You could hear it in his voice. There'll be so much So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if a few people slightly overwhelmed in the end, emotion-wise, after a day like that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were. Yeah, I think because we did so well against such a good team. Like you say, you look at the people they brought in an extra time, unbelievable. You know, all full of internationals. And say we are a part-time club; they'll be back to work in the morning. So they did themselves proud. And say people will be overwhelmed. I'm sure I'll go and see my family. I think they were pleased because they want you to do well. Of course they do.
And we said before the game, you know, difficult for you leaving behind your current job as a support worker because you're going full-time as a football manager. But days like these are what it's all about, aren't they?
Of course it is. That's what we do it for. If you don't enjoy days like this, you shouldn't be doing it. I certainly enjoyed it, so I was proud of it. And like you said, of course we could have got over the line, but equally you didn't want to be humiliated in front of the cameras with all these people here, and they certainly never were. They were always in it. I always felt we could compete with whatever, but you know, these sort of teams have got so many good players, they can blow you out the water. So they haven't until the very end. So yeah, overall delighted.
Ange coming over at the clubhouse for a pint? Or?
I hope so. I've invited him. He's been brilliant, very courteous, had a good chat with me after, very respectful. Said I should be proud of the boys, and if someone like that's telling him I should be proud of them, why would I not be?
Well, thank you so much for everything. You know, everything's been rolled out. It's been remarkable. You've had the eyes of the world on you. You've done yourself so proud.
Yeah, I think it's been good for the club, and I say we've had great media coverage from loads of you guys. You've all been brilliant, and I think it's important that I reciprocate back because, you know, we need people like you just as much as you need us. So I think it worked brilliantly, and hopefully we'll have some good runs or do something good, and we'll see you all there again.
We definitely need him more than he needs us, but let's just keep that between you and I, yeah? Massive day of FA Cup football. Let's take you back to the Emirates. Chris Wise.
4 minutes into the second half, Steve, it's still Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0, and even though this is the early throws, Andy Reid of the second half, the game is assuming a familiar pattern to the one we saw in the first half.
Yeah, Arsenal dominating territory, dominating possession. They just need to have a bit more guile. There has to be a little bit more creativity. They have to want to get on the ball. They have to want to make them forward runs. They have to be better on the ball. So, they need a bit more creativity.
They have just won a free kick, Arsenal, outside the penalty area. Yellow card as well for Diego Dallo. It is 0-0 between Arsenal and Manchester United.
And we're ready to get back to St James's Park. Ian.
Technical difficulties, but we are now here back at St James's Park, and Newcastle United are leading Bromley by 2-1, because just a few moments ago, Thompson, the midfielder, Ben Thompson of Bromley, with a clumsy challenge foul Target in the box, as Target delivers a cross and gathered in by the goalkeeper, who's just taken a blow to the head, so there's going to be a stoppage here. And from the resulting penalty, Anthony Gordon, who's a half-time substitute right-footed, sent the goalkeeper the wrong way, dispatching the penalty to give Newcastle United the lead. He came on for Harvey Barnes. Guimaraes replaced Joel Linton, which gives you an indication, Pat Nevin, as I know you'll just talk about the penalty as well, but also an indication as to the thought process of Eddie Howe, as how unhappy he might be for that first half performance.
As early as 15 minutes he had those two players out warming up, and a number of other players as well warming up, so yeah, he wasn't pleased about it. And Eddie Howe knows that cup competitions is his likelihood to get, some silverware in Newcastle, which have been desperate for many, many years. And, they could have made a bit of a mess of it there. However, start of the second half, very, very good attitude. Certainly Gordon coming on. It's pretty handy when you bring someone like Anthony Gordon on, you get a penalty right away. And as for the penalty itself, it was pretty light. But if you dive in, which the defender did, and go to ground in the area and you don't get the ball, it happens. You'll often get it. It needs the slightest touch, nothing more than that. And I'm not saying there was a dive involved, I don't think there was, but the referee was always going to give that one, and with no VAR we didn't have to worry about it at all. So even though Bromley, I think, started quite lively that second half there while we were away, the fact that they started lively meant that Newcastle could go and make good use of those spaces, and they did.
Still a bit of concern for Grant Smith, the Bromley goalkeeper, who's away down towards our left, who's injured. He did take that blow on the head, so they're just working that left arm and also the shoulder as well as the head. So they're checking every part of the body that took full brunt as he dived low down to make the save. A reminder of the two teams, incidentally. Dubravka is in goal. Trippier, Cher, Kelly and Target the defence for Newcastle. Now a midfield of Guimaraes, Longstaff and Miley, who equalised in that first half. Gordon, Asula and Almiron. And for Bromley they have Grant Smith in goal, El Eraway, Shomi and Reynolds, the back three, Imre and Oduteo, the wing backs, right and left respectively, Thompson, Arthurs, Congreve, Whiteley and Michael Cheek, the captain, as the lone striker. Newcastle black and white striped shirts, Bromley in there, all changed. The all goal playing from left to right as we look in this second half.
Yeah, it's intriguing to see what happens with Newcastle's system when they made those changes. Guimaraes, he'll spell it sometimes with Miley, one of them being slightly deeper than the other. Both players want to control it, but that's one of those things with Newcastle in the situation they're in. If they can get a young player like that, they can come in and they can maybe use that with the PSR. I'm not saying you should sell him, but you could maybe consider one of the other players. It might make a big difference going forward.
Here is Gordon, loses the ball. Thompson, diminutive in midfield, plays it up towards Concrete, urged on by Andy Woodman. Miley has come back at him. He was probably the standout Newcastle player in that first half, was Lewis Miley, as Thompson chips it across now to Odoteu. Odoteu is forward. He will play the ball into the penalty area. El Eroué was also there. Trippier is one who's going to try and get it away. Only partially cleared by Newcastle before eventually it's knocked out of play by Miley for a Bromley throw.
El Eroué did that 2 or 3 times in the first half, and he looked very dangerous. And he breaks out from that left centre back position, and it's one of those ones, because you're coming from that deep, no one picks you up, and he found himself in the 18-yard box there, couldn't quite get the ball under control.
Here is Thompson, it comes across his body, plays it back, show me. Goal at Arsenal, Chris Wise.
And the cup holders are in front. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 1, made by Garnacho on the right wing. And Garnacho carried it forward after Gabriel had slipped, teed it up for Bruno Fernandes, and with his right foot, Fernandes has swept it beyond David Raya. Andy Reid, it's a brilliant finish.
Yeah, it's an excellent goal. Garnacho does really well. It's a 3v2. You practice it all the time in training. He waits, releases the ball at the right time. The weight on the pass was excellent. And Bruno Fernandes side foots it into the top corner. Brilliant finish, and really put the cat amongst the pigeons here.
So is this a continuation of the Ruben revival? Arsenal 0, Manchester United 1.
Crystal Palace lead Stockport County by a 1-0. Ipswich are 3-0 up at home to Bristol Rovers. Southampton Swansea a 4:30 start. Earlier Doncaster Rovers knocked out Hull City 5-4 on penalties after it finished 1-1. And Tottenham Hotspur, taken to extra time by Tamworth, eventually ran out 3-0 winners. Newcastle United, who've turned it around here, leading now by 2-1. Guimaraes gets the ball back from Almiron. Black and white striped shirts, black shorts, playing from right to left as we look. And seeing a lot of the ball, still haven't created that many chances in terms of open play.
No, they haven't, and you're looking at the bench here. I mean, will they just keep on playing this way? Bromley, they're defending very, very deep. They've got that back five. Eventually, at some point, they're going to have to take a chance. It's whether they do that quickly enough.
Guimaraes swings over the ball and just waiting and hoping to guide the ball back was Odoteu, but didn't keep the ball in play. It's going to be a Newcastle corner kick on that far side.
Yeah, the Andy Woodman, he's looking down there and he's thinking to himself, you know, I like playing 4-4-2, you know, get two strikers up front as often as I can. It's a big call to make that in a game like away from home. It's a Premier League team, but it's a cup tie. You've got to take a chance at some point. And if you leave it to 3-1, it's going to be too late then.
Latest scores in the Scottish Premiership: Aberdeen and Hearts still drawing 0-0 at Pittodrie. Rangers are 3-1 up at home to St Johnstone at Ibrox. Newcastle United, who now lead 2-1, roll the corner short from the right hand side. Share then plays it in towards Gordon, hits it first time, blocked, and Bromley get a ball away with Whiteley. Imre is the outlet with his pace. He'll get onto that ball with the on loanee from Crystal Palace, and then he runs into Almiron and actually gives away a free kick for holding on to Almiron. Newcastle on the halfway line want to take it quickly.
I have to say that corner kick was delicious, brilliantly played, little short ball in, back out to Guimaraes. Gordon knew all along the ball was going to get cut back to the penalty spot. Had that gone in, that would be one of the great ones from the training ground you see this season. Unlucky it got blocked.
Here is Miley, cries of shoot after his first half effort. Guimaraes gets the ball, he gets his shot away, blocked, forced a Longstaff turn. The block came in from El Eroué, and it goes out of, no, it doesn't go out of play, it's kept in by Trippier. He goes infield, square ball from Lewis Miley. Sellout crowd here at St James's Park, stunned into silence when Bromley took an 8th minute lead, but now leading as they look for a place in the 4th round draw that will take place after that Arsenal Manchester United cup tie has finished. as the ball is nudged into the path of Lewis Kelly. Newcastle, incidentally, reaching the quarter-finals twice in the last 5 years. But you have to go back a long time since they last lifted this trophy. 1955. That search for silverware, maybe this year it might end, as they're so close in the League Cup with a 2-0 lead against Arsenal. The second leg to come here as they look for what would be an 8th win in succession.
I live about an hour and a quarter away from Newcastle, and if ever they do win a trophy, I'm coming. I'm going to go to the town centre the night they win a trophy, because it will be the most wonderful party you will have ever seen the day that they finally get another trophy.
It will be the world's biggest party. It'll certainly be the biggest party that the North East, well, Newcastle has seen, if you're a black and white persuasion, for a long time. Sunderland fans listening might well beg to differ. Back towards Dubravka. We thought he was saying a tearful farewell at the Emirates in midweek, but I think Eddie Howe is keen to hang on to him. There is talk of a move to Saudi Arabia. Martin Dubravka, who started now the last 8 games in place of the injured Nick Pope. Bromley, though, are still in this tie, only at 2-1 down. Odoteo to Thompson, loses the ball in the midfield. Miley feeds it to Guimaraes. Guimaraes will now send Osula away. Can he keep the ball in play? Yes, he can. On that far side, the right. Osula does a little step over, steps inside. Brilliant goal. William Osula with his first for the club, and it is one to remember. Left-footed, it flashed past the goalkeeper, and Newcastle United, after a scare, now are in control. They lead Bromley by 3 goals to 1.
Osula got the ball on the right-hand side, just inside the opposition half, well out of the way of the goal, and at no point did you think he was going to do anything else other than have a pop at goal, get in a position where he could shoot, and he did it absolutely brilliantly. He's coming right from the left-hand side, cut across, actually cut back towards the 18-yard line there, but the thump into the top corner, absolutely nothing the goalkeeper could do. And the question I was asking before, if you don't make the change when it's 2-1, if you wait to 3-1, it could be too late. We have a suspicion for Bromley, it might be too late. But what a great moment for Osula. He's waited a long time, hasn't he?
Well, they signed him from Sheffield United. He scored 3 goals in his time in South Yorkshire in 31 appearances. All 3 goals were in the FA Cup. So he has a liking for this competition, and he will certainly have a liking for seeing that goal over and over again, because it was an unstoppable left-footed hit, and Newcastle United now lead Bromley by 3 goals to 1. And maybe now at 62 minutes with a 2-goal cushion, Newcastle United can start thinking of maybe making changes. And as for Bromley, maybe do they start to think damage limitation at this stage?
Probably early for doing that, because if you get another goal back at some point in time, I think the temptation might be to try and just go all for it. It's, if you go 2 up front, you might get a chance to get the goal, but we know what can happen. We watched what happened with Manchester City the other day at Salford. You absolutely don't want that either. By the way, we could describe that goal there by Osula. It was almost Isak-ish.
Yes, it was.
It really was, because he held the ball, his skills ran with the ball, close control, and a fabulous finish.
Almiron is away. Reynolds is going to have to cover. El Eroué dived in. Almiron gives the ball away. There was nobody coming forward on the overlap. Another goal at Ibrox. Gavin Wallace.
Sorry, Ian, yes, I was just watching the substitutions come there, the loudest PA announcer in the world actually over the top of it. That goal came on 54 minutes. It was a Max Kucherevi corner. Jack Sanders at the back post manages to head it home. Rangers looking a little bit uncomfortable, but scoreline still Rangers 3, St Johnstone 1.
Newcastle United are leading by 3 goals to 1. Manchester United are ahead at Arsenal. Crystal Palace have a slender lead at home to Stockport County. Ipswich Town 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Southampton Swansea will be getting underway in just over 5 minutes' time. Bromley are looking at making changes. I mean, regardless what happens, they'll have enjoyed their day out here in the northeast.
They have. At half-time, I talked to some people downstairs, and some Bromley fans were saying, yeah, we've done ourselves proud. If we can just hold on and make sure it's not embarrassing. I'm thinking to myself, it's only 1-1. Come on, don't think that way. If the players think that way, you've no chance at all. But that sounds a wee bit like realism now, doesn't it?
Show me, tidies up, back pass towards his goalkeeper. Ashley Charles is going to be coming on, a 25-year-old midfielder. I mean, they've been around. They were formed in 1892. They were founder members of the Southern League 2 years later. Their first time in round 3 in their 114th campaign. And the player, Ben Thompson, is the one who makes way, who gave away that penalty. Ashley Charles comes on for him. Newcastle lead by 3-1. Developments at Arsenal, a red card, Chris Wise.
And a red card for Manchester United's Diego Dallo. He'd already been booked at the start of the second half. He's just gone sliding in, bit of studs on display. Oh, 1-1, right as you're with us. Arsenal equalise. Gabriel on the half volley, inside the box, finding the corner. It came through a crowd, and with Dallo off the pitch, United down to 10, and immediately Andy Reid, Arsenal capitalise, one apiece.
Yeah, first of all, ridiculous challenge by Dallo. He knows that he's already booked, second yellow, and he's off. From the resultant free kick, Arsenal walk across into the box. It falls kindly for Gabriel, who with his left foot volleys it into the bottom corner. It was a really good finish. The keeper was unsighted. Arsenal right back in this game. It's going to be tough for Man United now.
I just wonder whether that shot from Gabriel took a small deflection on its way in that took it past by Ndia, but it's Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1, just past the hour.
And it's live on BBC One, and Dallo will be suspended for the home game against Southampton on Thursday night. Next week, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, we will have every Premier League game covered on the 5 Live network. Newcastle lead by 3-1. Corner kick right hand side as Targett, who hasn't scored a goal since his Aston Villa days in November 2021, saw his shot deflected wide and behind for a corner as Gordon, the substitute, comes forward, sends over a cross. Show Me heads it away. Update now from Selhurst Park with George Cummins.
It's Palace 1, Stockport 0, but Stockport should be level here. And Alife jumped on a bad mark. Gahey passed. Rob Richards of the ball. He forced a great save from Turner, but he should have scored. Alife causing Palace problems in this second half. Palace 1, Stockport 0, 70 gone.
Commentary of that is on Sports Extra. BBC Radio 5 Live. I mentioned those games next week. Nottingham Forest Liverpool is our main game on 5 Live on Tuesday night as the ball is flicked on and Asula is there. He's got that third goal, helped out by Targett, left corner of the area, infield. Guimaraes looks to shoot, curling effort, curls it wide. Pat Nevin.
It's very, very tough now for Bromley there. I mean, they're all now tired and they're mentally tired as well, and it's time after time Newcastle are getting a little half yard. They need no more than that. The very important thing is that Asula goal is very important, I think, for Newcastle United, because they're so dependent on Isak up front. They need somebody else who can spell it with them down again. Him getting that goal and the confidence he's got from that is huge.
Get an update in the Rugby Union. Owen Gwynedd.
51 minutes gone, Bristol Bears back ahead thanks to a try by Max Lahif. All started with a driving line out, then the forwards did the rest with pick and goes. A third try for the Bears, 21-17 ahead against Benetton.
I thought there for a moment that Lloyd Kelly's header back towards Dubravka was just going to maybe show a sight of goal for Cameron Congreve, who gave Bromley the lead as Newcastle attack on this near side, the left, playing from right to left as we look, attacking the Leesy's end. But Bromley, with Show Me, should clear the ball away. He turns, almost showed too much of it towards Longstaff. Newcastle are pressing, trying to pin Bromley back, and eventually you're thinking they should get rid of it, and eventually they do, the League Two side.
Really comfortable again, mailing the ball. Worth underlining. Oh, he's going to shoot Shaw.
And the shot is pulled well off target. Lewis Hall's going to be coming on, and here is going to be a debut for Trayvan Sanusi, who's 17 years of age. He's a tricky winger. He's an England youth international who they signed from Birmingham in 2023. He turned pro only in May. Newcastle fans who attended the pre-season friendlies here at St James's Park against Brest and Girona would have had an opportunity to have had a look at Sanusi. And I just wonder if, Pat Nevin, you might quite like to have a little glance over as well as the young teenager makes his Newcastle United bow, replacing Asula.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they put Anthony Gordon will probably play up front. Sunusi just hoping they'll get a little bit of the ball near the end of the game. Gaps beginning to open up. We'll see what he's got against the fullback. But by the way, worth underlining, Gordon, since they come on in the second half, has been sparkling.
He's provided certainly the spark that Newcastle United were missing in the first half. Matt Targett was the other player who's gone off, and it'll be Lewis Hall who's come on to replace him, who had a very impressive game against Arsenal in midweek. Newcastle United lead by 3-1. Latest in the Women's FA Cup fourth round tie, Chelsea-Charlton. Emily Herbert.
Well, it's Chelsea 3, Charlton 0. Super sub Aggie Beaver-Jones with the third goal. Lovely through ball from Ramirez. Beaver is one-on-one with Charlton's keeper and sweeps it over her head. Charlton lacking that energy now. It's 62 minutes on the clock. It's Chelsea 3, Charlton 0.
We're on air until 6 o'clock tonight. We've got an hour to reflect and maybe get reaction, assuming of course that to the draw as well. Arsenal-Manchester United doesn't go to extra time at 1-1, but United are down to 10 men after the sending off of Diogo Dalot. Crystal Palace still have that slender lead. Ipswich Town look secure for their place into round 4, leading Bristol Rovers by 3-0. Let's get another update though from Arsenal with Chris Wise.
Just past the midway point in the second half, Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. If this game was in a slumber in the first half, the pupils are wide now, and Arsenal and the Emirates have come alive off the back of the Dalot red card, the Gabriel goal. They created another chance from Mikel Moreno that was blocked by Lisandro Martinez. This game, Andy Reid, has really sparked into life.
Yeah, we didn't get much action in the first half. We're making up for it now in the second half. We've had all sorts going on here. It's turned into a really good game. Arsenal really on the front foot, playing with a good tempo. The crowd are really getting behind them. Doesn't look like it'll be too long before they get another one.
This might be the opportunity now. Into the box goes Havertz. Oh, it's a penalty. Andy Madley points to the spot. Arsenal have been given a penalty. Manchester United players surround the referee. Havertz danced his way into the penalty area. Harry Maguire is leading the complaints. He's got his hands on his head. He's shaking his finger, waggling it in the direction of the referee. Andy Reid, we're yet to see a replay. What's your initial thought on that?
Initial thought is that the defender's left his leg out to dangle there. Havertz has done well. He's taken his time. He's shown a bit of composure. Tried to slip it to the side. I don't know. Just looking at the replay here, and I'm not too sure. No, it looks like a dive. I don't think it's a penalty.
Now things are actually happening here on the edge of the penalty area. The penalty's been given, but there is all sorts going on. Players have been hauled away from one another. I think one or two had something to say to Kai Havertz. Harry Maguire is having to be physically restrained here, and there was an awful lot of pushing and shoving going on there, Andy Reid, and there's quite a bit all of a sudden for Andy Madley, the referee, to pick the bones out of here. And remember, we don't have VAR either.
Yeah, there's loads going on. I just felt that the game was maybe slipping away from the referee a little bit in and around the sending off. He lost it a little bit, and there's more going on now. They can't seem to get control of it. There's loads of pushing, shoving. It's all going off here.
Right, bit to sort out here before the penalty is taken in. As it stands, Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1, but Arsenal have a penalty.
Live on BBC One, Newcastle United still lead Bromley by 3-1. Cheek lays the ball off. Congreve coming forward, urged on by the 3,000 travelling support, held up by Kelly, who just stops him in his tracks. And Newcastle United, they've been at it much more second half.
Yeah, I mean, playing against a team that's tiring a little bit, getting that goal early on at the start of the second half makes a huge difference. It relaxes absolutely everyone, and Guimaraes coming on, he's looked his usual self, hasn't he? He's making space there very easily for himself.
Here is Guimaraes able to turn 25 yards out from goal. Trippier on that right, almost comes to a standstill. Lewis Miley, Newcastle now with 17 minutes remaining. Let's go back to Arsenal. Chris Wise.
Finally, everything has settled down, at least for now, and Arsenal are going to have the chance to take that penalty to put themselves 2-1 up potentially in this game. Martin Ødegaard, only one goal for Arsenal so far this season, so influential. He's put the ball down on the spot, the Norwegian, and of course Manchester United have Bayindir in goal today, chosen ahead of Andre Onana for this cup game, just as he was recently against Tottenham in that League Cup match. Ødegaard takes 5, 6, 7 strides backwards, shuffles a bit to his right hand side. 1-1 the score, 27 minutes into the second half. Ødegaard, oh, saved Bayindir! What a a stop by the Turkish goalkeeper, lunging down to his left-hand side. It's a brilliant penalty save from Manchester United's number 2, and it's still Arsenal 1, 10-man Manchester United 1. Andy Reid.
Yeah, it's a brilliant save. He's connected really, really well with it into the bottom corner. The keeper's move, pushed off to his left-hand side. It's a brilliant save, but I think it's justice because I don't think it was a penalty. I think Havertz has dived there, and I think the referee's fallen for it. So I think justice has been done.
Well, he came in for a lot of criticism, didn't he, Altay Bayindir, recently for his error in that game against Tottenham when Manchester United played them in the League Cup. That is an element of redemption. Massive cheers from the 8,000 Manchester United supporters, and it is still Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
And from memory, I think that's Martin Ødegaard's first miss for Arsenal from the spot. 3 out of 4 now in terms of penalty kicks in his Arsenal career as the ball goes long from Imre, and this could be a long 15 minutes remaining for Bromley, who trail 3-1.
At the moment they're not really creating anything going forward, and just falling further and further back, and they've got a lot of lively players that have just come on the park. Sanusi, as you say, lots and lots of skills. Final ball not looking great so far, but he's got a trick or two.
Trippier forward, right corner of the area. Almiron inside. Guimaraes just outside the box, passes the ball out. Trippier's first time cross, downward header by Sanusi for Newcastle. Shomi's downward header, and Bromley should get the ball away. Mentioned that Forest-Liverpool game on Tuesday night on 5 Live. The North London derby on Wednesday evening will be our main game on Wednesday, and at Old Trafford for Manchester United Southampton on Thursday. But every Premier League game during the week will be live, whether it be on 5 Live, Sports Extra or online. But 14 minutes remaining, and Newcastle United lead 3-1, and it's one-way traffic second half, Pat Nevin.
Yeah, you felt a little bit sorry for Bromley because they worked so hard at it, but Newcastle have been by far the better side, particularly in the second half.
Newcastle with Sean Longstaff, right side of the area. Trippier back towards Almiron, the defending deep now, just trying to keep the scoreline to a respectable level. The League Two side. Guimaraes tries to roll away. Reynolds scoops it long and away downfield. For Newcastle United, who met Wimbledon in the League Cup early this season, it's the first campaign that they have actually faced 2 different sides since 78-79, when they were then a Division 2 team under Bill McGarry. They met Cambridge United in the league and then knocked out Torquay United in the FA Cup in a 4th Division team in front of 21,366. Well, they're leading by 3-1 here, and they're going to be knocking out Bromley, as we will go to South London and George Cummins at Selhurst Park.
Yeah, well, Ian, it's still Palace 1, Stockport 0. Palace have had all the ball, but they're not really doing anything with it. The longer it goes on, you do start to wonder whether Stockport can push them and equalise. They've made a triple change. Isaac Khalifa has been causing that Palace defence problems in the second half. He's just gone off, but it's Palace 1, Stockport 0. But we've got 10 minutes to go. You just start to wonder whether Stockport could get that equaliser.
Well, you'll be able to hear it, George, on Sports Extra if they do. Josh Passley has come on to replace Congreve, who gave Bromley the lead.
After
8 minutes.
He worked so hard, didn't he? And in that moment, doing one of the great moments in the FA Cup history, but it wasn't to be, and particularly because Newcastle came back so quickly with that Miley goal.
And it's also a Manchi who has come on, Levi Manchi, who's a Newcastle United fan. He had spells at Blythe Spartans and Darlington in his career. He's a 24-year-old forward, so this will be a special moment for him to get a run out at his beloved St James's Park for the last 12 minutes.
I know I'm not going to ask you to go through all your notes, but is he actually taller than the centre back? Because show me he's 6'6", and he actually looks as if he's taller than him.
Yeah, I tell you what he is. He's broader as well. He looks Levi
a unit,
Manchi.
I think we can say.
Yeah, he's I haven't actually got his height down of all my notes, but he did score the 4th goal in a dramatic fashion when they knocked out Rochdale in the first round. No such heroics here this evening as they trail 3-1. Back to Arsenal, Chris Wise.
Another chance for Arsenal, still 1-1 against Manchester United, but Declan Rice has come off the bench, teed up by Martin Ødegaard, clipped up to the far post. Rice's header, perhaps Andy Reid, a little too close to Bayindir. tips it away.
Yeah, I think he could have done better. I don't think he got enough accuracy on it. It was straight at the keeper, so it was a comfortable save in the end, really. I think Declan Rice has got to do better. Arsenal fully in the ascendancy here, and Man United are going to have to really buckle down the hatches here.
Remember, Bruno Fernandes gave Manchester United the lead. Dalot was then sent off. Immediately Arsenal equalised through Gabriel, and we've had that missed penalty through Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal preparing that corner. We're inside the final 15 minutes. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
A reminder, it's live on BBC One. Thanks Chris, thanks Andy. 3-1 to Newcastle here. Show me. Forward for Bromley, a rare foray into the Newcastle half in this second period. Imre, a delicate ball into the inside right channel, and then the turn and cross from Arthurs gathered in by Dubravka. Latest in the rugby, Owen Gwyneth.
Bristol Bears have been on fire in the second half. 21 unanswered points, a bonus point secured. Latest tries come from Harry Thacker. The hooker has been extremely busy, and Kieran Merriman with the latest try, making it Bristol Bears 35, Benetton 17.
And from Bristol to Glasgow, Gavin Wallace.
Still Rangers 3, St Johnstone 1. Oscar Cortesian had a really good chance just on the park a couple of minutes. Fisher saved really well. But since you last spoke, a section of the Rangers support have staged a planned walkout. That happened on the 55th minute, with their side obviously leading 3-1. That's obviously against manager Philippe Clement. There's been all sorts of chat about that, but a big chunk of Rangers fans have walked out of Ibrox this afternoon. Rangers 3, St Johnstone 1.
We'll go further north. Kenny Crawford at Pittodrie.
82 minutes gone, Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0, but Hearts had a really good period of pressure there. Elton Cabango, their new Belgian striker on loan from Union Saint-Gilloise, header towards the top corner. It was clawed away by Ross Doon, and from the resulting corner, Jamie McCart, just signed from Rotherham United, hit the post. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
Tottenham are through, taken to extra time by Tamworth. Doncaster Rovers through to round 4 as well. Arsenal currently drawing against 10 men of Manchester United 1-1. Crystal Palace leads Stockport by a goal to 0. Ipswich are 3-0 up against Bristol Rovers. They're underway now. Southampton against Swansea, that's 0-0. Fourth round draw to come. And I was listening indeed to 5 Live Breakfast this morning. Gordon Smart was talking to Byron Webster, who remains on the bench, and in fact he might be coming on here as well, and he was saying that they were all given 2 tickets each, but there were 2 members of the Bromley squad that bought 30 plus tickets as Oduteo goes down just outside the area. It was Corey Whiteley and Michael Cheek that bought as many tickets as they possibly could to for their family and friends, so they'll be up there amongst that 3,000 travelling support.
Yeah, it's a day that you don't ever want to forget, you know. Big moments for them, and they'll have the moments that they'll look back when they see the highlights, and maybe a good tackle they made, the last shot and goal, little cross, but more often than not for these players, I think they'll look back on as the odd good tackle and the odd block, because most of the time in this game they've been defending.
Let's go to Portman Road, Chris Coles.
Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. This game long over as a contest, and just to give you an idea of how comfortable this is for Ipswich, they've just introduced their third choice goalkeeper to play the final 10 minutes. Kieran Slicker on for his Ipswich Town debut. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0.
And I mentioned that game is underway at Southampton. Paul Scott.
Into the 12th minute, it is Southampton 0, Swansea 0. You'd be forgiven for thinking Saints would be coming into this one bereft of confidence after their 5-0 defeat to Brentford last time out, but it's been a decent start by the home side. Kyle Walker-Peters has just shot over from 12 yards, and Kamaldeen Sulemana cutting in from the left onto his right foot dragged his effort wide. Southampton 0, Swansea 0.
Byron Webster has come on then. He's replaced Callum Reynolds. He was talking with great fondness to Gordon this morning on 5 Live about that run with Millwall in 2017 to the quarter-finals after they'd knocked out Premier League opposition in Bournemouth, Watford and Leicester. And then they were trounced 6-0 by Tottenham. He also reached round 4 with Yeovil 10 years ago. And the other change is Lewis Lee, a 21-year-old midfielder who they signed from Crewe in the summer, who has come on for Jude Arthurs, as Sandro Tonali is going to get a run out for the 7 minutes that remain.
Yeah, no, as usual with this amount of changes, it's kind of abruptly changed the flow of the game. No flow in the last few minutes here, but Tonali, nice chance to run out. But this is great for Newcastle. A lot of the players who haven't had enough minutes recently have had them, and Islam Almiron not had a great effect in the game, but at least he's got 80 odd minutes under his belt, which will help.
Sandro Tonali comes on for Almiron, under 7 minutes remaining. Newcastle United leading by 3 goals to 1, but it's a lot tighter at Selhurst Park. George Cummins.
Last 5 minutes here, Ian. It's Palace 1, Stockport 0. Same old story in this half for Palace. They've had so much of the ball, but they're not really creating anything. They've tried to get Eze on it, but no magic happening for Palace. And as long as that goes on, Stockport have got a chance. They're really going to go for it in the last 5 minutes, you would think. Palace 1, Stockport 0. We've played 87.
Commentary of that is on Sports Extra if you wish to listen to the closing stages. Still 1-1. Arsenal against the 10 men of Manchester United. Here, though, we've got just over 5 minutes remaining. Newcastle United, Eddie Howe will be conscious of that midweek game against Wolves here at St James's in the Premier League. That'll be covered for you live on Sports Extra as we go back to Owen Gwyneth watching the rugby.
Benetton not out of this one just yet. They've just scored their bonus point try, fourth coming to Bautista Bernasconi, the replacement hooker, driving from close range. The TMO took some time to make sure it was dotted down. The score now, Bristol Bears 35, Benetton 24.
Well, they've had a great day of Bromley here in the northeast, and also from a financial point of view, a sellout crowd here at St James's Park being shown on the BBC iPlayer. This will be a lucrative day as well for the club.
It means so much to teams out with the top flight, because you're always fighting and battling. It's all about just winning games, but getting the finances right as well. So this absolutely will help. But, the confidence that they've not been absolutely trounced as well, that'll help. It's been a hard-working game. They've learned a lot about themselves, their capabilities so far.
Gordon picks up the ball. Forward to Guimaraes. Helps it on its way to Longstaff. There was Odoteo to try and run it clear, but Newcastle United debutant Senassi helps win it back. They play it towards Guimaraes, edge of the area, just to chip it low in towards the path of Longstaff. Bromley's golden shirts get the ball away. Sanusi picks it up once again. He's gone into a central area at the minute, hasn't he? Trevan Sanusi.
They're trying to get him on the ball. Look, there's no doubt he's got a lot of skill, and he's a very electric pace about him as well, but he's almost trying too hard just now.
Here is Trippier. Level of the penalty area, playing the ball back to Nali. Scored a great goal here in the League Cup just before Christmas against Wimbledon. Scored 2 goals that particular night, did the Italian international. To Trippier as Andy Woodman, head bowed at this stage with 4 minutes remaining. Any sign of a dramatic finish at Selhurst Park, George Cummins?
Well, Ian, Palace should have sealed it. They should be 2-0 in front. Lerma running to the box, one-on-one with the keeper. He actually beat the keeper, but he's shot over. So how crucial will that miss be? 88 minutes gone, Palace 1, Stockport 0.
BBC Radio 5 Live, we're with you through until 6 o'clock. 6:06 then takes over. 08085909693, your chance to speak to Chris Sutton and Robbie Savage.
It's funny when you look at the 2 results today. Spurs winning 3-0 and Newcastle winning 3-1 against teams from lower divisions. However, Spurs won't be that delighted with that, the way it went, whereas Newcastle, they can be very, very comfortable with the display today.
96 places was the difference between Tamworth and Tottenham, taken to extra time. 75 positions in the English League system. The gulf between Newcastle and Bromley. We will go where next then on 5 Live? We'll go to Arsenal. Chris Wise alongside Andy Reid.
Where extra time feels distinctly possible here. 5 minutes to play of the 90. Arsenal 1, Manchester United with their 10 men 1, but a triple change from Ruben Amorim. Ahmed, the young midfielder Toby Collier and Joshua Zirkzee have all come on for Hoyland, Garnacho and Mainu, and really Arsenal, Andy Reid, are beginning to put their foot down now on the accelerator with that man advantage.
Yeah, they are, but what I will say is Man United look reasonably comfortable. They are defending the box, but they're defending it really well. They look organised, they look structured. Harry Maguire in particular, I think, has been really good today. So it's going to be interesting to see if Arsenal can show that bit of guile, that bit of creativity, and get this winning goal.
4 minutes to go, and if we don't have a winner in the 90, remember extra time and potentially penalties. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
And that will then delay the 4th round draw of the FA Cup. We've got 2 minutes remaining. Andy Woodman cites 2 particular games during his highlight when he was the popular goalkeeping coach here with Alan Pardew. That incredible comeback, 4-4 in the Premier League against Arsenal, when Newcastle were 4-0 down midway through the second half, and the late Cheick Tioté got that dramatic equaliser. But the other game that he talks about was one in defeat when they lost in Europe to Benfica, and he talked about the ovation he got from the crowd at St James's Park. I would imagine that those 3,000 travelling supporters, who haven't left, by the way, they've got that long trip back down south after this game, they will stay, they'll applaud, and there'll be things that he can take to...
There's lots, you're absolutely, there's lots. Just the fact that the plan worked quite well for a good period of time. I think he feels probably, I'll wait for a moment because here's Anthony Gordon
trying to get past Shomi, but Shomi with those telescopic legs diverts the ball behind for a corner kick.
Look at the players like Shomi. Shomi's actually done very well today, hasn't he? I mean, he is a leader at the back of that defence, and you can build something around that.
Very experienced. It's Newcastle United. Pick up the ball on the edge of the area. There was a foul inside the box, and that will be a free kick to Bromley.
But the heads have never gone down really from the Bromley players. You're 3-1 down. There was that big moment at 2-1 down. Do you stick or do you twist? Do you take a chance? Do you bring another striker on? Do you go back to your favourite four at the back and have a little bit of a go? But most managers these days don't think that way. They think, hold on and we'll have a go for the last 10 minutes. But it's that classic moment of, well, you might not get to the last 10 minutes, which indeed they didn't do. And since then it's been a bit of a cruise for Newcastle.
Speaking to one Bromley official who was telling me there's a supporter who's here today who was watching Bromley in the 50s, and throughout that season, that particular year, they won once all season. And here, this is a Bromley club now in the Football League. They're only 6 points off the playoffs. They could easily, in that competitive division of League Two, gate crash the top 7. 4 minutes of added on time here. Newcastle lead 3-1. Back to Arsenal. Chris Wise.
Where Arsenal have just had a really big opportunity. Erdegaard into the penalty area. Havertz has brought it down on his chest. Bayindir is pretty much on top of him, about 6 yards out, and he just can't quite nudge it in. Havertz, he's ended up sending it over the top of the crossbar. So it's still Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. Andy Reid.
Yeah, I think it's a poor miss. He's taken the ball down. He's kind of 4 or 5 yards out. He tries to just flick it into the net and flicks it over the bar. It's a really, really poor miss from Havertz.
He's had a couple of big chances in this game. Still Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
Well, the flag was raised here, but Odotehu wasn't going to miss this opportunity, because seconds after the referee whistle had been blown, Idris Odotehu still went on and still planted the ball past a stationary Dubravka, just to say that he did find the back of the net at St James's Park.
And rather delightfully and happily, he never got a yellow card for it. Many would. Well done, referee.
A goal at Southampton, Paul Scott.
It is Southampton 1, Swansea 0, 20 minutes on the clock, and a Southampton goal coming from a Route 1 ball over the top. Aaron Ramsdale with the strike over the halfway line. It bounced once on the edge of the area. Kamaldeen Sulemana with a delightful lob over the on-rushing goalkeeper. Southampton 1, Swansea 0.
Penalty at Aberdeen, Kenny Crawford.
In the 93rd minute, and George Grant, former Peterborough midfielder, has a chance to give Hearts a late victory. Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0. George Grant standing in the spot. It was a foul by the Norwegian Nielsen on Kenneth Vargas just inside the box, and this is a massive moment for Hearts. Can they make it 3 wins out of 3? There's only a minute left once this penalty's taken. George Grant about to hit it. The referee just trying to get all the Aberdeen players outside the box. Stephen McLean having a job of doing that. Now George Grant will step up and hit the penalty for Hearts up against Ross Doon, and it's saved! It's saved by Ross Doon off the post, and it stays Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0.
We have less than 2 minutes remaining of added on time, where Newcastle United still lead Bromley by 3-1. How long do you have left at Selhurst Park, George Cummins?
We've got 90 seconds left, Ian. It's Palace 1, Stockport 0. Dave Chandler, the Stockport manager, is urging his Stockport players forward. They want one more chance to equalise. Palace are trying to kill the game off. Unas has just been booked for time wasting. Stockport have got a throw now. What would they do for their old managers? Remember his throws, their long throws to go into the box, but it's going to come in. Is it going to come in? Here we go. It's coming in. Long one into the box. And it's headed away by the Palace defender. Palace 1, Stockport 0. We've got 1 minute to go.
I do indeed remember those throws. Newcastle United here in 98 played Tranmere. From memory, it was, I think, a 5th round tie, and Dave Challoner from the halfway line was launching the ball in towards the penalty area in front of the Gallagate end, away towards our right.
I was there the first day he ever showed off that throw.
At Tranmere?
At Tranmere, yeah. We were actually playing in a bounce game. and he got the ball at his own 18-yard line and he threw it, and none of us knew they had this monster throw, and the whole game just stopped and laughed.
Well, we got inside the last 60 seconds, and Bromley trailing by 3-1, coming forward. Can they maybe get another scoreline to make it a little bit more respectable? But I'm sure that for Andy Woodman, he'll get a lot of encouragement from the way that they've acquitted themselves. They haven't been disgraced. They haven't been embarrassed.
And you know what? They look fit. They look strong at the end of the game. Yeah, there's a wee bit of tiredness, but you'd expect that. They've had to chase the ball quite a lot. But the organisation structure stayed really, really good, really, really tight for the vast majority of the game. We have a number of real standout players. I don't think you can look far past Show Me. I think he's been absolutely superb in this game. A great leader and really strong and not made any mistakes. He can be proud, as can the team.
And there indeed is the final whistle, and Newcastle United are through to round 4 as the two managers shake hands and there's a warm embrace. And it was Bromley who took the lead after 8 minutes. A good goal by Congreve. 8 minutes later, a Miley rising drive brought Newcastle level. And then early in the second half, after Thompson had fouled target, Gordon converted the penalty. And then Asula on 61 minutes got his first goal for the club. Pat Nevin, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, deserved and almost certain after the equaliser. It was only going to be a matter of time. But, you know, certainly Bromley kept it interesting for a long period of time. A team that looks as if they've improved a long way in the last number of years. And you know what? It could keep on going. It's a well-run club and it's a manager who knows what he's doing. However, Eddie Howe through to another round of another cup competition, and with a bunch of players back, none of them let them down. Things are looking good for the Magpies.
Certainly are. They extend their winning run to 8 games, and I'm sure the Bromley players now will go over and acknowledge their travelling support. But it's finished here at St James's Park. Newcastle United 3, Bromley 1.
They have a big banana skin to overcome in the FA Cup today. Bromley in the third round for the very first time in their history, and their manager's a former Newcastle goalkeeping coach. Do we have all the ingredients for an FA Cup shock, or will this be Newcastle's first step to winning a trophy for the first time in 70 years?
You have to go back to 1955. 1955, Dan. I wasn't born. For the last time we won a domestic trophy.
The cup belongs to Liverpool in 1974. 2 from Kevin Keegan, 1 from Steve Highway. Newcastle United were simply second best.
I remember playing 98 FA Cup final. They come down in droves, desperate for a trophy.
Parler, and now Anelka off. Oh no, Frank stays down. It's Anelka. It's a goal! 2-0. Just when Newcastle looked to be getting their way back into the game.
When you keep going back to, Kevin Keegan's entertainers, weren't they great? We nearly won the league. It was brilliant. It's so long ago now, some people don't even know what you're talking about.
I'll tell you, honestly, I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
We kept plugging away, and we always knew Newcastle would slip up, and luckily enough they did.
All my life, just marvelling every time we walk towards that ground. It's like, God, I love this place. Even when we're playing badly, I love that place.
It's more Wembley heartbreak for Newcastle, who have now lost 9 games in a row at this stadium.
Big question, top 4 or a trophy? What's more important for Newcastle?
I think certainly it'd be trophy.
Into the edge of the box, flicked on dangerously. Isak! 1-0.
Standards have been raised greatly, haven't they? They're unrecognisable from pre-Eddie Howe.
The desire is there from us all. I think we don't prioritise any competition ahead of any other. We want to try and win the next game in front of us.
There's a goal fest waiting for us up at the Toon, I'm sure. It is the best domestic cup competition in the world, bar none.
FA Cup third round day, also a big day in the calendar, and here at Newcastle it's no exception. Sold out signs up here even for the arrival of League Two Bromley. I'm Mark Wilson alongside the former Liverpool, Everton and England women's striker Tash Dowie. Tash, good afternoon, welcome along. Oh, it's an exciting day. I guess we're wondering if we're going to get a big cup upset, but it's interesting either way.
That absolutely is, yeah. The FA Cup, it's a special cup, isn't it? It's a cup that I have very fond memories of as well, and yeah, I think as a neutral I'd love to see a little upset here today. And you know, both teams have put out strong teams. Newcastle a bit of a mixture with some experience, but also players that have had limited game time. but Bromley have gone strong. I like the positivity. They could easily have come here and maybe got a bit more defence minded, but they look like they're looking to really go for it, and they've been in good form of late, so we'll see. It should be a great game.
Yeah, it should be indeed. I mentioned in the build-up that yesterday pretty much went as you would expect, I guess, with the exception of Brentford, who were the only shock losers yesterday. But we must mention over on Talk Sport right now, they have gone to extra time down at Tamworth against Tottenham 0-0 after 90 minutes, so David's having his bite back today, isn't he?
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely. That's what you want to see. These are moments for these players, and for these Bromley players, this is their cup final, their Champions League final, their World Cup final, and it's not going to be easy again for Newcastle today.
It's not indeed. Right, it's time then to look ahead to today's match with Carling.
Emirates FA Cup Roundup on TalkSport 2 with Carling. Brilliantly refreshing from the first sip to the last. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Yeah, busy day in prospect across the TalkSport network. Let's start with the action here. The team news then. Eddie Howe makes 9 changes from that League Cup win at Arsenal in midweek. Only Dubravka and Joe Linton retain their places, but it's still a very healthy looking lineup. Likes of Trippier, Shah, Barnes and Almiron all start. So Dubravka is in goal. It's a back four of Trippier, Shah, Kelly and Target, Miley, Longstaff and Joe Linton across the middle, Almiron, Asula and Barnes in attack. On the bench, Vlachodimos, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno Guimaraes is back, and Trevan Sanusi stands by for a Newcastle debut. For Bromley, well, they're forced into at least one change because we know that they have a suspension. Grant is out suspended, Dennis drops to the bench, El Arewe and Congreve come into the starting lineup. So there you go, with Grant Smith in goal. It'll be a back three of El Arewe, Sawunni and Reynolds. Across the middle, Imre Arthurs, Thompson and Odoteo. Congreve we expect to line up just behind top scorer Michael Cheek, and Corey Whiteley starts up top. On the bench, Long, Charles, Carl Jenkinson, Pasley, Lee, Dennis, Webster, Amanchi and Olamola. Tash will start off with Newcastle. We're expecting maybe to see a change in goal, but Dubravka retains his place, and look, it's probably a sign of where Newcastle are. With the exception of Asula, who's still quite inexperienced, that is a very strong lineup.
Yeah, absolutely is. I think Dubravka, there's been talks of whether he's going to go or not, but he's been in fine form of late. I think it's 4 clean sheets in his last 6. So top keeper there. Good to see Trippier back in. I think he's someone that needs to try and find his form again. So much experience, and you know what he'll bring there. And yeah, when you look through the team, I'm excited to see the likes of Miley get a game. Coming through the academy. Someone that was huge and very important for Newcastle last season, and had a few injury problems this season. And then Ozala as well, as a number 9 myself, I always look to the front line, and that's a front line that has lots of energy. Harvey Barnes has been in great form, just a bit unlucky obviously with Gordon being in such good form. Almiron as well, he's going to work hard, he's going to run all day for you. He has been linked away to the MLS, but again, I see lots of goals, lots of opportunities for these players to maybe stake a claim and push themselves back into this Newcastle starting 11.
And on the other side of it, I guess we should spare a thought for Kamal Grant, sent off at Crewe last week, misses out maybe on one of the biggest days of his career here.
Yeah, brilliant player as well. I watched him against Gillingham when they won 3-0, and he was probably one of the standout players on loan. I think it's from Millwall, but long throw, real threat, up and down all day long. So yeah, gutted for him, but Reynolds will come in with a lot of experience within there. And I like the lineup, I like how it looks. Cheek is the one to watch, obviously. He's been in flying form, scoring goals for fun. Yeah, cracking game. I'm really looking forward to this one.
And in terms of Newcastle, mentioned in the build-up, nearly 70 years now since they last won a domestic major trophy. They're 90 minutes away. They've got a good position in that League Cup semi-final, but they want to get further in this competition, but they come into it now in wonderful form.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they're absolutely flying, aren't they? Yeah, have won their last 7 games. Yeah, absolutely flying. Not conceding goals either. I think only 2 goals conceded in their last 7. So everything's clicking for them at the moment, and long may it continue. It's a club with a huge history, but these fans now, they expect more, and the form that they've been showing of late, I think potentially this year could be the year that Newcastle gets some silverware.
Yeah, we heard from Ray Parlour there in the build-up, and he said the priority is getting a trophy. That is the next step now for Eddie Howe, isn't it?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think when you look at the league and the teams that are ahead of them at the moment, to go and win the Premier is a big ask right now, but silverware in these cup competitions is absolutely there, and then it's to build on that, and then obviously they want to be winning the Premier League again one day, but yeah, silverware for sure would be one this season that I think Newcastle would expect.
And just a word for Bromley, Andy Woodman, former goalkeeping coach here, he's told all and sundry apparently before the draw they would be coming to Newcastle. They are coming here, he's coming back to his old club. It'll be a special day for him, but look, yeah, they lost at Crewe last week, first loss in 11. They're back in the they're in the Football League for the first time, and they're more than making a fist of it.
They really are. I love the story behind it. Obviously having worked here as a goalkeeping coach and been at Arsenal, he's someone that's been involved in big clubs. He knows what it takes. These players as well, we talk about it, to have got promoted, to been in playoff games, in cup finals, at Wembley, those pressurised games, they're used to this now. So for them, this isn't, an occasion where they're going to be overawed at all. And he's been talking about there's always an upset in the FA Cup, and he's hoping it's going to be his team, and I wouldn't put it past them, the form that they're in.
Well, he said, I think after the results yesterday, it was a bit of a wake-up call. You realise the size of your task you're up against, but it'll be, I'm sure downstairs they'll have had the Tamworth game on the TV or on the radio. They'll have been listening along and thinking, hang on, if they can do it, we can do it.
Yep, absolutely. Look, it's player for player right now, and I think for me, yes, there's a big scope in the leagues, but then on your day, these cup final games, anything can happen. It really can. And it's just really mentally, physically, can they keep switched on? Most importantly, can they stay in the game? They have to have a good start, build on that, and then the longer the game goes on, the longer they're in the game, a set piece, a moment, those kind of special things can happen.
You've played at the elite level. You'll have played in games you're expected to win. What will Eddie Howe, what would the manager be saying at this point?
Yeah, it's probably harder for Newcastle, to be honest, because without meaning to, you probably do go in with a slight relaxation, without meaning to. So they have to be switched on, and I think if anything, it will be dictated by the first probably 5-10 minutes. Have a good start, but they'll also be realising the momentum that they're carrying, the form that they're in. Can they continue that? And for a lot of these players as well, they want to be breaking into this team, but it's going to be so hard because of the good form that they're in. So it's not an easy task, but it's an FA Cup game. It's at home in front of a big crowd. It should be a great game.
Yeah, it should be indeed. No Alexander Isak today. He's got a hamstring problem. It's interesting. Eddie Howe said if he hadn't have had the problem, they would have had him involved at some point today. But for Asula, young striker, yet really to make his mark, feeding on scraps game time wise, but this is a big opportunity for him.
Oh, it's huge, yeah, absolutely, with obviously the injuries to Wilson, and then obviously Isaac being rested today with a slight tweak to his hamstring. He's just absolutely flying at the moment. This is an opportunity, and opportunities don't come around often in teams that are doing well in the Premier League, so he has to take it, and with that comes pressure. As a centre forward, you need to be scoring goals, and against a team like Bromley, you expect to be scoring goals today, so that's on him today to kind of really set a mark and show everyone what it's about and why they brought him in.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's played opposite Sheffield United, alone at Derby, and he's only played 5 times in the FA Cup. He scored 6 goals, so we'll be quite buoyant by that little record, and he'll be hoping to keep that going today.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what, as players, you don't realise how much those records actually do stick in your head. The teams that you play well against, the cups that you do well in, he'll be fully aware of that, I'm sure.
Yeah, he will indeed. Right, that was a look ahead to today's game, all thanks to Carling.
Emirates FA Cup Roundup on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Here we are, round about 19 minutes away from kick-off here up at St James's Park. Mark Wilson with Tash Dowie here at St James's Park ahead of Newcastle against Bromley. Let's get a quick weather report then, all TalkSport 2, all thanks to QuickFit.
Game day weather report on TalkSport 2 with QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
Well, we're here at St James's Park. It's around about 3 degrees. It's a clear day, blue skies overhead. Perfect footballing weather up here in the northeast. Meanwhile, over on TalkSport, shortly Manchester United travel to the Emirates to take on Arsenal. And the weather in North London is also a couple of degrees above freezing with cloudy skies. And later on today, around about 2 hours' time, Southampton manager Ivan Juric will take charge of his first FA Cup match. They take on Swansea at St Mary's, where it reached the lofty heights of 6 degrees. That was today's weather report, brought to you with QuickFit. From tyres to servicing, MOTs, brakes and more. Visit your local centre or quickfit.com to get your car safe and match fit. Selected centres apply.
Game day weather report on TalkSport 2 with QuickFit. Drive away happy every time.
We've got all the action. We'll continue the build-up as well. We'll get an inside view from the Bromley camp, all to come ahead of kick-off, and we'll get all the latest odds as well ahead of another huge day in the FA Cup. You are listening to the FA Cup on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. Build-up continues next to Newcastle and Bromley on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the EFL. The Emirates FA Cup, live on TalkSport 2 with Carling.
Oh, yes!
Get your mates together and enjoy the match with Carling, the beer of football. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Mickey could try to sell his car privately. Or get it sold today with We Buy Any Car. He could spend days on end trying to sell to a bunch of time wasters. Or sell in a flash and head to the fun fair with the kids. Proper gutted. Or proper impressed. To get a quote in 30 seconds, enter your reg number now at WeBuyAnyCar.com.
You don't need an office, you need an office. You don't need a shop, you need a shop. You don't need contractors, you need contractors. What your business doesn't need 1 month, it might need the next. That's why with O2 Business you get automatic data rollover. And with our January sale multi-save offer, get 2 or more handsets and save, giving you more business can do. Search O2 Business.
New or upgrading customers only on selected tariffs. 1 month rollover, terms apply.
Fancy an extra £10 this January? With Lidl Plus Super Spin, your saving powers will be almost unstoppable. With a 1 in 10 chance to win an epic £10 coupon. Download Lidl Plus and get a little bit more. Ends 15th to 1st 25. 7 days to enter after purchasing min 1 item. Infant formula and gift cards excluded. 18 plus GB only. T's and C's apply. Lidl.co.uk/bin.
Looking for a reason to plan your next trip? Well, Premier Inn has over 1 million rooms at £45 a night. So that's 1 million reasons to tick wild winter swimming off the bucket list. 1 million reasons to book in for a family visit to the theatre. And 1 million reasons to bond with your team away from the office. Do your thing. Get better sleep for your money. With over 1 million rooms for £45 a night. Book now at premierinn.com. Selected locations. Exclusions and T's and C's apply.
Where can you get the latest breaking sports news delivered with the laser-like accuracy of Michael Van Gerwen? And hear passionate opinions debated with the confident dexterity of Virgil van Dijk.
The Liverpool fans celebrate.
Answer on the radio show that's got the nation's sports fans buzzing like a Van de Graaff generator. Early breakfast with Shabana Hearn. Weekday mornings from 5 on Talk Sport with Adrian Flux Van Insurance. Insurance for the individual. Search Adrian Flux Van Insurance to find out more.
Hi, Jeff Stelling here. Strap yourself in for a massive Monday night of live FA Cup football on TalkSport 2.
An absolute corker.
Millwall take on Dagenham and Redbridge. Blistering build-up starts at 7 with live full match commentary from 7:30.
What a comeback!
Brace yourself for big ticket Monday night FA Cup football live on TalkSport 2.
The unstoppable force of live football.
FA Cup Game Day live on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, Game Day live from the northeast, St James's Park, Newcastle ahead of Newcastle against Bromley. Over on TalkSport right now, there has been a breakthrough at the Lamb Ground. Tamworth 0, Spurs 1. We understand it's an own goal that's put Spurs in front in extra time there. Still time for Tamworth to take it maybe all the way to penalties. Right, ahead of our game here at St James's Park, let's get the latest odds from William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
A warm good afternoon to Ben Barrett from William Hill. Good afternoon, Ben. What have we got in terms of this game today?
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Hope you're doing well. Newcastle, heavy favourites. That's probably not a great shock, if we're being completely honest. Newcastle 1-8 the draw. 17-2. Bromley are 18-1 to do something really quite special. Newcastle have won 7 in a row across all competitions, 5 clean sheets in that spell as well. How about Newcastle to win to 0 at 17-20? You've got to go all the way back to the final day of November to find a game where Newcastle scored less than twice, regardless of eventual outcome. That was a 1-1 draw against Crystal Palace. Newcastle to win 4 or more goals in the game is also available at a of odds on. In terms of goal scorers, Harvey Barnes leads the way at 4-7. William Asula is 4-6, and Miggy Almiron might well be the value in the pack here. He's available at 13-8 to find the net at any time.
Okay, good stuff. What about something for the fans of the underdog then? What about any goal scorers for Bromley that we can get involved with?
Yeah, you might have to channel their inner Tamworth for this one. Their 4-1 defeat against Crewe at the weekend was their first loss since December the 12th. Make no bones about it, Bromley are in good nick. I'm a big fan of their goalkeeper, Grant Smith, from his time at the club that I support, Yeovil Town. Wonderful, wonderful keeper. He's going to have a good day, though, today. Michael Cheek up front. He will give Fabian Scher an almighty nightmare, the big centre forward. He knows his way around the dark arts. 15-4 that he bags at any time. And here's one for you completely out of left field. Keep an eye out for their big defender, Omar Sawumni. He got 3-3 just before Christmas. 18-1 to find the net at any time. Set pieces might be Bromley's way into this tie. Maybe, just maybe, we might get some FA Cup magic.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ben. Thank you. Those were the latest odds with William Hill's top price guarantee based against UK bookmakers listed on Odds Checker on bets placed on the Premier League teams in the FA Cup outright market. Online only, exclusive boost. Terms and conditions apply. 18+. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18+. GambleAware.org.
A lot of people waffle in football. They all talk and don't deliver, and the chairman's delivered off the pitch, and we've been able to help him out by being successful on the pitch. So it's kind of been a good team, and things are going well on the pitch. Obviously helps when things are going well off the pitch as well.
Listen, in business and in work, you need a little bit of luck. But the luck normally comes when you've applied yourself with some hard work and perhaps some sensible judgment. So perhaps we've had the luck and we've executed the strategic plan. And there's a lot of people that have made a difference on that, and fundamentally the manager.
We try to keep everything as normal as possible for a league game, as it were, albeit slightly different. But yeah, we just kind of got to go about our business and try to keep it as normal as possible, even though it's not. And trying to just, like I keep saying, we've got to make sure we give a good account of ourselves and a good account of Bromley Football Club.
Yeah, the voices there of Byron Webster, Robin Stenton-Gleaves, the chairman, and Andy Woodman, the manager, have all been on TalkSport this week in the build-up to this big game. Pleased to say, joining us now, Matt Hall, Bromley's head of football operations, someone who's been a big part of the journey, done pretty much all the jobs it says on the tin, Matt. You must be proud as punch to be here today with Bromley.
Yeah, it's an absolutely incredible feeling to be walking out here, and just that little walk out the tunnel we did a minute ago was very, very surreal. I've been here since 2011, and back then we were playing in front of 200 people and a couple of dogs, I think, and now we're averaging sort of nearly 4,000 a week at home games. We're in the Football League, and we've got our first ever trip to a Premier League club in the FA Cup third round for the first time ever. So yeah, it's hugely exciting, and like you say, a real full circle moment for myself.
Yeah, there's more than 200 high up in the stands away over there from Bromley. They've made the trip up. Look, it's a dream time, certainly for Andy Woodman. He was telling all and sundry you'd be coming here. You are coming here. What do we expect from Bromley today?
Yeah, Woody kind of manifested that one, didn't he, when we got through the second round. I think you can expect a side who are going to play for each other. They'll give it all they've got. They'll wear their heart on their sleeve as well. And they'll be a side that doesn't give up no matter what the scoreline is. We're not coming here to lose this game. We're not coming here to make up the numbers. We're going to give it our best shot, and that's what you'll see today. And fingers crossed, we're able to see the best of some of these players, because they have been exceptional this year in our first ever season in the Football League.
How much will the value of being in that playoff final last year benefit the players coming here today?
It's a great experience, isn't it, to play at Wembley, and the crowd was big that day. I think we're looking about double that crowd today even, but you've got the likes of Carl Jenkinson, who's played in the Premier League and played for England, and can kind of impart that wisdom on how to deal with the pressure of playing in front of a crowd like this. And you've got players at the opposite end of the spectrum that have only just broke through from the first team from the academy. So we've got a really good mix of youth and more experienced players here, and those experienced players will be key in getting us through today.
How happy are the club with where you're at in League Two? Because you've made a really good start to life as a Football League club.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I mean, we started off well, and then we had a difficult few weeks of kind of a learning curve is what we call it. The level is different. I think people underestimate the difference between League Two and the National League, which is still a very good standard of football. But we're happy with where we're at now. The manager will say no, he's not. He wants to get promoted again. But look, in terms of myself, from a purely personal point of view, I never thought I'd see Bromley here. I never thought thought I'd see Bromley in the FL or at Wembley 3 times in the last 7 years. So, a club that's really on the up, and it's only going one way.
We've just seen Tamworth. Apologies for the noise in it. It's incredible. Is it like this at your place?
Well, that's my job at Bromley, so I might start whacking the volume up a bit at home games, get some atmosphere.
It is ridiculously loud. We've just seen Tamworth take Spurs to extra time. You're going to miss out on any potential replay, but have you hit the jackpot by coming here? Sold out 52,000 here today.
Well, that's one of the other reasons you want to come to Newcastle United. No matter who they're playing, they'll sell the stadium out, and the atmosphere will be electric as well. It's a great opportunity for our supporters. 3,000 of them roughly here today, I think. So, it's great to be able to play it here. I think it's better for us than playing it at home. It would be a very restricted gate at Hayes Lane, as much as we love playing there. And it's a new experience for everyone at the football club. So many positives. Let's hope we get some on the pitch today.
And the funds, will that allow Andy maybe to bring some more players in the window?
Well, the chairman's been really supportive. We've made a couple of signings already, and no doubt there'll be further movement. But I think the key to this is any money that is raised from this is going to be a legacy for the football club, and will go to contribute towards something long term. So watch this space. The chairman has got some great ideas.
Good stuff. And Michael Cheek's been scoring plenty of goals.
Well, people said when we got promoted, they said first time in the Football League ever at the age of 33. Can he do it? Not sure. Well, I think he's proved them all wrong. Joint top scorer in League 2. I think he's got 14 in all competitions this year, which is just exceptional. And the guy is one of the most humble, down-to-earth, low-maintenance people you could wish to meet. So I'm so pleased for him. He really deserves this. And what a goal would mean to him today would be off the scale.
I guess what you hope for and what you expect are two different things. What are you expecting today?
I'm expecting us to give it a good go, and I'm expecting us to try and push Newcastle as far as we can. If we can keep the score down for as long as possible, we'll gain a bit of confidence, but let's see. It's a bit of an unknown for us, and even for myself after all these years. So really pleased for the supporters who've been here through thick and thin. Some of them 50, 60, 70 years. There was one guy who'd seen Bromley go through a season and win a game once. So for people like him, this is really special, and I'm so pleased for them.
It is. Look, we'll let you go take your seat and enjoy the day if you can as well. Congratulations, and who knows, we might be speaking after.
Let's hope so. Thank you both.
Brilliant. Cheers. Matt Hall there, Bromley's head of football operations over at Bromley. Kulusevski scored a second. Spurs are going to get through to the fourth round, it seems, of the FA Cup. Don't forget, Arsenal against Manchester United will follow over on TalkSport at 3 o'clock as well. And Tash, you could sense the excitement in Matt there. He's proud. So he should be proud. These guys have been through it, haven't they? In the non-league, they've had now this rise, and to be fair, it doesn't look like the success is stopping anytime soon.
Oh, do you know what? It just puts a smile on my face, and sometimes you can actually forget these stories. You get caught up in, watching the Premier League, and with myself with Liverpool, and you see someone like him and you talk about the supporters that have been involved for 60 years, and it just takes you back to why you get involved in the game in the first place. When you're a kid, the pure love of the game. Yeah, so I'm really happy for him, and I'm really hoping whatever the outcome, it's a day that they never forget.
I've been here in Newcastle quite a lot with TalkSport in the recent months. It's never been as loud as this. The crowd is sold out. There are flags all around us here. The Bromley fans high up, away to our left. They'll be looking down from the gods, hoping that their team can cause one of the biggest upsets in FA Cup history. It would be a massive upset. Newcastle are flying at the minute.
Yeah, they are. I think I'm going to lose my voice by the end of this just to try and hear myself. No, but yeah, they are. And do you know what? Maybe the atmosphere is because of the form that they're in. It's a good feel vibe at the moment. It's always a good atmosphere here. But right now, this Newcastle team seem unstoppable.
They do indeed. You are listening to the FA Cup on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus. Please drink responsibly. Riding the two teams out onto the field here. You can see the FA Cup ball on the plinth down below us. We're about 5 rows back here, just behind the Newcastle dugout, in which Eddie Howe will look on, hoping that his side can keep this great run of form going here. For Bromley, it's a step into the unknown, their first time in the FA Cup third round, as the officials come out here, and out come the two teams. Michael Cheek, all in gold, leads out the Bromley team. He looks up and applauds the fans high up away to his left. A Wembley winner, scored 2 at Wembley in that playoff win over Solihull Moors. And you talk about a game changing the history and the future of a football club. That win on penalties at Wembley And look where they are now, mid-table in League Two and playing in the FA Cup third round for the first time in their history. Newcastle are star-studded despite making 9 changes. Dubravka is in goal, Trippier, Schur, Kelly and Targett the back four, Lewis Miley, Sean Langstaff and Joel Linton in the middle, Miguel Almiron and Harvey Barnes either side of Willis Sula, who leads the line. For Bromley, Grant Smith in goal. It's a back three of Ella Rawi, Sir Woodney and Reynolds, Imre, Arthurs, Thompson and Rodoteo across the middle. Cameron Congreve comes in and he'll play just behind Michael Cheek and Corey Whiteley, who lead the line here. Incredible noise up in the northeast. Tamworth were plucky but couldn't quite get their way past Spurs. 2-0 down in extra time over on TalkSport right now. We'll keep you up to date with all the other games and all the other goals. There's still more live football to come across the TalkSport network from the FA Cup. But as it stands, Tamworth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 2 is the latest score. Also getting underway at 3 o'clock. It's Arsenal against Manchester United, Crystal Palace against Stockport, Ipswich against Bristol Rovers, and later on this afternoon Southampton take on Swansea. I can tell you, Hull City, they've been dumped out of the FA Cup by Doncaster Rovers. That'll be a sweet moment for Grant McCann, former Hull manager. They've dumped them out on penalties by 5 penalties to 4 after they do 1-1 in extra time. Tashawi, if you can hear me, what are you expecting this afternoon here at St James's Park?
Pure entertainment, what the FA Cup's all about. You know, the underdog here, massive underdogs, Bromley, but I expect pure passion from both teams. I expect good quality. I expect big tackles, everything the FA Cup is about, to be honest, and the atmosphere already, I think, is saying what a great game it's going to be. Hopefully the game lives up to the kind of atmosphere that these crowds are already creating.
Well, there might have been an early psychological blow struck by Bromley because they've turned Newcastle around. They like to attack the Gallagher end in the second half. They'll be attacking it in the first half here. Both teams in a huddle. What do you think will be being said in that Bromley huddle right now?
Stay in the game, you know, don't let the occasion get to you. You know, they've got players that can hurt this Newcastle team. You know, Cheek's a goal scorer. Imre, obviously on loan from Crystal Palace. He's definitely got ability in him. You know, there's the likes of your Reynolds, your Odeteu, who's got loads of assists this season. I think it's Thompson in midfield has been absolutely influential for them. So there are players in this team that can hurt this Newcastle team. So stay in the game. First 5-10 minutes are key. Then build your confidence, and then start really putting your stamp and your authority on this Newcastle team.
Well, we can finally hear ourselves sing up here at St James's Park. The two teams all set. Newcastle in the black and white stripes, the black shorts and the black socks, and the all gold of Bromley. Hoping today will be a golden day for them and their football club. First time they've been to this stage, first time in competitive action they've ever played a Premier League club. We're underway here at Newcastle. Are we about to get a huge shock in the FA Cup, or will Newcastle take care of business and progress into the fourth round as they have it here with Trippier? We'll just get an early touch. Fabian Schur gets it across over on the far side and it's moved along the back. Lloyd Kelly works it out wide, and Newcastle just keen here early on to get an early touch of the ball and an early feel for it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think you can see straight away by the setup of the Bromley team, they've got that back five, the 5-4-1, so defensively quite defence-minded, probably going to look to hit them on the counter-attack. Going to be a big ask for Cheek to be able to hold the ball up. It's going to be a tough afternoon for him, so that's going to be key that they get support up early to him. But yeah, straight away you can kind of see the way the game, you would dictate Newcastle to dominate possession and Bromley to be soaking up the pressure.
Yeah, you would indeed. Ball is with the goalkeeper Grant Smith, all in orange as he kicks the ball downfield. It is headed on, and here now is a chance to get it down for Whiteley on the edge of the box. Ball fed back to Dubravka, has a touch on his 6-yard line and feeds it away to Trippier. I think they've shown there, Bromley, they are going to get it forward as quickly as they can, and there's nothing wrong with that. Make Newcastle have to work hard in their own half, but now they're playing their way up towards halfway. Over on the far side is Targett. He has it, just rolls it down the line for Joe Linton, one of two to retain their places from the win at Arsenal. Here come Newcastle, already playing some eye-catching football. Trippier's got Almiron outside him, goes into the edge of the area. Shot comes in, it's blocked, and Bromley will bring the ball away with Reynolds, who was calm under pressure, edge of his own penalty area, and he feeds it forward, and it's over halfway, and they're giving chase over on that far side. But Congreve just outpaced, and the ball back with Newcastle. I think we've seen signs early that Newcastle are going to get it down. They're going to zip it about here, and they're going to make Bromley work hard. Over on the left is Joe Linton. Joe Linton has it, lays it back to the corner of the penalty area. Could be an opportunity here. Longstaff 25 yards out, moves it to Almiron. Almiron works it to Trippier on this right. He looks up. Asula waits edge of the penalty area. They just choose to go back in field, and Newcastle being patient here. They're going to look to try and move this Bromley defence all around where they can. Trippier now looks to switch play out wide over on the far side. Target's chest control is immaculate, and he now works the ball in towards the area, and the keeper comes out and collects it, and Grant Smith comes out and holds on. And I think Bromley are going to have to accept here, Tess, that there are going to be large parts of this game where they're not going to see much of the ball.
Yeah, absolutely. More than large parts, probably the majority of the game, but I think they've mentally prepared for that. And actually sometimes these kind of games, physically it's not that hard, it's just mentally you have to be able to stay in the game. And moments like this, that's brilliant play by Cheek, be able to cushion it down. This is where they then have to keep the ball and make the most from it.
Well, there's an opportunity on the right here for Bromley. They've got to the byline. Can they pull the ball back? Well, they thought they'd won a corner. The Bromley fans were furious. I hope you heard them there all right. But Danny Imre had the last touch, and it goes out for a goal kick, and you could sense that Bromley and their fans are hoping for a set piece, as you said, that might be their way into this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the flip side for Newcastle, it's the patient side of things. Playing against a team like this with that kind of back five, everyone dropping into their half, it's really tough. There's not a lot of space, so they have to move the ball quickly, they have to switch the play, trying to move these lines, open up spaces in between the lines, and patience is going to be the key for Newcastle today. It's going to be fascinating, two very different contrasting styles of play.
Ball forward for Asula, gets a header on it. Can he get on the end of his own header? He can. He's outside the penalty area, right hand side, but he's done really well. That was good play from the young centre forward. A ripple of applause around St James's Park. Miley has it, 25 yards out, skips across the edge of the penalty area, feeds it to Target, who feeds it now wide to Harvey Barnes on that left hand side. Uses Target on the overlap, and the ball into the area. Bromley just switched off there. There was no runner with Target, and maybe he should have done better with a cross.
Absolutely, and I think that's key. Yeah, they're creating those 2v1s in the wide areas, and then when they get into those areas, if they are going to deliver balls into the box, it has to be better than that, because Bromley have the numbers. You have to beat the first man, you have to get bodies into the box. So again, in my opinion, I think Newcastle needs to be more patient, maybe look to play more central, and then try and get shots from distance, create little 1v1s in and around the area. There's too many bodies really to just be whipping balls into the box. The centre halves for Bromley are big boys as well.
Yeah, good challenge goes in there from Elarawi. One of the two changes that Andy Woodman has made. He's on the edge of his technical area. He's got his baseball cap on, his big puffer jacket. Eddie Howe stands hands in pockets, looking away to the Gallagher end where Barnes is attacking. It's all Newcastle as you'd expect here, Premier League against League Two. Here's Trippier, comes across and gets the ball back over on the far side to Target. And he now will look to work it. Here now is Barnes driving into the penalty area. Big danger here. Goes for goal himself. Maybe a little bit selfishly there. And he pulled his shot wide. He was trying to catch out Grant Smith at the near post, but he missed the target. And Barnes, I think if he had that time again, would certainly look to play it into the penalty area.
Yeah, and they're getting plenty of joy down that left-hand side. And I think that's a little bit of a case of when you look at Imre, he's normally a winger. He's someone that wants to get forward. He's an attack-minded player. He probably doesn't want to be playing in that kind of wing-back role that he's been asked to do today, and he's been caught out a couple of times there, and to be honest, Harvey Barnes in 2 occasions probably should have done better there. So warning signs, opportunities there for Newcastle, warning signs for Bromley.
Yeah, still 0-0, early stages here, approaching 6 on the clock. Newcastle have it with Trippier in their own half. Andy Woodman just trying to instruct his team from the away dugout. So often he'll have been in that home dugout as goalkeeping coach here. It'll be a special day for him as well. Andy Woodman coming back to his old stomping ground, and he'll be proud of his team and what they've achieved over the last year or so, but this is a different test altogether.
Yeah, it is. It really is. He knows them more than anyone, though, and they'll be coming into this game fully equipped. And to be fair, they've started the game well. You can see what their game plan is, you can see what they're trying to do. there's definitely a philosophy there. The players have bought into that as well. You know, and like I said, these first 5-10 minutes are key. You know, they haven't allowed Newcastle to create too much, and I think that's really positive. And then the more the game goes on, they'll start believing in themselves a bit more.
Well, it's 0-0 here. Over on TalkSport, it's 3-0 now to Spurs. They had to go to extra time. It was 0-0 after 90 minutes, but they got goals. A Shikuna on goal, then Kulusevski and Brennan Johnson with goals in the second part of extra time. As again, Cheek's done well and does well, forces Trippier to make a challenge there on Whiteley and wins a throw in down below us away to our left hand side. So Spurs, I won't say scraped through, but they needed extra time to beat Tamworth, and real gutsy performance from the part-time non-league outfit there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it would be fitness in the end, and that's obviously understandable. And I think that's where probably when you look at this Bromley team, if they're going to get a result, they want to try and get it in the 90 minutes.
They do indeed. Crystal Palace have got an early goal. Navarici Eze with the early goal. They lead Stockport by 1-0. Here now is Whiteley, does well. Ball will break here. Chance on the edge of the area. Shot comes in and it's in! It's a goal for Cameron Congreve! And Bromley lead at St James's Park from the edge of the area. It's a curling shot past Dubravka, and Andy Woodman on the sideline celebrates. 3,000 Bromley fans celebrate. It's Newcastle 0, Bromley 1.
Brilliant, absolute, what a finish, by the way. You know, and that's exactly what they've been doing. They've been going direct into the big number 9, and that's exactly what they've done. They've challenged, they've won the first flick. It's brilliant hold-up play there as well to create the challenge. They're on to the second balls, and then he finds himself in space. And I tell you what a finish that is, by the way. Gets it out onto his left foot, and then he just shapes it. No power, just pure precision. Nothing Dubravka can do there. Lovely shape shot into the corner. He's come back into the team today. Only, 20 years old, the Welsh forward. I think that's his second goal this season. You know, and what a moment for him, and what a start. You could almost say, is it too early? But they'll take it, absolutely, and they'll grow on this.
That is an exquisite finish, a cultured left foot finish from inside the D. And those Bromley fans are making themselves heard here. Well, we mentioned that Goliath very much had the better of the FA Cup day yesterday, but with Tamworth taking Spurs to extra time and now Bromley leading here at Newcastle, maybe the magic of the FA Cup is still alive and kicking. What a start, and what a start for the neutral here, because now Newcastle, who will have lots of the ball, but they have been warned here, and there may be an instant response. Target down the left-hand side, feeds it back Joe Linton, nice turn, feeds it away to Miley. Is he going to shoot? No, looks to give it to Longstaff, whose touch wasn't the best, but did retain possession. And across is Harvey Barnes all the way to the right-hand side. Well, a penny for Eddie Howe's thoughts here. He's right on the edge of his technical area. Well, they're going to see a lot of the ball, but crucially now, Bromley, should they wish, have got something to really hang on to.
And they have, and I think the big shock as well is how defensively strong Newcastle have been. They've only conceded 2 goals, I think, within their last 8 or 9 games. So to concede so early on is something that they're not used to, and the fans aren't used to seeing that. So credit to Bromley.
Yeah, well, they've got some defending to do now. They'll want to try and stay firm here for as long as they can. Miley, edge of the area, works his way left-hand side, feeds it to Longstaff, gets it to Almiron. A lot of passing at the moment for passing's sake for Newcastle, because it's not been made easy. And Congreve, the goal scorer, has nicked it away. He's nicked Almiron's pass and he's heading off. He's got Cheek in front of him, only Cheek in front of him. He's just going to wave his way in off the touchline. He can't find the pass. And maybe needed to play a touch earlier, but even the 50-50s at the minute, Bromley are winning, and that's a strong challenge on Congreve, and a free kick here for Bromley. Just what they needed there, having to weather a bit of possession task, but they work their way out, and Congreve showing a little bit of quality again, dribbling the ball high up the field.
Well, you can just see his confidence is flying at the moment. The goal has lifted him, you know, and he's taking players on, he's being direct. You know, he could have easily just turned back then and kept possession, but he's wanting to go 1v1, 1v2 sometimes in cases he loses the ball, then he goes back and he wins it back again. And now Bromley have got a great position here. Wide free kick from the right hand side, big players up. I think their centre half, so 1 year has already scored 4 goals for a centre half this season, so he's going to definitely be the target man here.
Yeah, he's right at the back post as well. He's up against Trippier here. If they can get the ball into the back stick here, Sawunmi is a definite player, but they don't. That's a poor delivery. They'll be really disappointed with that. Dubravka comes up. I mean, you just look at the mismatch there. Sawunmi up against Trippier. You put that ball anywhere in the air, there's only one winner.
Absolutely. I think that's why Woodman is throwing his hands in the air with frustration. That was a real opportunity to potentially make it 2-0 and to, kind of get a bit of breathing space between themselves and Newcastle.
1-0 if you just joined us. Newcastle 0, Bromley 1. Cameron Congreve with a goal. It was a peach of a finish as well from 20 yards out. Found the bottom corner of Dubravka's net. Dubravka at full stretch couldn't keep it out. And Newcastle flying high in the Premier League as a ball over the top for Asul is too deep. And now the keeper will come out, Smith, and just chests it down and will pick it up. And everything will just take as long as they can. Every second they can eke out of this game is a second nearer to a huge FA Cup shot.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well, sometimes what people don't realise is this Bromley team, this team's been playing consistently, this 11, maybe with one change that we said before the game. Whereas with Newcastle, yes, they're in great form, but there's been a lot of changes, and sometimes actually that can disturb the team a little bit. Players that maybe haven't had a lot of game time, and you can see that right now. Players potentially partnerships. It doesn't really look like they're understanding each other as well as maybe the Bromley team who play with each other week in, week out, and that team hasn't changed.
Yeah, ball out wide over on the far side for Barnes. Keeps it in. Here now is Miley. Over halfway, Newcastle have it. They trail by a goal to 0. 12.5 gone on TalkSport 2. Plenty more FA Cup to come as well, as Trippier on the right fires in a ball, headed away. On the penalty spot by Bromley. Trippier gets up high, wins the header. Longstaff will retain it. And the ball now out on this near side. Trippier has it. And he will feed it inside here to Miley. And now the ball works out wide on the far side, but again they've nicked it, and now they're driving forward here, and the break is on. Imre's racing forward, Cheek's trying to get into the box, could be a chance on the counter. Imre's still going, he's going to shoot, and he's pulled it just across the face of goal. Cheek was unmarked 6 yards out. Was it the right decision to shoot? He backed himself, but he couldn't find the target. A huge chance for 2-0.
I tell you what a start to this game, and really it's Newcastle, sloppy play again, under no pressure, giving the ball away. But again, Imre, I love the energy, I love the intensity. There's only one thing in his mind, which is to go forward and to get an effort off on goal. And in the end, he'd probably be a bit disappointed that he hasn't actually hit the target or made the keeper have to make a save. You can see what he's trying to do. He's trying to drive it into that far post. He hasn't actually scored that many goals since coming on loan from Crystal Palace, and that's something that he definitely needs to add to his game. But what a start to this game by Bromley. They've started really well. They're now in with the manager, Woodman, who seems really positive, giving them their instructions.
Yeah, Callum Reynolds getting some treatment here for Bromley. That was a big chat. If he hits the target, obviously it could go in, but Dubravka, if he has to make a save, Cheek was waiting, wasn't he, loitering for any kind of parry out.
Like any good number 9, yeah, absolutely, yeah. So he would have been there for the tap-ins, but Eddie Howe, you can see, he's talking to his Newcastle players. He's not happy with how they've started this game, and it could have maybe been 2 goals already, and we spoke about that set piece earlier as well. So Newcastle definitely, they need to wake up a little bit. The crowd as well need to maybe help them there as well with getting behind them.
I was at Nottingham Forest yesterday. They made 11 changes, but they, without being rude, if you'd not seen Forest play, you wouldn't have known they'd made 11 changes. They played really well. Newcastle here, I think, Tash, up till the final third look fine, don't they, in terms of attack. It's when they get into that final third, and that may be where you mentioned the link-ups and knowing where someone's going to run. Javi Barnes might not be sure where Will Asula's going to run, and therefore the pass isn't on.
100%, absolutely. And scoring goals is the hardest thing in football, by the way. So yeah, that's gonna come obviously as the game carries on, but they need to make sure that they're still in this game. So it'll take time, but they need to make sure that they start livening up sooner rather than later, because Bromley's set pieces play, the way that they've set up here today, their game plan is spot on.
Well, here's a run through for Asula, who's in on goal. He's gone round the keeper and it's clawed away. Great tackle there from El Arawi. Denied Asula, who did everything right but just couldn't find the net. Here's Miley now. He's going to shoot from distance and he scores! Brilliant equaliser. Wonderful strike there from Lewis Miley, and Newcastle are level. Asula was denied by a great last-ditch tackle from El Arawi, but the ball to the edge of the box, and Lewis Miley rifles it in the top corner. No chance for Smith. It's Newcastle 1, Bromley 1.
Wow, what a strike. What a game this has been already. First of all, the ball through for Joe Linton, way too easy, just a direct ball, and you think, oh, it's great 1v1 defending there, they've got bodies back, but then Newcastle recycle it, they keep it alive, they're patient, Miley finds himself on the edge of the box or outside of the box, and I tell you what a strike that is, by the way. Opportunity to come in, has been struggling with injuries. I talked about how important he was last season and how influential he was. That is one wonder hit, really, really good hit, come through the academy, still only 18 years of age. His presence as well, he almost looks like he's grown a little bit as well. He looks a real strong physical physique in that midfield, and 1-1 now, game on.
Yeah, his second goal for Newcastle, his first in over a year. Here now is Joe Linton, looking now to feed it through. Good interception on the edge of the box from Bromley, who've just got to weather now. They've got to hang on. They've just been hit with a wonder strike to level up the game at 1-1. Now they've intercepted a pass, and now they're looking to go forward with Congreve again, who's blocked by Target, and that's going to be a foul. And I'm honestly surprised that's not a yellow card. That was a pretty agricultural thou shall not pass tackle.
A professional foul, we call it in football, yeah, absolutely. So he'll be looking to definitely get a warning there. But this has been a lot more transitional than I thought it'd be as well. I thought you'd see Bromley kind of just sitting back in that 5-4-1, really soaking up the pressure, and then now and again looking to hit Newcastle on the counter. But it really has been you attack, we attack, and I love the energy that Bromley have shown to have a go, but also credit to Newcastle. You know, they've reacted and responded very well to going 1-0 down.
They have. Another set piece though for Bromley. Ball towards the edge of the penalty area, and the referee's going to give a free kick here against Sawumni, who he felt jumped into the Newcastle defender, and it's a free kick Newcastle. We've had 17 minutes. What a game. It's Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Bromley in front, Cameron Congreve with a wonderful curling effort from the edge of the penalty area, but then an absolute blockbuster from Lewis Miley, who rifled it into the top corner to make it 1-1. And here now is Almiron down the right, has often been linked with a move away. He's still here at Newcastle, and now he's on the ball again down the right hand side, looking to attack and get the better of Odoteo, who stands his ground. Here's Almiron now, squares it to Miley. Miley gets it back here to Almiron, and Almiron back to Miley on his left foot this time, tries to slide the ball through. I'm with you, Tash. I think he's grown. He looks so grown at about 6 inches since I saw him last.
Absolute monster in midfield.
Yeah.
You know, only at 18 years of age as well. So yeah, he's had a great start to the game for Newcastle, and they're growing into the game. You can see that now.
Yeah, I think that the fact that they've got the equaliser so quickly just calms any nerves. Here's Joe Linton, looks to feed it to Asula, back to Joe Linton, spreads it wide, Target on the left, pulls it back to Barnes, edge of the area, he's going to shoot for goal, and it's just over the top. It was a confident strike, but Grant Smith happy to see that, always just a little bit too high, and it remains 1-1. But well, they say that styles make fights. I think you've got to give credit to Bromley. They have not come here to sit in and defend. They've come here, and every chance they're going to get forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anything, I think they've actually shaken and woken Newcastle up by going 1-0 up. It's kind of almost got the crowd going a bit more, got Newcastle responding a bit more. But credit to Harvey Barnes as well there, in a great position on the right hand side. And like I said, you don't shoot, you don't score. And you know, he has been in good scoring form, 5 goals already this season, and he'll be wanting to prove a point. He's got hard competition down that left hand side with Anthony Gordon, but he started the game lively as well and has had some early opportunities.
Yeah, Barnes on the ball, lays it back to Target on halfway. 19 and a half gone. Mark Wilson with Tash Day, former Everton, Liverpool and England striker. Ball now to Trippier on the right, looking to work his way forward, just pokes it down the line for Almiron, gets it back. Here now is Scher, who's forward. Missed the last couple through suspension, finds Joe Linton, turns, finds Almiron, big chance here, ball into the box, cleared away. Good defending again, that time from El Arawi, who gets it out nicely, and Newcastle with a throw and take it quickly. Ball very rarely out of play at the moment. It's a really fast start. Ipswich 1, Bristol Rovers 0. Calvin Phillips with a goal that puts the Tractor boys in front. They've made a lot of changes today. Elsewhere, Palace still leads Stockport by a goal to 0, and over on TalkSport, Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. Earlier on, Tamworth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 3, but had to go to extra time. 0-0 after the 90. As Joe Linton does well down the left-hand side, pulls it back into the edge of the area for Longstaff down that left-hand channel, just turned away from goal, finds Miley, who's on a similar spot to the one he just scored from, to level up the game at 1-1. Ball on the edge of the box, Target in down the left, stands up the cross towards Almiron's header. It's a weak one, he was just falling backwards, and it's comfortably saved by Grant Smith, and it remains 1-1.
Yeah, I think Bromley as well will feel comfortable defending crosses. They're happy for Newcastle to kind of get into those wide areas. When you look at kind of the height of the 3 defenders that Bromley have playing, you fancy them to kind of win any balls going into there, but I just feel like they're getting in a bit too easy, Newcastle, down that left hand side. So that's something that Bromley need to address. Imre needs to make sure that he's doing his tracking back and his defensive duties, because Harvey Barnes every single time is getting in and just needs to be doing better than with the end ball.
Well, there's Trippier who's marching forward to the edge of the box, feeds it to Almiron, maybe just overhit it, and Almiron got a back heel on it. I think the referee and the assistant have said it went out. Just overhit it there, Trippier. Maybe didn't even need to use Almiron there.
No, he didn't in the end. I think if anything he could have maybe had a go, and probably that's someone that if Trippier was full of confidence and playing week in, week out, maybe he would have made a different call there. So that's just something that, through probably lack of game time and knowing right now that he's not Newcastle's probably starting right back. And then Almiron, obviously, like you know, with him, he'll chase every single ball, and he's unlucky not to keep it in the end. But a wasted opportunity. Trippier is someone that has a great delivery on him, a great shot, good technique. Probably should have had a go there.
Yeah, quite possibly. Goal kick for Bromley. The blue sky overhead. It's a chilly day, but certainly better than it has been up in the north of England of late. It's a nice January afternoon, perfect for some FA Cup action, and the FA Cup action will continue tomorrow night live on TalkSport 2. Millwall take on Dagenham and Redbridge in the FA Cup third round. Hugh Woozencroft, Alex Crook, and the former Chelsea defender Scott Minto, our commentary team there. Ball forward by Bromley. Not really been out of their own half in the last 5 minutes or so. Good defending though from them, and they'll go back to Smith, who's been chased by Asula. Ball not long and downfield, and they'll keep it in. Imre on the far side, but couldn't control it, and now the game just stretching out, and Newcastle looking to go long. Ball cleared away by Reynolds. Did well for Bromley. Looked like a foul. Referee's happy to let play go, and Bromley bring it forward up towards halfway. El Arawi has it. He's coming forward now into the centre circle. And Bromley again, whenever they get chance, they're always looking to play forward. That ball's asking a little bit too much of Michael Cheek. And Dubravka will collect it. We've had 23 minutes at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, West Brom 1.
Yeah, and I think that's prime examples there of when to keep the ball and when not to. I think when you're under so much pressure, sometimes it is hard then when you win. You want to go direct, you want to feel like you need to get the ball forward, but actually sometimes just recycle it, keep the ball for your team, have a few moments yourself.
Here's Longstaff trying to get Almiron in behind, and fair play there to Idris Odoteo. He looked like he was going to get turned inside out, but he always had eyes for the ball, and he watches it out for a goal kick. You are listening to Newcastle against Bromley in the FA Cup on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. Well, Bromley, whatever the outcome here, they had their moment. That Cameron Congreve wonderful curling shot put them in front here, and they had a chance for Danny Imre, who just pulled his shot wide of the target. Maybe could and should have been 2-0, but Newcastle hit back with that great Lewis Miley strike. But I have to say, since then, for all the ball that Newcastle have had, they've not created anything clear-cut yet. And now Bromley go forward again with Congreve. He feeds it out wide on that far side to Imre. He puts the cross in, it's blocked. There were 4 gold shirts waiting for the cross in the middle. He's kept it in, level with the penalty box, right-hand side of the field here. Imre tries to go past one. This time he has won a corner. A set-piece opportunity. Andy Woodman applauds down below us. He knows what this means. This means the big boys can come up. The likes of Reynolds, El Arawi and Sawumni all coming up from the back.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant play again. You can understand why Congreve has come into the team today. You know, he's been their standout player so far. Anything positive has come through him in midfield, and Imre as well. I like what he's about. Wants to go 1v1. Has created his team lots of opportunities.
Corner from the right. It's going to be an away swinger. Plenty of gold shirts forward. Everybody back for Newcastle inside their own box. Ball delivered towards the edge of the 6-yard box, and Sawumni got the header on it there. Sawumni, but he didn't quite get the power on it he would have wanted. But again, another sign, if they can get balls into the penalty area, Bromley have got threats.
Yeah, absolutely they have. You know, and you can tell that throughout their season. That's probably been their biggest strength, is through set pieces. And they've got players with big size, big stature that you fancy over this Newcastle team. So they'll be making the most of those moments. I'm sure they would have worked on them set pieces in training throughout the week. You know, I'm sure they've got 3 or 5 hidden underneath their belt, ready to kind of pounce on. And yeah, it has. It's been a cracking first kind of 25 minutes of football so far.
It has. Ball fed forward, looking for Asula. It's just hammered away, and this time there is no out ball. Cheek was just in the centre circle. It went way beyond him, and Fabian Schär will bring it forward, and he now works it out to Trippier. Seen a lot of the ball on the right. Steps back in, feeds Miley. A wonder strike for him to level things up for Newcastle. Just ease any tension here at St James's Park. Sold out again here. You can't get a ticket in this part of the world for love nor money. There's a ball on the edge of the box, breaks to Longstaff, tries to feed it. Joe Linton just pondered on it, and in the end his touch meant that a defender could come and take it away from him. And here come Bromley, who again don't panic, under pressure, bringing the ball out of their own end of the field. And now they'll just lay it back to the edge of their penalty box. They thought about going to the keeper. Oh, now they've made a mess of it. And that was rather fortunate. El Arawi was ponderous as he turned, and Almiron was all over him. But luckily for Bromley, ball works to Grant Smith, the keeper, and he'll collect it. Still 1-1.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think what I've been most impressed with, what you just noted, is their composure on the ball. But also with that, they need to make sure they're not a bit too naive, you know. And I think there's moments where there's composure, but also don't do anything silly. Don't give Newcastle half a chance, because you know if you give them half a chance, they're going to punish you. But I like how they want to get the ball down. You know, they don't just want to lump it forward. They want to try and play football the right way, and they've done that so far.
Yeah, Newcastle coming forward. 1-1. Sure has it on the near side. Again, his out ball is Trippier. Trippier is looking to go forward. Instead feeds it back to Longstaff. Finds Joe Linton. Back to Longstaff. Miley waits inside for the pass, but they'll go out the back instead to Lloyd Kelly. Kelly now feeds it out wide on the Newcastle left. Everybody back for Bromley here, just trying to hold their shape, not get pulled around too much. Ball over the top looking for Trippier. Nice run in behind, but he'd gone too early, and it's a free kick. We are around the grounds Tuesday and Wednesday. Newcastle in action against Wolverhampton Wanderers on Tuesday, and they're back here on Saturday at 12:30. They take on Bournemouth. That game is live and exclusive on TalkSport here next weekend. Rashmi Chowdhury, Sam Matterface, and the former England captain Stuart Pearce will be our team up here in the North East. Got a couple of huge games in the Championship as well. Blackburn Portsmouth is live on Wednesday, exclusive on TalkSport to Ian Danter with the former Charlton, Blackpool and Lincoln boss Michael Appleton. And on Friday, Burnley Sunderland. That is a massive game now. Sunderland have played their way into the automatic promotion picture, and they are just 3 points behind leaders Leeds, so they could go above Burnley if they beat them on Friday night, live on TalkSport 2, as Trippier's pass just hit Miley in the face there, and eventually it went out for a throw-in off Thompson, and Newcastle have it back. We've had 28 minutes, and well, I think if you'd have offered Andy Woodman and Bromley 1-1 at this stage, they would have taken it.
Yeah, they would have. You know, I'm just looking at, you know, defensively, Otateu in particular, the left wing back here. I've been really impressed with him this season. He's had loads of assists, I think 4 assists so far this season, and they've really struggled to create much down this right hand side. It's been Newcastle more down their left hand side that they've got the joy. So credit to them. They look very disciplined, and really, except for a wonder goal, they haven't really been outplayed or, you know, broken down too easy. So carry on much the same, I'd be saying.
Yeah, Newcastle are trying to work it through again, but again Congreve brings the ball forward, and his ability to dribble with bodies around him, it really is a talent. The Swansea loanee. Ipswich have got a second. Jack Clark scores the goal, so Phillips and Clark for Ipswich. They lead Bristol Rovers by 2-0. Over on TalkSport right now, still Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. Earlier on, Spurs beat Tamworth 3-0, but needed extra time to do it. And Hull City are out. They were 1-1 with Doncaster at the MKM, but Doncaster won 5-4 on penalties. Elsewhere, Crystal Palace leads Stockport by 1-0, and Southampton Swansea underway at 4:30. Here come Bromley again, looking to come forward here. Now they go forward. Elaray, the pass there to Whiteley was on, but he passed it behind him, and now Almiron is trying to get in behind Elaray, who's tracking back here. They could be bust open momentarily. Almiron is just turned away from goal. There was a bit of a push there, and Bromley in the end win it back. Here is Cheek, does well to hang on to the ball. Ball over the top for Congreve, was just slightly mishit by Ben Thompson. Needed a little bit more composure there, Thompson. Didn't quite get hold of it. But
yeah, absolutely. And I think going back to the initial attack with Almiron, does everything right, but then the easy part, you know, the end product, giving it away, turning it over, and that's probably why he hasn't been getting as much game time and why he is linked away. You know, he plays with his heart on his sleeve, and you can never deny that, but probably just lacks the quality that maybe the kind of starting 11 players tend to have. And then you're right, when Bromley do win it back, which 9 times out of 10 they've done, they've kept it well, but in that incident, when you're under the cosh, you have to do better to keep the ball. You have to secure the ball, allow the numbers to get up, and then find your way.
Good touch from Miley, midway inside the Bromley half, feeds it out wide on the far side. The Newcastle left, back to Joel Linton, feeds Longstaff 30 yards out. to Almiron. Almiron's got Trippier outside him. Trippier now the target, has it. He's closed down by Odeteo. Ball into Longstaff, looking for the give and go. Almiron has it. 1-1 here on TalkSport 2. Here's a chance for Miley. Tries to feed it in. The big foot goes in there. Sliding challenge from Suwumni, who then hammers it downfield, and Dubravka comes racing out, sweeper keeper, and gets it back to Scher. They're probing, they're trying Newcastle, but at the moment Bromley just managing to hang on.
Yeah, they are, but Bromley need to also be careful that they don't drop deeper and deeper and deeper. They still need to, here for instance, Cheek has to try and get some sort of pressure on the ball, because the longer the game goes on, if you just sit back, you're going to concede. You know, you're not going to be able to hold on to the game this long. So Bromley, yes, good kind of positioning, but then they have to try and get numbers up, bodies up. Can Cheek kind of look to set the trap and get players higher up the pitch? They've been dropping in a bit too deep for the last 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, they have indeed. Ball over on the Newcastle left. They have it here, looking to feed the ball back infield. Here's Joe Linton. Feeds it to Longstaff, but rather fired it at him, and Cheek is wrestled to the ground. And well, that's good number 9 play, because I don't think he's ever going to get that ball, but he managed to earn his side a free kick, and a relieving one as well for Bromley. 32 gone. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Tash Dyer, the former Everton, Liverpool and England women's striker, alongside me. We hoped for a good game when we came today. We're getting one, aren't we?
We absolutely are, and I think you're spot on when you just talk about the number 9 play. You know, I think Cheek is someone that probably in the leagues below, he's not used to probably defending. He's used to scoring goals. He's used to getting forward, getting opportunities. But today is going to be different for him. It's a different type of game. And, you know, I think that's where his leadership, being a captain, you know, he knows he's got to do a job. He's probably not going to get the opportunities that he normally gets week in, week out. It's about doing a different job for his team today. Being that target player, being that hold-up player, being a nuisance to those centre-halves, which he's done so far definitely really well.
He has, and in fairness to him, whenever there's been a ball in his part of the field, he's won it. In the air, certainly, he's causing a problem. Newcastle play their way out from the back here. There's a ball with Trippier. They're up to halfway. 33 gone. Live on TalkSport 2. Lovely ball for Joe Linton, who just got checked in his run there. That was good defending, edge of the penalty area from Bromley. Ball back to Trippier now. Feeds it through to Longstaff. Squares it back here now for Barnes. He gets it to Miley. Here's Trippier now. Almiron and Osula White in the middle for a cross that at the moment doesn't come, and they're going to switch it back to the left here. Target's got Barnes with him. Barnes has it left hand side of the penalty area. Target stands up the cross. It's an inviting one, but it's headed away at the back post, and Bromley will clear it, but only as far as halfway. They'll try and chase it down with Whiteley, but Scher will beat him to it and goes back to his goalkeeper, and Dubravka just rolls it back out to Scher. It's been played now predominantly away to our right. That's the Gallowgate end of Newcastle. Newcastle are attacking in this first half, but Bromley, who led, if you just joined us, Cameron Congreve, a lovely 20-yard curling shot into the bottom corner, beat Dubravka for 1-0. They had a great chance, Danny Imre racing forward, but he missed the target crucially, and then Lewis Miley with a thunderbolt levelled it up at 1-1 after 16 minutes. Ball into the box here. Joe Linton gets in behind. He goes over. It's a soft. He fell over. He was looking for it, and the referee's not having any of it, as Cheek did well to control it, but he just couldn't find a teammate. And Newcastle, you just feel the pressure's building here. I think Andy Woodman and Bromley have got to get to half-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You're spot on there, and you feel it building, and that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be easy to score a goal, but the more Newcastle attack like this, you would expect them to get a goal. Like I said, you pretty much now, the 11 Bromley players are kind of within their penalty area now. It's getting deeper and deeper. They have to put pressure on the ball because Newcastle have players that can shoot from distance. We've already seen that.
Yeah, we have, and they're not clearing the ball. Here's a chance for another shot. This time it was Longstaff, and that's beaten away by the defenders, but it's only coming to halfway here, and they're just getting pushed further and further back. And at the moment it's becoming a problem, and this is maybe what we did come to expect this afternoon. And why shouldn't we? Premier League Newcastle with all their riches against League 2 Bromley, their first year in the EFL. It's 1-1. Crossfield ball is looking for Trippier, and again, I have to say, Odeteo down this near side is really sticking to Trippier. He's quite spatially aware, and he watches the ball out for a goal kick.
Yeah, absolutely he is. And tell you what, if they get an opportunity further up the pitch, he has a long throw. Both fullbacks do. So that's also another weapon that Bromley have. You could almost class it as a set piece, but yeah, he hasn't put a foot wrong really, and Trippier hasn't had much joy, and neither has Almiron down this right-hand side against Odeteo.
I think Andy Woodman's just had a word of encouragement to his left back there, Odeteo, just saying keep up the good work, keep working hard. It is 1-1 here as Smith clears his lines. Joe Linton flicks it on for Bromley, but sweeping up his shirt at the back, and there's no one in goal to close him down. And now Miley comes forward again. It was his strike that just levelled things up here. It was a wonderful goal as well, right in the top corner to level things up for Newcastle, who were stunned early on by that Congreve finish. Ball into Asula, who was outnumbered but comes away with possession, the former Sheffield United youngster. A rare start for him. There's a ball now with Trippier wide on the right. Everybody back for Bromley. Now the ball into the edge of the area. Here's Longstaff, looks for the give and go. Asula back to goal. He's looking to try and turn. He's turned away though. Here now is Miley, 25 yards out, feeds it wide. Eddie Howe looks on from the edge of the technical area. Ball into the box was miscontrolled initially there by Jude Arthurs, but they get it away, but it's bouncing around edge of the penalty area. Neat little footwork there from Imre, but they've given it away on the edge of the box. Well, there's gold shirts seemingly coming from everywhere at the moment, but they just can't get the ball away. Now it finds Barnes. Barnes here with a chance of cross goal, and arriving late was Asula, who's gone crunching into the post. That looked a real nasty one for him. If he gets a touch on it, it's a goal. Barnes with a cross, and Asula thundered into the post. That will be a sore one, but that was a good chance for Newcastle.
Yeah, and it was Bromley probably overplaying in the wrong areas, trying to do the right things, but sometimes you just got to clear your line. Yeah, and Harvey Barnes again, he's had 3 or 4 chances now, and in my opinion his decision making has been poor today. He's probably shot when he should have crossed, and when he should have crossed his shot, and I think there again I'm not too sure if that was a shot or a cross, to be honest. If it was a cross, it had way too much pace on it. He needs to take the pace off. He's never getting on the end of that, but it's an opportunity. I think where Bromley need to be careful here is, yes, you can sit back in a 5-4-1, you can soak up pressure, but there has to be an engagement line. There has to be an area where you're going to start putting pressure on the ball. And right now I don't see that. I don't see an area where they're looking to put pressure on the ball. And that's why more and more pressure is coming, and the opportunities for Newcastle are coming more and more. Yeah, and
as you mentioned it, and we mentioned it in commentary there were shirts flying in from everywhere on the edge of the box, and it only needs one mistimed tackle or one slip and they're in. As the ball works its way down the Newcastle right, as the air ambulance just passes over the ground here to the nearby hospital, just half a mile or so up the road. Ball here with Miley, cuts in, already got one on his right foot, right hand side penalty area. Almiron into Joe Linton. Joe Linton moves it wide over on the far side. Here's Barnes right on the corner of the box, lays it to Target. Target's cross is deflected behind. Bromley is starting to hang on here. 39 on the clock on TalkSport 2. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1.
Yeah, they are, but they're doing okay. Whether it is last stick tackles, this is okay. Newcastle haven't created that much. The keeper hasn't had to really make that many saves, so we expect this. Bromley would have expected this, and if anything, they're going to enjoy this. The centre halves are going to love throwing in the last ditch tackles, and midfield players are. This is why they play football.
Well, they've got some defending to do in front of the Gallowgate here. Newcastle were behind for around about 9 minutes here. There's a cross about to be delivered in by Trippier, far side of St James's Park to us here in the main stand. It's going to be an in-swinger, right-footed. Ball delivered in towards the goalkeeper, who palms it from underneath the crossbar. That was going in. And now Newcastle have it, edge of the penalty area. Keeper's done really well there. It looked like it was going to loop over him for a second. Ball back to Trippier, wide on the left, feeds it out wide. There's a chance to put the cross in here. Trippier's 25 yards out, and he's forced away from goal now. And he's middle of the field, and they're going to have to look to try and build again. Bromley, interestingly, not closing down over on the far side. Sure will put the ball in. It's a dangerous ball. It's a great header away from goal from El Araoui. He did well to get it away, but Almiron wins it back, and it feels a matter of when, not if, Newcastle are going to get another big chance. Here now is Trippier. Trippier gets it away down this near side. Miley looking for the give and go, finds Longstaff. Longstaff 15 yards out from goal, tries to feed it through. Whiteley will get a chance to thump it clear, but there's nobody to go to. Cheek will give chase. He'll be beaten to it, and it's all the way through to Dubravka. It is backs to the wall here. This is a huge 5 minutes or so for Bromley.
It's massive, and we talk about you don't want to concede early, you don't want to concede just before half time, or when you start the second half. These are the kind of key moments in games where Bromley have to go into the interval at 1-1, regroup, get the game plan for the second half underway.
Joe Linton has turned inside and out, and the ball now works its way back And here on the edge of the box, a chance for Miley again. Miley will get it away. Here now is Almiron, has it on the edge of the area, lays it back. And Newcastle are getting turned away here, and you can just sense a little bit of frustration building here at St James's Park. Ball into the edge of the area, and it's behind for a corner. Over on Talk Sport, Arsenal are taking on Manchester United, and it remains 0-0, but we're hearing Gabriel Jesus has been stretched off with a knee injury, so hopefully he will be okay. It's nothing too serious, but Arsenal lose Jesus there. It's 0-0 over on Talk Sport right now. Palace lead Stockport by a goal to Ipswich are 3-0 up against Bristol Rovers. Here's Almiron now. He's going to have a shot from distance. Oh, it's hit the defender in the face. And it's cleared away. It's hit him in the chest, I think, actually, the big centre-half, Sawumni. And it's cleared away. Well, it's bodies on the line time now, Tash. So you've got to get everything in front of it if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been brilliant. You know, the first half, Bromley have defended really well from the front line all the way through, and that's got to be the case. Newcastle, you know, they've definitely grown into this game more, but without really creating as much as probably they would have liked. Unfortunately, that's hit the back of Imre, back of his head, so he hasn't known much about that. Now it's another corner that Bromley are going to have to defend.
Well, it's a cross from the right, and he's running away. He's had a look at the flight of the ball. He's trying to run away so he can keep it in on the far side, and it's hit him on the back and gone behind for a corner. Newcastle take it quickly, short one. They have it edge of the area. They float one in, and it's going to be left. Good talking at the back there from Bromley. There were plenty of gold shirts around it. There was no panic, and they let it go behind. We've got 2.5 minutes left of the first 45 here. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Bromley led inside 7 minutes. Cameron Congreve, wonderful finish, cancelled out by an even better Lewis Miley strike on 16. Two youngsters really showing the quality.
Yeah, and I tell you what as well, we talk about, you can kind of sense in the atmosphere and in the crowd a little bit of frustration. Bromley players will be loving that, you know, to be able to come to a stadium like St James's Park and to frustrate Newcastle, to frustrate the crowd. That's exactly what they would have wanted to have done coming into the game today. So that will give them a lot of confidence as well, feeling and hearing that frustration.
Yeah, we'll hear from Ange Postecoglou at half-time. His Spurs side, they got the better of Tamworth in the end, but they needed extra time to do it over on TalkSport earlier on this lunchtime. Ball here with Longstaff. Is there a late goal in this first 45 minutes for Newcastle? They'd feel an awful lot better if they were in front at the break. Here now is Miley. Gives and goes, gets it to Joe Linton. Here's Longstaff, wide on the right. Again, everyone in gold is back in front of goal. They're trying to work their way in. Longstaff's got in behind here. Big chance, he goes down. Well, I'll tell you what, there might have been a tug on his shirt before he got brought down, but the referee waves it away. Will Finney's having none of it, and it's out for a throw into Newcastle.
Yeah, no, I wasn't having any of it either. It's lovely play, though. Joe Linton heavily involved. Lovely little triangles, little 1-2s, Longstaff with the third man run, and to be honest, his touch was just a bit heavy in the end there. I actually think he's been a bit rusty this first half, and you can see he hasn't had a lot of game time of late. That was an opportunity that he should have done better.
Yeah, we've seen pop up in that spot quite a few times. He just couldn't find either a cross or a shot. Here's Trippier now, switches play out wide. It's asking an awful lot of target, and it's asked too much of him, and it rolls out, and Andy Woodman just turns away, looks up, maybe sees some familiar faces up in the stand behind the dugout, but he'll be pleased, he'll be delighted with the first 45, because yes, they've had a lot of defending to do, but never at any point have you felt they're in huge trouble.
Nope, absolutely spot on. They've done the game plan really well, but they've had a go as well. You know, they haven't just sat back and defended and hoped to kind of get a set piece or a corner. They've had a go, you know, and so I think they're fully entitled to having, you know, a 1-1 scoreline right now, and I'm excited to see. They've got a strong bench. They've got players like Dennis who can come on, who scored a few goals for them this season. They've got players on the bench with experience. Jenkinson, we spoke about him before the game, who's played in the Premier League, so they can definitely strengthen this 11 as well come the second half if need be.
Yeah, well, we're into 2 added on minutes, end of the first half, live on TalkSport 2. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Eddie Howe is deep in conversation with Jason Tyndall and another member of the backroom staff here. Ball on halfway for Newcastle. Can they create one genuine opportunity here? They have it wide on their left-hand side. It could be a game-changing 90 seconds if they can score here. But at the moment it's 1-1, and Lloyd Kelly has to just retrieve an errant pass, gets it away to Scher, who comes forward again. Newcastle attacking down the right. Here's Trippier. Touch wasn't the best, but nobody closing him down. Here's Scher now. He can hit them from distance. He's wandering forward towards goal. Feeds it wide to Target. Plenty of black and white shirts in the middle, waiting for a cross, and it's put behind by Odoteo, defending well at the far post, but that was an opportunity for Newcastle.
Yeah, it was, and you can see they're trying to play this quick corner. They want to get this second goal.
Here's Almiron, has it, feeds it to Trippier, who's onside, pulls it back. It's missed at the near post, but picked up edge of the box by Bromley, who then get themselves a free kick, and that might be enough to get them through to half time here. A lunging Newcastle tackle, and it just led to the Bromley player being upended, and Newcastle frustrated as they're turned away in an attacking effort. Taylor gets the third Ipswich goal. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Palace leads Stockport by a goal tonight. It's added on time at the Emirates. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. And still to come, Southampton, Swansea 4:30 start there at St Mary's. Earlier on, Doncaster win on penalties at Hull by 5 penalties to 4 as the half-time whistle goes, and a big cheer high up away to our left from the Bromley faithful, who've made the monstrous journey up north to watch their team take on Premier League opposition for the very first time. And it was a Premier League standard goal that gave Bromley the lead on 7 minutes. Neat build-up play, ball fell to Cameron Congreve inside the D, 20 yards out from goal. He curls one in the bottom corner past Martin Dubravka. Then maybe the biggest moment of the first half, Danny Imre sprinting down the right-hand side. He had cheek in the penalty area, opted to go for goal, but crucially pulled his shot just inches wide of the far post, when if he'd have hit the target or crossed it, it looked like Bromley would have scored, and they were made to pay. A few minutes after that, Lewis Miley left to shoot from 25 yards out, and it was a rocket shot into the top corner past Grant Smith, and it's all level here at St James's Park. It is Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. What a first half it has been. Let's take a look at the half-time highlights in partnership with Carling.
Emirates FA Cup half-time highlights on TalkSport 2 with Carling. Brilliantly refreshing from the first sip to the last. 18 plus. Always drink responsibly.
Well, Tash Dowie, I think from a neutral's point of view, we got the perfect start to the game. Bromley in front early on, cancelled out by Miley's strike, but what an opening 15 minutes to the game.
Yeah, and I think Congreve has been the standout player for both teams, if we're being completely honest. I think they started the game really well. You could see what their game plan was, trying to get it up to the big number 9, Cheek, who's done brilliant with holding up the play, and then working off him, getting numbers forward, which they've done really well in opportunities. And you can see it's just a long ball from the keeper, and they win the first balls. Then they get the second balls, they win the second balls, they make something of it, and then Congreve finds himself in this pocket. He does great just to shift it onto his left-hand side and then to shape that into the bottom corner. Keeper can't save it, and what a moment for him, a moment that full stop he will never ever forget, and they deserved it. They started the game the brighter of the two teams.
Yeah, they did start the brighter. That Imre chance, and I feel like I'm being a little bit overly critical. It was a great run, but he did have Cheek unmarked in the middle.
Yeah, he did, and I think probably that's where, when I look at his stats and I look, and he scored 1 goal, 2 assists. Is that enough for someone that's on loan from a Premier League club? I don't think it is. I think he should be really one of their standout players, and I think probably his end product is something that he needs to work on. I think you're spot on there. Cheek has scored 12 goals. He's their main man. You need to find him. You can't be thinking of yourself and putting your name in highlights. Cheek's their key player, he's their best player. Could he pick him out there? And those are moments that against these best teams, Premier League teams, you get 1 or 2 opportunities, you have to make the right choices.
And in terms of Newcastle and Eddie Howe, the Miley rocket shot, and really, for all the pressure they've had, Grant Smith hasn't had a save to make, and he couldn't make a save. It was a wonderful strike, but because it came so quickly, I think it just calmed everyone down.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. He hasn't had a save to make, has he? But credit to Miley. I think he's someone that I wanted to see play more, and I talked about how important he was last season, and 18 years old still. You look at his stature, you look at the way he plays the game with such maturity, and the finish. I mean, I hate using the kind of cliche world class, but it was, it's absolutely. You look at Trent Alexander's goal the other day for Liverpool, it has that kind of quality about it. Half a yard, he's confident enough to pick the ball up and to have a go, and I think that was crucial, to be honest, because the longer the game was going on, Bromley were really building into it, so for him to kind of score and make it 1-1, I think then it settled Newcastle, and they had pretty much dominated the first half without really creating too much.
Yeah, well, those were the first half highlights, all thanks to Carling.
Emirates FA Cup half-time highlights on TalkSport 2 with Carling. the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Yeah, what a first half it has been. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1 elsewhere in the FA Cup so far this afternoon. Well, earlier on we heard on TalkSport Tamworth heroic, but eventually beaten in extra time. Tamworth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 3. We'll hear from Ange Postecoglou and the Tamworth manager Andy Peakes after the break here. But just run you through the half-time scores as we have them. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. That's live over on TalkSport. Palace 1, Stockport County 0. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Still to come, Southampton against Swansea is a 4:30 start. And it ended earlier. Doncaster winning on penalties at the MKM. They beat Hull City 5-4 on penalties after they drew 1-1 after extra time. So reaction from Tamworth and Tottenham to come. And also all the build-up and the second half commentary to come. It's in the balance here at St James's Park. Not many people would have thought that, but at the break, it's Newcastle 1, Bromley 1.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. The Emirates FA Cup, live on TalkSport 2 with Carly.
What a driver, what a goal!
Brilliantly refreshing from the first sip to the last. 18 plus, always drink responsibly.
Hi Gemini, the football transfer window's open. How are my team's stats looking?
Well, your team definitely has a lot of star power.
Do you think we're going to have a good season?
It's going to come down to consistency and a little bit of luck on your side.
I'll let you know if we win.
I'll be keeping an eye on the scores.
Yeah, me too.
Now we're talking. Transfer to Google Pixel 9 with Gemini Live today. Sequences shortened. Gemini Live available for ages 18 plus. Internet required. Results are illustrative. Check responses for accuracy. Feature and account compatibility limitations apply.
The Vodafone Big Winter Sale is now on. Get reliable full fibre broadband for less and save £260 versus BT. Just one of the amazing offers in the Vodafone Big Winter Sale. Hurry, this deal ends 30th of January. Go online or in-store today. Vodafone.
Save over 24 months with our full fibre 74 versus BT's equivalent as of the 12th of December. Full fibre, most reliable broadband per Ofcom. Terms vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
If you're in the trade, you need workwear that works as hard as you do. Portwest Protective Workwear is designed to provide total protection and maximum comfort for trade and industry specialists. With award-winning product innovations, Portwest only uses world-class stretch or protective fabrics, trims and technologies, meaning our products are built to last. Portwest's design team also ensures that the products look as good as they perform. Portwest. Workwear that works overtime. Find out more at portwest.com.
Meet Terry and Sue. When shopping for a new car, Sue likes to go online. Terry, he likes to give things a bit of a feel. Oh, cheeky. So that's why they're heading to one of Cinch's new stores, where buying a car is no faff. Sue can chill and check out the website, while Terry tickles the dash of hundreds of cars. Watch out, Sue. You'll never get him home now. With a 90-day warranty and 14-day money-back guarantee, Terry and Sue are cinching it. Buy online today or head to our store. Search Cinch Store for details. Mileage restrictions, terms and conditions apply.
It sounds like someone's lowered prices with their Tesco Club Card. Like 400 Tetley Original tea bags, now only £6, down from £8.25. With Tesco Club Card, everyone can feel the to lower prices. Tesco, every little helps. Majority of larger stores, Tetley tea bag 400 pack ends 22nd of January. Club Card or app required.
Timothée Chalamet is Bob Dylan in A Complete Unknown.
For anyone who's going to hold your attention on stage, you have to kind of be a freak.
Critics agree it's outstanding on every level. 5 stars. Chalamet is a revelation.
What do you want to be? Whatever it is they don't want me to be.
Now nominated for the Golden Globes for Best Picture, Best Actor, and Best Supporting Actor, Edward Norton. A Complete Unknown.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Dylan.
In cinemas January 17. Rated 15.
The unstoppable force of live football.
FA Cup Game Day live on TalkSport 2.
The FA Cup Game Day Live is live in the North East here on TalkSport 2 this afternoon. Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1. Bromley of League 2 in front inside 7 minutes through Cameron Congreve before Lewis Miley levelled things up to make it 1-1 at the break. The FA Cup action not done yet over on TalkSport right now. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0, and tomorrow night we're live at the Den. Millwall take on Dagenham and Redbridge. FA Cup third round live on TalkSport 2. Ewers and Croft with Alex Crook and the former Chelsea defender Scott Minto. Already this afternoon on TalkSport we've had a cracking FA Cup tie. It ended with non-league Tamworth eventually losing to Tottenham Hotspur after extra time. Andy Peaks, the Tamworth boss, he's been speaking to Adrian Durham after the game.
When I saw the team sheet and the subs bench, I thought it was going to be a tough afternoon, but I thought the boys were absolutely awesome from the first minute to the last. They're obviously disappointed in the end to lose. Of course you are. You're always disappointed, but they can go home proud. You know, they've had family members there, kids, whatever, and they've done brilliant for everyone. Whether and that's all I ask of them, week in, week out. Certainly on an occasion like this, you know, you've got a full ground. You just want to give a good account of yourself. You don't want to be 2 or 3 down in the first 10 minutes. It comes a long afternoon, but I thought we started really well, and I think we're in the game.
What does Andy Peaks do tonight after a day like this?
Andy Peaks goes home and chills out. He probably has a glass of red wine, chills with his family, looks back at the stuff, and I think he goes to bed proud of his boys, and I think they've done a fantastic job for me in the club, and that's all I ever ask for. You can see from the group what a spirit we've got within them, and that's what I've sort of encouraged here. I think that's what's got us the results. That's what's kept you in a game like that today, and I can put my feet up tonight with a glass of red and think I'm pleased with what I've seen.
Yeah, Andy Peaks speaking to Adrian Durham after his side took Tottenham all the way to extra time. What a shame they didn't get a replay down at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but I guess those are the rules, and Andy Peaks and Tamworth knew that ahead of kick-off. But nevertheless, a spirited effort from the non-league side. What about the reaction then from Spurs? A tough day for Ange Postecoglou. He's been speaking to Adrian as well.
Yeah, look, it was a challenging tie. Obviously, credit to Tamworth. You know, they made it difficult for us. Obviously, the pitch makes it a little bit more challenging to kind of play the way we want to. But the boys, for the most part, were professional about it. They maintained their discipline, which was the main thing, and eventually overpowered them.
Is it one of those where you just have a look at Tamworth? They're part-time. It's a non-league setup, 5th tier of English football, and think, wow, you know, there's some depth in English football.
Yeah, look, I think I said yesterday, that's the game of football, you know. It's a great evener. No other sport can, even up a competition like football does. It's still difficult to score, you know. They did a really good job for them, kept them in the game, and as I said, that's the beauty of football.
The cynics might say, 90 minutes, Premier League elite against 5th tier, you should be getting the job done. Would you criticise your players in any way for that?
No, not at all. As I said, we're through the next round, and it was a challenging day, but we got the job done.
And would you say it's not ideal preparation for a North London derby coming up midweek?
No, I think it's decent preparation. We had a good game. We won, so that's the important thing.
As Postecoglou speaking there, his team are in the hat. Tough old afternoon for Spurs, but they get it done in extra time. Look, if we had any doubts, Tash Dowie, about the size of the task facing Bromley, well, 1-1.5 time, pretty good. The bad news is Bruno Guimaraes and Anthony Gordon are stripped and ready to come on for the second half.
But you know what? I think even though the Bromley players won't want to be seeing those players coming on, they would have wanted to be playing against those players. You know, coming to Newcastle, getting this tie, you want to play against their best players. So actually, deep down, I think they'll quite enjoy the challenge.
But it will be a different challenge, won't it?
It will. Oh, yeah. No, they're the best players in the team. You know, they've been flying in the Premier League. You know, we talk about, the difference in, maybe an Almiron compared to an Anthony Gordon. There is a difference right now, and that's why they're playing week in, week out in the Premier League, why they're scoring goals, why they're probably some of the most informed Premier League players. And actually, credit to Bromley, I think it does. It says a lot to bring him on so early when potentially he could have rested him today. And it shows as well that if an Isaac maybe had been fit, he would have been involved. So, yeah, absolutely, I think you've got to give credit to the 45 minutes that Bromley have just showed. But this is a completely different ball game now when these type of players are coming on.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a very interesting second half. Got it all to come. I've got to ask you, Tash, you're a former Everton player yourself. I think you were at Goodison Park when David Moyes was in charge of the first team. Well, things have gone full circle. David Moyes back at Everton. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think it's been a tough few years, hasn't it, for Everton Football Club. I think there's been a lot of different opinions on the management and bringing Moyes back in. But for me, I think mostly it's stability. I think it's a case of, 2-year stability. Can they, try and get themselves out of those situations, the relegation battles that they've been. David Moyes, for me, has always been a good fit at Everton. He's had, more successful years there than not. So I think if anything, it's a positive with just regards to just a bit of stability. He's not going to go in there and start making them into a Champions League team, and I think the fans know that, and they're not naive to think that that's the case. But it has been a tough few years with the new management, with the new ownership now as well, a new stadium. I think just to bring him in, it'll be nothing more than a bit of stability, and I think that will be the case.
Yeah, well, we'll find out. David Moyes back at Everton, and we're awaiting the two teams out here. Bruno Guimaraes is down below us. Anthony Gordon was also stripped and ready, although I'm not entirely sure where he's gone now. Gordon, he's not out on the field, maybe getting some last minute preparations completed here. We'll get you the teams. What will Andy Woodman have said at half time? His side deservedly led with a wonderful goal, maybe could and should have had a second. They've defended really well. For all the ball Newcastle have had, these goalkeepers not had a lot to do.
Yeah, same again. Absolutely same again. So can they start the second half how they started the first? Can they look to try and create a couple of opportunities? I think if anything, what they need to do better is, the longer the first half went on, they were getting deeper and deeper and deeper, and probably struggling then with actually having moments themselves of possession and holding the ball up. So I think it's really important that they keep that braveness. They're still brave enough. The quality of balls up to Cheek has to be better. He has to be able to find his chest, but then get bodies in and around him, which I think the likes of Congreve has done really well with the way that he's supported him and has made up ground. He's won free kicks, and then when they do get set pieces, it has to be spot on. Hit the target players. We saw the mismatch earlier between the fullback Trippier and the big centre half Suwonyi. They have to do better in those moments. But a 1-1 right now, they'll know they've had key opportunities. They haven't had a lot. Their keeper Smith, like we talked about, hasn't had a save to make. That is a lot of positives. So there'll be 100% more positives than negatives. And it's 45 minutes. It's not a lot of football. Anything can happen. Stay in the game and then create those one or two moments and then make sure you take them.
Well, we've just seen the changes being made here down below us. Anthony Gordon has come on at the expense of Harvey Barnes, and Bruno Guimaraes has come on, and he's coming on at the expense of Joe Linton, who maybe just been given a bit of a breather in that heart of the midfield. But for Harvey Barnes, that's a bit of a blow, isn't it, going off at half time?
Yeah, it is. And it's an opportunity that probably he didn't take, and he had his moments. I think he had 3 or 4 key moments, and his decision making was poor. And whether that's not because he wants it too much, he knows to get into this team right now is near mission impossible. So sometimes actually when you're getting the moments, you're probably rushing the opportunity. You're thinking, I need to score, I need to assist, and probably he did that in the first half a bit too much. So it's a shame, but he's still a key player for Newcastle. He'll still feature, but I'm sure he would have liked to have played a lot more than 45 minutes today.
Well, we're underway, second half. Mark Wilson and Tash Dowie live here at St James's Park. Newcastle 1, Bromley 1, and Newcastle making that double change at half time. Bruno Guimaraes for Joe Linton and Anthony Gordon for Harvey Barnes. That means it's Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Schur, Kelly and Target, the back 4. Miley, Longstaff and Guimaraes across the middle, with Almiron, Asula and Gordon now up top. And here we might just see if Bromley have got a throw in midway inside the Newcastle half, and we're going to see Owa Sawumni look to propel one in. I don't know how tall he looks, an absolute giant, doesn't he, in that gold strip. He's about to launch one into the area now. Probably didn't get the purchase on it he would have wanted. It's headed away near post. It'll come out near side to Sawumni, who just pokes it down the line. Here's Congreve, keeps it in down by the corner flag. Looks to go past his man, did that, but Guimaraes is back defending, and Newcastle bring it away with Gordon. Neat football from the Toon as Gordon then nutmegs Congreve, and the ball works its way to midfield. Really positive start for Newcastle. For the visitors, Smith is the keeper, Reynolds, Sawumni and El Raywi the back 3. It's Odeteo, Thompson, Arthurs and Imre across the middle, with Congreve just behind Whiteling, Cheek, who are operating up top. Newcastle attacking and defending the Gallagher end here second half. Ball with Bruno Guimaraes on the edge of the penalty area. Can he break through this resolute Bromley defence? It's only been undone by that Lewis Miley wonder strike. 16 minutes in here. You're live on TalkSport 2. Are we going to get the biggest FA Cup shot of this season's FA Cup so far? It'd be the biggest FA Cup shot for a long time, Tash. I think if Bromley were to win here, but they're going to be up against it second half.
Yeah, they are. And it's fascinating when we talked about the long throws, it looks like a lot of them for Bromley had that long throw in them. So they'll be looking to try and win throws higher up in the second half.
Nice dummy on the edge of the area from Guimaraes. Looks for the ball back, comes to Miley, who opts not to shoot. Feeds it wide to Almiron. He feeds it wide. Trippier stands the ball up, and the header, it falls to Target, the far post. Target's gone down. That's got to be a penalty. That is a penalty. Bromley not happy, but Target there, his touch took him away, and he was chopped down. And that is a penalty kick, and I think for all the protests, I'm not sure really Bromley can have too many complaints here. The ball headed away, it fell to Target, and lunging in, the challenge comes in, and it is a foul, and I think it was Ben Thompson who's made the foul. And well, I'm not too sure there can be too many complaints about this one.
No, I think you're spot on there. I think it is a last-ditch tackle, and you know, it's tough because he's got half a yard to get the shot off. It's in a dangerous area. You can understand why Thompson's wanting to try and get a block in, but also I think if you've got even that split second of a doubt that you're not going to make it or not, can you stand up? You know, as soon as you go to ground, I think you're always asking for trouble there, and it did look like a penalty, and it's a shame because Thompson has been probably their standout player this season. Bromley has been their main man, and so for him to concede the penalty,
well,
now it's a big
Gordon.
moment.
Yeah, Anthony Gordon, who's put it on the spot. He's not hanging around here. Grant Smith stands in front of him. The Bromley fans high up behind that goal. Can Gordon put Newcastle in front here? Steps up, right-footed, sends the keeper the wrong way. Well, Eddie Howe made changes at the break, and Anthony Gordon has the first goal of the second half. Newcastle have come from behind. They lead Bromley by 2-1.
Yeah, and we talked about it, didn't we? The changes. It said a lot about what Bromley have done. And I think it's pretty much his second touch, isn't it? His first touch was a nutmegs. His second touch is just going to score and put Newcastle 2-1 up. And yeah, he's the fans' favourite at the moment. It's a great penalty. You can just see there, that little slight delay at the end. Just a little stop to see the keeper go early, and there's no doubt that he's putting that away, and he's flying right now. He really is. You know, he's in great goal scoring form, great assist form. He is Newcastle's main man, except for Isaac. And now it's a tough ask, but let's see how Bromley can respond. You know, they've shown good character so far. You know, they've got nothing to lose.
No, they haven't, but they'll be disappointed with the manner of the concession. But up the other end is Congreve, just couldn't take the flick on from Cheek. I think if Bromley can get more balls in the air to Michael Cheek, they're going to get chances to get a goal back here. But it's 2-1 to Newcastle, and maybe the fairy tale is going to be cut short here. Andy Woodman looks on. He has got plenty of talent on his bench, albeit League 2 talent, but can he do something here? His team have just got to hang tough now. 5 minutes gone, second half. Live on TalkSport 2. Congreve brings it down. He's upended. That's a free kick. Far side of the penalty area, about 25 yards out. It's level with the left of the penalty box. But this is an opportunity here. And Bromley, for all we've been saying about their good football, set pieces are going to offer a big chance for them.
Yeah, absolutely it is. And it's a great response straight away, you know, to get yourself a free kick here. But this is where the free kick and the quality has to be good. You know, look where the big players are at back post. Can they find them?
Is this one where almost you might be tempted to try and curl one in at the far post and hope somebody gets something on it? Or
yeah, absolutely. You can see that, the mismatch at the back there. It's almost like a 3v2, so they have to try and aim for that far area, and then can they, you know, aim for goal first of all, if not get on the second balls.
Congreve is a left-footed option. He's going to whip it in low, and it's cleared away at the near post. Trippier cleared it away. It wasn't the best free kick, and for as good as Bromley have been today, I think one disappointment that Andy Woodman had is Asula's racing onto a long ball. The keeper's come out and rather casually just lobs it over the on-rushing Asula, who then he hasn't given away a free kick. Ref's happy to let play go on. Guimaraes has it. So Asula did a really good job for his side there. Wins the ball back for Newcastle. They'd love a third goal quickly here in Newcastle, so maybe they can start to turn attentions to league action here. As Target in down the left, puts the crossing, keeper he did well. I think he actually got clattered into by his own player there. I think as Asula's come bundling in, he's knocked over the defender Reynolds, and Reynolds has gone crashing into Grant Smith. That'll be a sore one for the goalkeeper, but he's done well. And they've just got to hold on here, Bromley. But just going back to that set piece, Tash, you mentioned it earlier on. They've had a few chances, not yet really delivered any quality.
No, they haven't. And I think it was quite clear to everyone to see where it was on. So to kind of try that whipped ball near post, and he's going to hit the first defender again. I think that's so disappointing because their all-round game has been brilliant. But we talk about set pieces, how valuable they are, especially for a team like Bromley in a game like today. Really they haven't made the most of them, so that's disappointing. But again, going back to this keeper situation, it's brave keeping by Smith to throw his body on the line there. I hope he's okay. It looked like he did get caught, but this will give them a moment now to get in and speak to their manager Woodman and to kind of just readdress things, kind of kill the momentum and the sting out of the game. You can see with the players that Newcastle are brought on, they want to play quickly, they want to be positive, they want to get 2 or 3 goals and get this game done and dusted. You can see that straight away with the intensity. So Bromley now need to try and kind of falter and stop that momentum as much as they can with the way that they played the second half.
Yeah, he did. This is not a goalkeeper just staying down for the sake of it. He did get a big clattering off. I'm pretty sure it was off his own defender because I think Osula just gave the defender a nudge and he couldn't therefore jump over Smith, and he ran straight into his shoulder, and it'll be a sore one. He's just doing the rotations now. Hopefully he'll be okay. He'll be desperate to stay out there. Got sent the wrong way from the spot. Had no chance with the Miley Thunderstrike. It's 2-1, 53 gone. You're live on TalkSport 2. Mark Wilson, Tash Dowie here with you. Elsewhere, Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. That is live over on TalkSport right now. Palace 1, Stockport 0. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. And Southampton Swansea to get underway in around about 18 minutes or so's time. Elsewhere, Rangers 3-0 to the good against St Johnstone in the SPL. Igamane, Cherney and Diamande were the 3 first half goals. I think St Johnstone have just got one back through Sanders, so it's 3-1 now at Ibrox. Elsewhere, Aberdeen 0, Hearts 0 is goalless. As I'm hearing, there's been a goal over on TalkSport. Bruno Fernandes has put Manchester United in front of Arsenal. Could be a bad week for Arsenal, beaten by Newcastle in the first leg of their semi-final in the Carabao Cup. Now they're behind at home, and they had Gabriel Jesus stretch it off in the first half as well. So Manchester United lead at Arsenal. Here Newcastle lead by 2-1. Osula again does well, holds up the ball nicely and plays it forward, but then the ball given away over on the far side by Trippier, and Newcastle get fortunate. Breaks down, here goes Target, feeds Gordon, and Imre there decided the best form of defence is not let Gordon get the ball, and he cleared it away, but Gordon on the end of a quickly taken throw in. And now the ball swept up here and neatly played forward here to Congreve, who's off over the halfway line. Cheek goes on inside him, but there are 3 black and white shirts coming. Does well to find a gold shirt there, Congreve. I tell you what, been impressed with him today. He really has looked quality, the Swansea loanee. Forward on the far side now is Odeteo. We've not seen a lot of him going forward. Ball broke into the area, and rather sadly there, 2 Bromley players got in each other's way. Ball though not quite cleared, and in the end it's hammered away by Newcastle. That was almost an opportunity there, and they ended up getting in each other's way.
Yeah, Leary, I think he's wondering why is he in the penalty area there, the big centre half. He's got forward and he's tried to get involved, but in the end he's actually ended up getting in the way, so he needs to get back to doing what he does best, which is defending. But yeah, Congreve, what a player. Everything about me, he hasn't put a foot wrong today. He really has looked, you wouldn't put him away from looking like a Premier League player right now, the way he's playing this game.
Here's Odeteo wide on the left. That's a better looking ball, just a little bit too deep. There was no one pushing at the back post. I think Imre's got to get in the penalty area there. Target's allowed a free header at the far post. Cheek was near post, it went far post, but that was a better quality ball in.
Yeah, and I think that's where probably the position as a wing back, you're asking a lot, and physically it's tiring. You're asking him to get back and defend, but you're also asking him to get on the end of things, and that's where probably fitness levels, you have to be brave enough to try and do both, and maybe he's thinking more now about stopping Gordon.
Here is Gordon going the other way. 2-1 Newcastle lead. It was Gordon's penalty kick after Target was brought down in the box. Here now is Target, lays it to Lewis Miley, the other goal scorer. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, he has it, feeds it wide on the right. And now Trippier gets it away over on the far side. Almiron back to Bruno Guimaraes, he has it, back out wide, it goes to Trippier. Osula waits in the middle. Trippier's attempted pass is deflected back to him, he gives it away. Here's Almiron, here's Miley now, 25 yards out. They're patient, Newcastle, they're in front now, they don't have to do anything silly. They would welcome a third goal. Wolves come here And then next weekend we're back here 12:30 on Saturday, live, part of Game Day Live, as Newcastle take on Bournemouth. Here now is Target, left of the goal. Back to Miley. They have left cheek forward here, Bromley. Just left him on the halfway line, hoping for an out if they can get one. Ball over the top, looking for Almiron, and it's chested back to the goal. Oh, no, it wasn't. Went behind for a corner. Odoteo chested it back, but Smith couldn't keep it in. It's a corner for Newcastle.
Yeah, it's unlucky there. Brave play as well by Odoteo to try and chest it to find his keeper. It's a great ball in, to be honest. He knows Almiron's behind him, so he's got to deal with it, but just probably doesn't get enough on the chest. So now, again, it's a set piece for Newcastle, and one that Bromley have to defend. They have to stay in the game. I think they've reacted quite well to conceding the second goal, but now they need to do more. They need to show more of what they had in the first half, which is tough. It's tough to kind of show that bravery here, because they know if they concede a third, then it's probably game over.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Newcastle, though, have got a short corner. Shah goes across, and now it's driven to the edge of the box. Here's Gordon! Gordon with a shot blocked. Newcastle have been brilliant with their short corners in recent weeks. Now the ball forward. Imre's chasing up towards halfway. If he looks up, there was a switch of play on there. Congreve had got forward, but they couldn't find him. But they're so inventive. All the talk about Arsenal and their set pieces, Tass, that was a well-worked short corner, and Gordon there, 15 yards out, his shot on target, but was blocked.
Yeah, no, really, that's one that's been worked on the training ground many a times. And in the end, it's just good defending. Gordon connects with it well, he strikes it well, there's nothing wrong with that. I think Bromley just throw their bodies on the line and do well.
Here's Miley into the edge of the area, pulls it back to Guimaraes, on his left, onto his right, shot deflected, falls to Longstaff. Longstaff shot blocked, well blocked by El Arawi. Good defending there from Bromley. They've just got to try and stay in it here, even if it's 2-1 with 5 minutes left. I think they would take that right now and maybe take a few more risks as the game goes on. But Newcastle are looking to put this one away. They were behind Newcastle. Congreve's shot on 7. Miley equalised, and then just into the second half, after target was brought down, Gordon sent the keeper the wrong way from the spot. Here is Lloyd Kelly. Rare start for him.
You can see Woodman is trying to get his players up. He's telling them to get up, and it's hard. It's really hard to try and get a bit of pressure on the ball, but there's too long left in the game to just be sitting back, and you have to have more here. You have to have a bit more of a go, and potentially he needs to look at the bench as well. Can he make changes and freshen things up?
Cross comes in, keeper will collect it. Look, it's that double-edged sword, isn't it? They go for it and they get picked apart and end up losing 5-4 or 5-1, but chances like this don't come along very often, and by playing as well as they did in that first half, they'd given themselves the opportunity to try and attack Newcastle.
I think the biggest thing as well is, we talked about the changes, is that they probably are a little bit more nervous to have a go, because you do have world-class players on the pitch now, like Anthony Gordon, where potentially in the first half they knew they could be a bit more brave and creative and maybe not have the kind of weapons that are going to punish them, whereas now, if you go forward and you mess up, you're going to get punished on the other end, because you have those players that really will hurt you.
Well, Dubravka's just trying to play out from the back, but he's overhit the pass to Trippier, and it's a throwing over on the far side. Are we going to get a long throw? No, they're just going to get it down and try and get the cross in, and that, well, they're having to go back to the halfway line now. I think they may have missed a trick there, Bromley, but they'll work it out wide on the left. Now they might put the cross in. Odoteo, he looks up, there are 3 waiting edge of the area, but they've given the ball away, and now Newcastle could break. Bruno Guimaraes drives forward now, looks to feed the ball to Asula, wide on the right-hand side. Will Asula driving in towards the edge of the penalty area now. Little step over onto his left foot, shoots! Oh, what a goal! His first Newcastle goal, and that is out of the top drawer from Will Asula, whose love affair with the FA Cup continues. Wherever he plays in the FA Cup, he scores goals. That was one of his best, and it might just knock Bromley out of the FA Cup. Newcastle 3, Bromley 1.
Wow, we've seen some wonder goals today, haven't we? And we spoke about with Bromley, decision making. Should they have taken their time on the long throw? Should they have taken the throw? But no, they try and get it down and play, and they lose it. And Asula here, you can see, is out on the right hand side, chops in on his left, and it is a beautiful strike. What a hit. We talk about it. Anthony Gordon's in the box, he could have easily looked for him. It's a lovely little step over, and then those type of finishes, the shape shot into the far hand corner, the crowds are loving it. It's a big moment for him. He's had not a lot of game time. You're never going to get a start at the moment in front of Isaac, so when you get your opportunity, you have to score today, and he's done that. So that will give him a massive boost confidence-wise, and let's see now what more he can do. But that is a brilliant hit.
Just a word of worry there for Will Asula. He just knelt down and offered a prayer of thanks. As he got up, I think he's tweaked his hamstring.
I'm not surprised,
he's holding,
to be honest.
Now he's stretching out. He just grabbed, as he got up, he grabbed the back of his left hamstring. It'll be interesting now whether he can, it's just a strain or what, but he's certainly not moving freely. He's had a look over at the bench here.
I was going to say, I was wondering what hamstring it was, because I wouldn't be surprised hitting the ball that hard to tweak your left, but it looks like he's actually stretching the other one. And what a shame that would be if he's struggling right now.
Yeah, there's the ball now with Gordon. He comes forward here. Almiron peels off in front. Asula after it. He's struggling a little bit, I think, Asula. Well, that would be an ironic injury, wouldn't it? But hopefully it'll be okay. Was a heck of a goal. We mentioned before he scored goals at Sheffield United in the FA Cup. He scored goals at Derby. Going forward the other way is Congreve. Can he get the shot away? No, tries to feed it wide. And now Almiron, and the game's getting stretched, and Newcastle look dangerous here. Almiron goes past one. Only one defender. He's got Gordon in the middle. Can he find him? Almiron, he's played it on the overlap. I think Odoteo's old manned him there. He said, pass it to me, and he did do. 3-1.
Yeah, this is where Woodman now, this is where he's earning his money. You can see he's talking to his assistant there, but I think changes might have to be made. A couple of players look tired. Decision making in the second half has been a bit off. I think they've been a little bit naive. I think sometimes you need to understand when the momentum is with Newcastle so heavily, the crowd's getting going. You need to sometimes play a little bit ugly, and in my opinion, I think Bromley have probably tried to play the game too well, so I think maybe bring on the likes of Dennis, some fresh legs. They've got some experience. We spoke about it. Jenkinson, can he make some changes? Because right now it looks like it's only going to go one way, and more goals for Newcastle.
Yeah, and that goal did come when they were in possession. Cardinal sin, really. They turned over possession. Well, they are going to make changes here. Ashley Charles about to come onto the field here. Gets a high five off his manager. 3-1. Newcastle lead here. Goals for Miley, Gordon and Asula. And to be fair, he had in the Congreve. We've seen 3 brilliant finishes today. Keepers have had no chance. Here's Gordon again coming forward. Tries to feed it through to Asula, who is still not moving freely. And I wonder if we might see a change from Newcastle. With Isak struggling with a hamstring injury, they won't want to lose Asula here. Charles is about to come on. And it is going to be for Ben Thompson who makes way. He conceded the penalty. He'd be disappointed about that, Thompson, but he's worked hard in the midfield, but he makes way. And he now will make way for Charles, who comes into the action.
Yeah, he's not happy. And I understand that. This is his game that he's been looking forward to. Ben Thompson, and I talked about it, has been their best player this season by a mile. He's been their standout man and probably hasn't been able to affect the game in the way that he would have liked. Obviously giving away the penalty as well, and now getting substituted so early on. It's disappointing for him, but that's football. Woodman obviously wants to try and make a positive change, and he's hopefully Ashley Charles, 25-yard midfield player, can make that happen.
Yeah, well, Newcastle are on the attack here. It's all level over on TalkSport. Gabriel has equalised. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. And Diego Dallo here and has been sent off. Here's Target, hits one, takes a deflection, and it's inches wide of the post. It took a touch off Sawumni. Keeper at full stretch, and that goes just wide of the post. Still 3-1.
Great hit. We were sitting right behind that, weren't we? And it looked like it was destined for that far corner. And there's just too much time at the moment for these Newcastle players. We've seen them score from distance in the first half. The Bromley players have to get out. Imre there has to get out and put pressure on the ball quicker there, and he's lucky that hasn't gone into the far corner.
65 gone. Newcastle 3, Bromley 1. Corner for Gordon. Going to land in no man's land. It'll fall far post to Miley's. Lays it back to Target. So 1-1 at the Emirates over on TalkSport, and Manchester United down to 10. Dallo sent off there. There's now a step over from Gordon. Drives it through the area, and a good header away from Sawumni. Clears the lines, but Newcastle, in fairness, I think since they went a goal behind here, they've responded really, really well. There's been a real positivity about them.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Anthony Gordon has made a massive impact, which doesn't surprise anyone. I just think every time he's on the ball, he makes something happen, and he doesn't just make something happen, it's with quality. The end products there, which potentially Newcastle didn't have in the first half. he's just a brilliant player to watch.
Here's Osula, gets in behind down the left. Can he produce a cross? His touch was decent. He gets it away to Target. Target looks for the give and go. Gimaresh on his right foot, goes for the curler and just sets it just too wide of the post. It was curling in, but not quickly enough. And Smith, relieved, had it covered, goes past the far post, still 3-1.
Yeah, had it covered, but again, too easy to get shots off. You know, and it's easy sitting here watching the game, but eventually they're going to get punished for this. You know, Newcastle do well, you know, to kind of recycle, but look how many bodies there are in and around the area with no one sitting on them. You know, you've got to migrate to players. You know, space doesn't score goals, players does. So in and around the penalty area, you have to get touch tight, you know, and make it hard for the players. And Bromley at the moment aren't doing that for Newcastle.
Ball flicked on by Whiteley. Back header wasn't the best from Kelly, but it's just got enough on it. Dubravka out of his 6-yard box, collected on the edge of the 18-yard box. Here's Target, ball over the top. Gordon's looking after it. Tries to get there, and he does get there in front of Sawunmi. Here's Gordon. His touch just let him down there, and his pass as a result was a poor one. He's given it away. Charles edge of his own area. They need to. They're taking a risk here. They're playing around inside their own 18-yard box, and well, credit to them. They've kept it safe, and now they'll knock it up towards the halfway line. Cheek can't get hold of it. It's been a tough afternoon for him. Worked hard, and what ball he's had, he's won, but he just hasn't had enough ball. Here's Shea, he's going to unload a shot. Not one out of his top draw there, pulls it well wide, and now come the Newcastle change, and it's going to be Hall who comes on here. Lewis Hall, he will come on for Matt Target, who makes way on the near side.
Yeah, Lewis Hall, I've been really impressed with him this season. Brilliant player, real quality. But fair play to Target as well. You know, he hasn't put much of a foot wrong. He's done okay. He's been consistent. But I think, again, this is just about getting now a few more minutes. You know, Hall's had plenty of minutes, but just adding quality, to be honest, which, you know, shows right now the difference between these two teams.
And we are going to see here the youngster, Trevor Sanusi, from Birmingham, coming on for a taste of first-team action. Will Osula gets his goal and gets a pat on the back, and maybe that's a precaution for him with that hamstring, or maybe it's a precaution because Isak's got an injury as well. But a chance here for Trevan Sanusi, 17-year-old, comes on into the action. Looks like Anthony Gordon's going to play up top. Sanusi, a wide player, tricky wide player, and he'll get a first touch in the FA Cup for Newcastle. Ball won back by Bromley. Now they'll feed it down the line, but there is Hall, who is impeded, says the official, and that is a free kick and taken too quickly, says the referee, and they'll come back and play it again.
Yeah, it's always great to see academy players, young players coming through. You know, that's what these cup games are about, and I think Newcastle will be happy that they've kind of got that 2-goal cushion to allow these youngsters to have these moments today. And yeah, I'm excited to see what the young winger can do, and you know, it's a win-win for him. He's got nothing to lose. Go and express yourself. You're obviously good enough to be given this opportunity.
Yeah, certainly is. Trevan Sanusi making his full debut, signed from Birmingham. Highly regarded. Played in the EFL Trophy for the under-21s earlier in the season, but now he's a first-team player. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, and his crossfield switch is blocked, and it's out for a throw-in on the near side. Still 3-1 here. Bromley led early on. They've been really good, Bromley, but in the end, the class of Newcastle has shone through. There's certainly nothing to not like about this Bromley performance. They've been full of guts and spirit. And now they have it at the back with their goalkeeper, Smith, who knocks it long and downfield. Shaw heads it to Miley, whose Thunderstrike got Newcastle back on level terms, and maybe that goal coming when it did just eased any nerves for Eddie Howe's side. Here's Bruno Guimaraes. I think what you wouldn't want to do here is the score to blow out in favour of Newcastle. As good as they are, I don't think Bromley deserve that this afternoon.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I think the scoreline right now maybe flatters Newcastle slightly. They have been much better this second half, though, to be honest. I think their quality is definitely shown. I think Bromley are tiring, and confidence-wise has been knocked.
Beautiful ball here to Hall into the area. Defenders sliding in. Hall had a bit of time there. He'll be disappointed he couldn't find a teammate in the box, and it's gone out for a goal kick. But Lovely pass from Bruno Guimaraes, fed in Lewis Hall. Defenders slid almost past him and he still managed to hit him.
Yeah, and I think that's probably maybe taking a bit of time to get into the action. Sometimes as a sub, it takes you kind of 10-15 minutes to kind of find your footing, but that's unlike Hall because he's had a really good season so far and he's got a wonderful left foot, but probably one of those situations where he's got too much time and then he's made the wrong decision and been too slow in decision making there.
Arsenal have got a penalty over on TalkSport, so Manchester United down to 10, and now Harry Maguire's conceded a penalty at the Emirates. If you got the TalkSport app, you'll be able to swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2 and pick up the action as they've lost it here, the visitors, Selarewi, and now Gordon drives forward, edge of the area, just gets dispossessed. He's going to pull the trigger. They'll keep it in, will they, on this near side with Sanusi. He goes down. Tackles coming flying in from everywhere. I think Gordon was hoping the referee was going to say he was fouled edge of the area. Here's Cheek, feeds it to Congreve. Congreve's got Kelly in front of him. Congreve trying to cut onto that left foot, and he was pulled down by Kelly, but the ball had already gone. Congreve slaps the floor. I think if maybe there's, I won't say a weakness in his game, he's always looking to come on the left foot, and Kelly had him worked out pretty early there.
Yeah, absolutely. You're spot on there. It's quite obvious. Sometimes you have to have a go. Take him on down the line. Fancy your chances. Be a little bit more unpredictable there. But it's great hold-up play again by Cheek. But then, I think Congreve needs to do a bit more there. Or if not, you don't always have to go forward. Maybe turn back and just keep possession for your team. I think sometimes he wants to do a bit too much.
Yeah. Here come Newcastle again. Ball fed into the edge of the area. Gordon looking for the give and go. And now Longstaff picks it up. And Newcastle looking to attack again. Andy Woodman having a look round, pondering maybe some changes. I think there is going to be motion on the bench in a moment. 3-1 with 17 remaining. TalkSport 2. Gordon has it. I saw yesterday at the City Ground, Nuno Espirito Santo made 11 changes, and at 2-0 he brought on the likes of Elanga, Hudson-Odoi and Chris Wood all came on off the bench. And well, Eddie Howe's had to bring on the big guns today, Gordon and Bruno Guimaraes, and it has worked for Newcastle, who lead by 3-1. Here's Almiron. Howe making 9 changes to the side that won at the Emirates in midweek. Still no news about that Arsenal penalty, so last I heard it's 1-1. Ball here with Sanusi on the near side. The young teenager gets it away to Miley. Now the ball back to Bruno Guimaraes on this near side. And now they'll feed it in to Longstaff. And the penalty has been saved. Martin Odegaard's penalty has been saved, so it's 1-1 over on TalkSport. Here now is Scher. Feeds it into the edge of the area. Longstaff tumbles as he tries to find Guimaraes, but Bromley are just getting pushed further and further back now. I think the fight is starting to eke out of the League Two side. They'll be in good value for the opening hour, but they're starting to run out of juice now. Maybe starting to run out of belief and don't want to get embarrassed here. As a good challenge goes in from Imre on this near side. He drives it forward. Cheek's never going to get on the end of that. And it's all the way through to Dubravka. So latest scores then in the FA Cup. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. It's live over on TalkSport right now. Arsenal playing 10-man Manchester United. Crystal Palace 1, Stockport 0. Everett Eze with the early goal there. Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. And Southampton Swansea underway is 0-0, just kicked off a few minutes ago. Here on TalkSport, 3-1 Newcastle. Bruno Guimaraes into the area, feeds it wide on the right hand side. Cross comes into the far post. Sanusi heads it down into the ground, headed away. Charles does well to bring it down in his own penalty area, and it's knocked forward. And Cheek will try and hold it up, but he's looking tired now. The veteran up top.
Yeah, I've been there, been in those games, and it's really, really tough. You pretty much feel like you're just feeding off scraps, which is what he has done for the majority of the game. But he'll stay in it, and I think, speaking to obviously the director before the game, he said no matter what the score, these players will not give up, and I think you can see that.
Well, I think the fact that they scored such a great goal here will give everyone at Bromley something to remember this FA Cup run by. First time in the third round. Looks like the dream ends here, but they've given a great account of themselves and League Two. Here, though, is Almiron. Finds Bruno Guimaraes. Newcastle dominating. Little drop of the shoulder, Guimaraes in the turn. And it's cleared away by Reynolds up towards halfway. And Kelly and Scher have got Cheek all wrapped up at the moment. Hall on as a substitute will pick up the ball on halfway, and I think we are going to see some more changes. I think Josh Passley about to... Ooh, come on, that was a poor tackle, Imre, on Sanusi. Well, the offside flag had gone up, and that may well save Imakar there. That was a bad challenge. We're going to get a double change for Bromley. Levi Amanchi coming on, and also coming on Josh Passley. And it's nice for some of the players to get time on the field here. Cameron Congreve's afternoon is done, but he's written himself into Bromley folklore with a wonderful goal here at St James's Park. The Swansea loanee may well go on to bigger and better things, but that a highlight of his career. And Michael Cheek, the captain, couldn't get his goal this afternoon, but he's given his running for the side, and he'll get a breather with around about 13 minutes left.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think right now this is good management. I'm not saying that Woodman has given up on the game, but also with 10 minutes to go, these players have earned the right to get here today, and I think it's a moment that everyone should be able to experience. So to be able to get some more players onto the pitch, some fresh legs, bit of energy. But yeah, I think Congreve in particular has been probably their best player today, and he can be proud of the performance, and Cheek as well. He did everything he could do today. No, that's not the type of game he would have enjoyed playing, but he won't forget this moment today.
No, leading his side out here. Got 2 goals at Wembley, of course, in that playoff win over Solihull Moors last season, and scored from the spot in the shootout as well, as Newcastle continue to dominate with 12 remaining. Mark Wilson and Tash Dowie live here on TalkSport 2. Down at the Emirates, 1-1. You can hear it live on TalkSport. After we've done here, we're going to the States. The playoffs continue. Big wins last night for the Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens. Well, tonight, it's the Buffalo Bills who take on the Denver Broncos in the early game. That'll be live with the NFL team straight after us here at St James's Park. Excellent coverage of the NFL each and every week, all the way through to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Kelly has it. Interesting what Amanchi can offer up top, if he can offer them an out ball, if they can even get him any ball. Well, he's on it now and he's driving forward, and he's another big tall athlete. He's going to have a run at Fabian Schär, and he gets towards Schär, now feeds it out wide, and the gold shirts, credit to them, are coming forward. Can they get something back here? On a tail wide on the left, and didn't get the cross in. Eventually it comes out over on the far side off Almiron. You'd like to see them get another chance, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Amanchi's a different prospect to a Cheek. He's someone that can definitely drive with the ball, like you can see there, and he's a big target player, so you can work off him and, get the balls into the box as well. Feed off scraps. You've got 10 minutes, have a go.
Well, here there's a chance for a shot from the edge of the box. They're laid out wide here to Danny Imre. Right-hand side, just pokes the ball forward, looks for the return pass, cross comes in. Well, it was a cross-come shot in the end, and Dubravka down low at the near post makes the save. You are listening to Newcastle against Bromley in the FA Cup on TalkSport 2 with Carling, the official beer partner of the Emirates FA Cup. 18 plus, please drink responsibly. 3-1 Newcastle leads. Congreve giving Bromley the lead inside 7 minutes before Miley, great strike, levelled it at 1-1, and then Anthony Gordon from the spot on 47, and Willisula's first Newcastle goal means it's Newcastle 3, Bromley 1 here in the northeast, and Newcastle will be safely through as it stands to round 4. We'll have to draw later on. It'll be on TalkSport after the conclusion of that Arsenal-Manchester United game. There is still further FA Cup action tomorrow. Millwall against Dagenham and Redbridge will be live on TalkSport 2 tomorrow night. Ball played over the top here, and here is Hall on the left-hand side, looking to get the ball back into the edge of the area. Did he get a nudge? No, he didn't. Ball will work its way to Sanusi on this near side. Ball given away. Oh, one back by Bruno Guimaraes. Can he get the cross in? A real good old-fashioned shoulder barge there between the two, and both players stayed on their feet and got on with it. Bromley knock it out for a throw-in.
Love that. Yeah, they're the best, those. The kind of 50-50s, who's going to come out on top, and it was quite an even 50-50 there. But I'd like to see Bromley have a bit of a go now. I think if you're going to go out of the FA Cup, you don't want to lose by a big scoreline, but also you're 3-1 down, have a go. Let's try and create a couple of opportunities these last 10 minutes. Get bodies forward, commit bodies forward, be brave enough to have a go now.
Yeah, here is Amanchi, who's a lifelong Newcastle fan. He's gone down, but I thought the referee was going to give a free kick. Right on the edge of the area, he waved it away. In fact, it wasn't Amanchi, it was Odoteo, wasn't it? Not really seen a lot of him getting forward, have we? As much as maybe we would have expected today.
No, absolutely, and that's his game. That's what he loves to do. You know, he's the highest assist in Bromley's team this season, and you know he loves to get forward. But it doesn't surprise me, obviously, with the quality of Newcastle, they've been able to pin him back. And to be fair, I think he was a bit unlucky there. You know, I don't know why he would have gone down otherwise, but yeah, he's shown good energy right till the end. 2 more changes, and Andy Woodman using his full allotment of changes. Callum Reynolds comes off, as onto the action comes Lewis Lee, and also coming on Byron Webster, who we heard on TalkSport during the week. Nice to get the other players on. High fives from Andy Woodman. Look, he couldn't have asked any more of his side. The other player coming off, Jude Arthurs, who's given his running as well this afternoon. A swap of the armband. Jude Arthurs gets a high five and applauds the Bromley fans high up away to our left. And as Tess said earlier on, it's nice that some of the fringe players, or players that have played a part in getting to this stage, are getting some of the action now. Yeah, spot on. And it's not just about giving people a run out now. You know, it is fresh legs, and it is hopefully the thought of creating an opportunity in this last kind of 5-10 minutes.
Throw in for Bromley on this near side. And they've kept fighting, now they get themselves a free kick. And we're inside the final 8 minutes of the 90 here. Well, we thought for a few minutes in that first half we were going to get an FA Cup shot, but it hasn't panned out that way. Now a change as Miguel Almiron makes way, and he's replaced by Sandro Tonali, so no easing up from Eddie Howe.
Yeah, no. So Tonali's been great since he's come back. And I think Almiron, will that be one of the last times Newcastle see him? Who knows? He's been heavily linked to the MLS. You know, it's a performance that you'd expect from him, and a hard-working performance, but I just think he probably lacks maybe the quality that this Newcastle team, looking forward and moving forward, need to have.
Yeah, I think as Newcastle have progressed, it almost sounds a little bit disrespectful, but I think they've progressed past Miguel Almiron. Ball over the top, lovely cushioned header from Kelly back to his keeper after Levi Amanchi was trying to close in. So both managers have made their substitutions now. 3-1 in favour of Newcastle United.
I think both managers as well are playing the game in the right way. I think Eddie Howe as well. Yes, it's important to get minutes, you know, and get touches into these players. Players like to get touches. They don't like to have breaks, to be honest. But also, he's respecting Bromley and the manager and the players, and putting some of his big guns on and giving them a game and an opportunity and a memory and a moment that they won't forget. And like I said, they want to be playing against the best players, your Tonalis, your Joe Lintons, your Gordons, and you know, credit to Eddie Howe for allowing that to happen today.
Yeah, back pass back to Grant Smith. I dare say there may be a few eyes on some prize Newcastle shirts as well from those in the Bromley Golds, as Tonali and Bruno Guimaraes and Anthony Gordon have all come onto the field.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch that.
Yeah, Dean Ashton was on TalkSport yesterday saying that he once got Gazza's shirt and the Everton kitman took it off him, said he'd given too many away, he couldn't have it, and Dean just let him have it. What a signal that would have been. Ball here with Gordon, does well, good work from Miley. Now it's fed into Bruno Guimaraes, edge of the area, pokes it into the path of Longstaff, cleared away Odoteo. Over on the far side is Sanusi, has popped up on the right now for Newcastle. Ball into Guimaraes, can he get a shot away? Tries to cushion the ball into the path of Longstaff, and it's cleared away. And Newcastle continue to dominate. 5 remaining here on TalkSport 2. It's still Newcastle 3, Bromley 1. Still 1-1 over on TalkSport down at the Emirates. Arsenal were behind, got a leveller. They saw Dallo sent off and missed the penalty as well, Arsenal. It's 1-1. Could be going to extra time. If you've got the TalkSport app, you can swipe left and right between the two. If you've not got it, then now's a good time to go and get it. It's free and available in all the usual places. And you can listen to all our live sport on TalkSport and TalkSport 2.
It definitely has been, though, a game of two halves, hasn't it? I think I think credit to Bromley to obviously go 1-0 up, but I think really since Newcastle scored to equalise, and then this second half they've just taken it to another level.
Well, they have. Here is Miley, who got that equaliser, feeds it wide to Hall, ball into the area. Will it fall to Bruno Guimaraes? No, it's cleared away by Charles. I actually think the quality of that strike from Miley, without that quality, I'm not so sure Newcastle got an equaliser in the first half, and once they were level, I'm with you, from that point they calmed down. I think the longer Bromley could have kept it 1-0, then you never know, but I think from that point on Newcastle have played pretty well, truth be told.
Yeah, no, absolutely, spot on. But do you know what, Bromley can walk away from the game today really with their heads held high. Absolutely, they've given a good account of themselves, every single player, no one's given up, they've played the game in the right way, so credit to them, they've made the game a really entertaining game.
They have. We're into the final four. Andy Woodman looks on. He'll be disappointed with the outcome, but I think inside, if you'd have offered him 3-1 and a really good performance, his side, he maybe would have taken that. The chance to send those Bromley fans into raptures with that goal, and great it was down at their end as well. They got to see it and celebrate it as it went in. As Amanchi heads the ball in field. Whiteley does well. Here now the ball worked down the near side. Passy just couldn't keep it in. A little bit unfortunate, the ball ricocheted against him and he couldn't keep it in. Here now comes Fabian Schär now. He looks to play it forward. I think the Newcastle fans would like a fourth goal, but as we said earlier, it probably would be a little bit unfair on Bromley of League Two, who've certainly come here and given it their all. Here is Sanusi on that far side, goes past one, goes past two, went down, but referee again is not having any of that. I think, to be fair, the referee's trying to let the game play. Will Finney, first time I've seen him in action, and he's had a good game.
Yep, he has, absolutely. And credit to the youngsters. This is why I love seeing the young academy players have a go. Just their positivity, their rawness, their freshness, the no fear. They're so direct. And he's done really well since coming on.
Yeah, ball with Miley. Is there one late chance either way? Here, Tonali's pass is just overhit and goes out over on the far side. Only a few Newcastle fans maybe making their way to the exit. But normally a really good post-match atmosphere. It's a big week ahead for Newcastle. A couple of back-to-back Premier League home games against Wolves and Bournemouth. That one on Saturday, 12:30 start. Bournemouth, you're live and exclusive. It'll kick off game day live. Reshmin Chowdhury, Sam Boniface and Stuart Pearce will be here for us on TalkSport. Here's Gordon into the box, good tracking back, and it's out for a corner. To be fair to Sawumni, Alarewi and Reynolds, when he was on, they've defended everything they can. Look, there's been 2 wonder goals and a penalty. Here, though, they've switched off. There could be a chance here. Bruno Guimaraes turns away from one, tried to weave past 2. Ball will fall to Miley, edge of the area, but it's a foul by Hall, and it's a free kick to Bromley. It's taken 2 wonderful goals, hasn't it, to undo them?
Yeah, absolutely, and this is Premier League football. They have the quality in their ranks, even players like Miley who aren't regular starters, who have struggled for game time. If you're involved in Newcastle United Football Club, you've got a bit about you, and these players can create those moments, and they only need half a chance to create those moments, and that is a difference between the 2 leagues. And this will be a massive eye-opener for Bromley, but a moment and a game that they'll never forget, and something that, in the future when it comes to the FA Cup ties, they'll want to go again. They'll want to put themselves up and show the way that they've developed and moved on, and credit to them what they're doing so far in the league. To be 12th, and only just been promoted, it's definitely a club going only one place, and that's up.
Yeah, that is a fair point. Ball over the top looking for Gordon. Keeper's got a good starting position. He will beat Gordon to it. We're into the added on time here. 4 minutes will be added on at St James's Park. Live on TalkSport 2. It's been a really enjoyable afternoon. Bromley, who did lead here and had a great chance to make it 2-0, and maybe that was their moment when the shot from Imre just scraped wide of the far post with Cheekham marked in the 6-yard box. Had they have found a goal then at 2-0, who knows? They might get a goal. Oh no, they won't, because Whiteley just drifted offside. It was a great header on the Teo, and Onateo himself slams it into the back of the net, but the referee had already blown, the flag had already gone up.
What a finish as well. Woodman smiling there, and actually Gordon as well is having a little giggle and a laugh with him on the sideline. It's a great finish, and it's just a shame that Whiteley couldn't hold his run and stay onside there.
Yeah, into the 4 added on then. Eddie Howe and Newcastle, their battle goes on another front. 90 minutes away from Wembley in that semi-final of the Carabao Cup. They lead Arsenal by 2-0. The second semi-final will also be live on TalkSport 2 at the beginning of February. They're going to be into the 4th round of the FA Cup. Can they get a 4th goal? No, they can't, as Sawumni gets it back to his goalkeeper. And now they're playing out from the back, but Webster's pass was under hit. And the ball now is here with Hall, who goes past one, gets upended by Lewis Lee, and that'll be a free kick. Still 1-1 over on TalkSport. You can listen to the closing stages live on TalkSport right now. Kai Havertz just missed a big opportunity. Here's Bruno Guimaraes trying to create an opportunity for Sanusi, but the ball just skips away and rolls behind for a goal kick. 3-1 then. Newcastle alive and kicking on the verge of the top 4 as well into the semi-finals Carabao Cup. Things are looking rosy for Eddie Howe.
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah, it's a great time to be a Newcastle fan. You know, in great form, and long may it continue. You know, and they've got 2 very winnable games coming up as well at home, so you only see that run continuing.
Yeah, you would think so. All the goals as they go in on around the grounds with Adrian Durham on Tuesday and Wednesday. Busy week in the Premier League and in the EFL, of course. Adrian will have all that covered. We'll be live at the Den tomorrow night. Final tie of the round sees Millwall take on Dagenham and Redbridge. Here come Newcastle again into the final 90 seconds, and I'm sure Bromley will get a great ovation from all here. A sold out St James's Park, and so they should. Scored a wonderful goal to create hopes of a cup upset for their fans. It wasn't quite to be. It's been a gutsy effort from them as Longstaff tries to get on the end of a ball through and the keeper's off the line. Earlier on, Hull beaten on penalties by Doncaster Rovers. Tamworth took Spurs all the way to extra time but couldn't quite get it done, losing 3-0 in the end. Arsenal Manchester United could be going to extra time despite United being down to 10. Dallow send off, it's 1-1 there. Palace in added on time lead Stockport a goal, and Ipswich have beaten Bristol Rovers, and Swansea are behind at Southampton. Sulemana has got the goal for the Saints. They lead by a 0-0. Here Bromley, one last attack. Is there one last hurrah in this game for them? Not to be at the moment, as Gordon, who came on at half time, slotted home the penalty and has been pretty much spot on since then, is looking to get forward now. Can Guimaraes find him? No, he can't. He was looking more towards Lewis Hall on this near side, but Andy Woodman looks on. The FA Cup dream is over, but for the first time this club been in the 3rd round, for the first time they've met Premier League opposition, and they have not let themselves or the club down as the full-time whistle goes. Not the usual roar of approval at St James's Park, but more the admiration of a job well done, and also respect for a lower league opponent who didn't come here to park the bus. They came here to play. They took the lead with a wonderful goal from a wonderful young player in Cameron Congreve, who scored from the edge of the box on 7 minutes. They had a huge chance at 1-0 Bromley to make it 2, an opportunity they passed up, and when Lewis Miley rifled one in the top corner to make it 1-1, you felt there was only one outcome. Bromley held on till half time, but were undone early in the second half when there was a foul by Ben Thompson on that target. Anthony Gordon stepped up and sent Smith the wrong way to put Newcastle in front, and when Willisula rifled in his first Newcastle goal, wonderful finish from him, it was job done for the Toon, and Eddie Howe's side are through. But a good day for football. Didn't quite get the upset that many were hoping for, but it was a good game played in a great spirit, and Bromley have done League 2 and their club very, very proud indeed. Newcastle 3, Bromley 1. Tasha, how are your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, I'm just busy watching the shirt swapping already and seeing who got Gordon's shirt, and it was Swanyi who fully deserved, you know, that shirt with a great performance today. But no, look, thoroughly enjoyed myself today. It was a great FA Cup game. I think both teams can take lots of positives. Newcastle, more goals, a win, you know, getting game time, valuable game time into players that haven't got a lot of minutes. And then for Bromley, I think credit to them, they've come here and they've really given Newcastle a game for 45 minutes in particular. they really gave Newcastle a game. You can see that by the subs that they had to make at half-time to bring on to then really dominate the second half. And you can see them now going over to their fans and applauding them. They've come out in big numbers today. Great atmosphere, great occasion, 90 minutes of good football. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was excellent. It is been a very, very good day of action. Don't forget, following us here on TalkSport 2 Live NFL, the playoffs continue. The Broncos go and take on the might of the Buffalo Bills safely through last night. The Houston Texans and the Baltimore Ravens, who will join them in the Final Four with the Kansas City Chiefs. Will it be the Broncos or the Bills? All be revealed on TalkSport 2 to come. You can listen to the final stages over on TalkSport of Arsenal against Manchester United, all level going into the latter part there. We'll have more FA Cup football live tomorrow night on TalkSport 2. Millwall against Dagenham and Redbridge to come. Can't wait for that one tomorrow night. Hughes and Croft, Alex Cook and Scott Minto will be our team down at the Den tomorrow evening. Thanks to Tash Dowie. Safe travels home.
Thank you very much.
Nice to be with you again on TalkSport 2. And we'll hear more from Tash in the future, I'm sure. But here, the Bromley dream is over. They're applauding their fans who stayed high up in the stand away to their left. They dared to dream. They got off to a wonderful start here. Congreve's goal gave them hope, but ultimately the Premier League class of Newcastle showed through. Miley, Gordon and Asula with the goals. It's Eddie Howe's side that are through to round 4. The draw over on TalkSport later on this afternoon. It finishes at St James's Park. Newcastle 3, Bromley 1.
At 2 with the BBC News, I'm Michelle Adamson. Tributes have been paid to a policewoman who died after being hit by a lorry while helping at the scene of another crash in North Yorkshire. Police Constable Rosie Pryor was standing on the verge of the A19 at Bagby yesterday morning when she and 2 others were hit. One of them has died and another is in hospital. Chief Constable Tim Forber said Miss Pryor was off duty when she stopped to help with the incident.
She came across a road traffic collision on the A19 and she stopped to help. She got out and, like many police officers up and down the country, put herself on duty. And it was whilst dealing with that incident that she was tragically killed. Rosie epitomises the very best of British policing. She put the safety of others before her own safety.
A 37-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder after a woman, who's believed to be a hospital nurse, was stabbed in Oldham in Greater Manchester. Police were called to A&E at Royal Oldham Hospital this morning following reports that a member of staff had been attacked. The woman, who's in her 50s, is in hospital. Her injuries are believed to be life-changing. Strong winds are forecast to pick up in California, hampering efforts to contain the wildfires. 4 are still burning in Los Angeles, 2 of which remain out of control. 16 people are now known to have died over the past 5 days. Representative George Whitesides is a congressman who represents California's 27th district, parts of which have been affected by the Hearst fire. He said the battle is not over yet.
We are not all the way through this thing. We have many days left to go. There were stronger winds last night or tonight. It's still evening here. And we have more from Monday through Wednesday. We're telling everyone that they need to stay alert, have their go bag ready, be paying close attention to credible news sources that give people a really good, quick sense of when they need to be ready to leave their homes in that very unfortunate circumstance.
Tributes have been paid to a charity founder in Manchester who began campaigning against violent crime after her son was shot dead. Patsy McKee is one of the founders of Mothers Against Violence, has died at the age of 77. She helped set up the organisation after her son Dorry was killed in Manchester in 1999. Their work against gun and knife crime led to her being awarded a special recognition in the Pride of Manchester Awards in 2019. And a pair of sunglasses worn by the late comedian Eric Morecambe have been sold at auction for £20,000. Personal items and showbiz memorabilia from his home in Hertfordshire were put up for sale following the death of his widow, Joan, last March. You're up to date. It's now 3 minutes past 2.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Dubravka hangs it up and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1. It's now with Murphy, low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2. Control of the semi-final after one of their greatest nights under Eddie Howe, completing an unprecedented set of results. Manchester United, Tottenham and Arsenal all beaten away from home in just over a week.
Certainly psychologically, I think big step forward the last 3 games. To do what we did in those 3 games, I think just speaks volumes for the mental capacity that we possess. A lot of doubts and a lot of question marks from me to the group about our consistency levels, our ability to put a winning run together early season. So that's why it's hugely satisfying to see the group be motivated, consistent with our performance, driven. I didn't see any weakness in terms of our psychology in those 3 games, and that's a big step forward, I think. So the challenge always is to continue that and not go away from what we've shown in the last few games.
And from one domestic cup competition to the other this afternoon, Newcastle United take on League 2 side Bromley. 75 places between them in the league standings in the 3rd round of the FA Cup on a chilly but bright afternoon here at St James's Park. First time these 2 clubs have met, and Bromley with a familiar face in the dugout in charge of the club nicknamed the Ravens. Andy Woodman had 5 years as goalkeeper coach at Newcastle United, is the manager who's brought his side here, also brought them up into the Football League last summer for the first time in their history. We expected changes from Eddie Howe, and there are multiple changes to the team, 9 in total. So no surprise against lower league opposition in the middle of a tough and busy period of the season that he has used his squad. The 2 who keep their places in the team from Arsenal on Tuesday night are Martin Dubravka, who is still a Newcastle player and enjoying some fine form personally, as well as the team's great run, and Joelinton continues in central midfield. But the 11 in full looks like this: Dubravka the goalkeeper, Trippier at right back and he'll have the captain's armband, Cher back from suspension, Kelly and Targett. First start for Matt Targett since he got injured last season at Manchester United in the League Cup, so well over a year since Targett has started a competitive fixture. Longstaff, Miley and Joelinton are the midfield players, and then Almiron, Osula and Barnes are Newcastle's front 3. The bench: Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne. Young defender Alex Murphy. Bruno Guimaraes is back as a substitute, the captain who served his suspension in the League Cup at Arsenal. And 17-year-old exciting academy winger Trayvon Sanusi is also named as a substitute for Newcastle United this afternoon. John Anderson, hello to you.
Razor, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. We're looking forward to this, aren't we? They've had a lot of away draws in the FA Cup in particular. Last season they had a lot of tough cup draws, so to be playing a lower league team today at home is a very favourable looking fixture, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's a game they should win, you know, even with the 9 changes that Eddie Howe has made. 7 straight wins, confidence is high. That doesn't just apply to the players that have been playing in those games. That goes straight through a squad. You know, that confidence goes into everybody who's involved. Players who've been given their opportunity today will relish that. They'll want to go out and they'll want to show the manager what they're about. And the last time that Bromley were on in the northeast was last season against Gateshead, and they lost. They got beat at Gateshead, even though they got promoted. So look, even with the 9 changes that Eddie Howe has made, you would expect this side to have too much for Bromley. Look, it's a great day for them, you know. Great day for the players to come and play in a stadium like this in front of it. What will be a huge crowd. Might not get the opportunity again. But from a financial point of view, it's great for them as well, you know. So they'll enjoy it. There's no pressure on them, you know, because nobody expects them to come here and get anything. So you just think that if we play to the capabilities that these players have got, that they should win, and they should win comfortably.
Bromley were allocated about 5,000 tickets. They didn't take them all, and the unsold sections were returned to Newcastle for home fans to snap up, and snap them up they did. So could even have a full house at St James's Park today, which would be quite something when you consider the attendances across FA Cup third round weekend at quite a few clubs that normally get big crowds. The fact that they've staggered the ties, I mean, starting on Thursday, and there's going to be games on Tuesday as well that were postponed yesterday. It's not really the event that it was, but the appetite to watch Newcastle United, whatever the competition, whoever they're playing, is as large as it is always was.
It's very sad, you know. Everybody goes on about the magic of the FA Cup, and look, you go back through the years, and third round FA Cup day was always huge in everybody's calendar. You know, the majority of sides got big crowds for the third round games, and you look at the crowds yesterday, you look at the crowds at Sheffield United, you look at the crowd that was down the road at Sunderland. You know, the magic of the FA Cup, I think that magic is long gone, to be quite honest, because there's just so many changes, not just from Premier League clubs, but Championship sides rotate and make so many changes. It's unbelievable. And if we're perfectly honest, like all cup competitions, people don't really get serious about it unless they get to a semi-final, and then all of a sudden they think, well, we're a game away from Wembley or 2 games away from Wembley, as is the case in the Carabao Cup. We'll take it a little bit more serious, and it's a shame. It's a shame, but the majority of Premier League clubs want to stay in the Premier League because that's where all the readies are. That's where the money is. You know, you don't make a great deal of money out of the FA Cup. Yes, you get a trophy and it's prestigious, but that doesn't keep the bank manager happy, unfortunately.
Newcastle United with 9 changes today against Bromley. Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target, Longstaff, Miley, Joelinton, Almiron, Osula and Barnes, and on the bench Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno and Trevin Sanusi. So a couple of academy players making the matchday squad for Newcastle, and some absentees who played the other night. No Botman on his 25th birthday. He has the day off. Sven Botman, we didn't expect him to be involved. Also no Joe Willock or Jacob Murphy in the Newcastle squad today, and Alexander Isak we knew was going to get a rest. Eddie Howe said as much at the pre-match press conference the other day, but also Isak had the slight hamstring issue that he sustained at Arsenal, which is why he was substituted in the second half. Obviously there's a couple of players, Ando, getting their opportunity today. Matt Targett, good to see him back after a pretty tough year and a bit with various injuries. It's also a good opportunity, isn't it, for Lewis Miley to get some significant football today. We've seen him a couple of times as a substitute this season, probably not as often as he or even Eddie Howe would have liked, but it was an obvious game to bring him in to to midfield today for, isn't it?
Yeah, of course it is.
Good afternoon and welcome to St James's.
Let me turn that down.
Oh dear.
I can't turn the public address system down.
Dear. How loud is that? How loud is that?
That's better.
Yeah, that's better.
They tested at about 1 o'clock, and it was fine when they tested it, and now it's given everybody a fright.
Yeah, I think there's opportunities there for several players. You know, the likes of Osula, who's been on the bench for a lot of the league games, well, all the league games really, and not, as of yet, not being able to get a run in the team. Opportunity for him against the League 2 side. Miley's been out a long time. We know the qualities that he possesses, but it's an opportunity for him to get game time. Target been out a long time. You know, he's not going to get back in the first team, not at this present time with the form that Lewis Hall is in. You know, so opportunities for one or two. You know, Almiron, we know what. We don't need to really see Almiron, but we know what he's all about. But he hasn't had much game time, and he needs to get game time under his belt. So yeah, opportunities for a few of these lads to sow a seed in the manager's mind, and show what they're capable of. So to let the manager know that if they're needed, he can be called upon, and they can go and do a job.
I'm pleased to mention William Osula because Eddie Howe has been speaking about the 21-year-old Danish youth international. It's only his second start for Newcastle, William Osula. The other was against Wimbledon, another League 2 team, in an earlier round of the League Cup. He's been on the bench regularly, hasn't he, since coming in from Sheffield United last summer for a deal that could be worth £15 million in total. Now, when the manager took Alexander Isak off against Spurs and Arsenal last week, he didn't replace him like for like with Osula, opting to play midfielders out of position instead.
I've got to make the right decision. Will is continuing to develop. I think it's been difficult the last few games because I've had to make decisions in running, what to do in a couple of situations. So against Tottenham we were winning, and I decided to put a midfielder in Alex's position when Alex was fatigued and had to come off. That's because we're protecting the lead, and I wanted someone with real experience who could manage the game for us. And it was very similar the other night against Arsenal, where we're in a different phase of the game, and I felt I needed real experience to help us navigate those last few minutes on the pitch. But Will is on the other side developing really well, and if we were needing a goal, the decision would have been very different. So I have to say, in training we've had a few 11v11 games. He's looked really sharp. He's scored goals. If he is involved this weekend, I'd expect him to play well.
Well, the manager expects him to play well. I think it was always expected that he would start, and he does, William Osula. But look, he's brought in as backup, as a young player who they could develop, and he could learn from the likes of Isak and Callum Wilson. But in Premier League terms, he's not ready yet.
Listening to the manager there, that seems to be the case. You know, he doesn't feel that he's ready to start Premier League games. He doesn't even feel that he's ready to come on in Premier League games. You know, the boy must be sitting there week in, week out thinking, I'm just here to make up the numbers, you know, because I'm not going to get any game time. I'm not going to get on. Even if he takes the centre forward off, I'm still not going to be the one that comes on to replace him. So yeah, it's tough for him, but it's an opportunity for him today to go and show the manager that he's worked on the things that they obviously want him to work on. You know, they obviously see flaws in his game that needs to be ironed out, and today is the opportunity for him to go and show that they have been well and truly ironed out.
Newcastle United, Dubravka in goal, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target, Longstaff, Miley, Joelinton, Almiron, Osula and Barnes. The front three. Chance for Harvey Barnes to play from the start, and add to his tally of 5 Newcastle goals this season. On the bench, Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno and Sanusi. Bromley will take a good look at their team in a few minutes' time. They are missing the former Gateshead striker Marcus Dinanga, who they signed in the summer after winning promotion to the Football League. He's got a long-term injury. They have a player on the bench, Levi Amanchi, who's a Newcastle fan, grew up in the northeast, played a bit of non-league football, including for Blythe Spartans in the area before eventually moving back down south. And Carl Jenkinson, once of Arsenal, and who has an England cap, joined Bromley in September, having been playing for Newcastle Jets in Australia. He's been injured, but he's a substitute for the League Two team today. But a proper look at Bromley, and we'll hear from their manager Andy Woodman, who is so excited about being back at St James's Park, so happy that they were paired with Newcastle. It's the draw he and Bromley wanted, and they got it. So that's to come, and more from Eddie Howe as well ahead of kick-off and the commentary right here on BBC Radio Newcastle from 3. If you're on the move, you can listen to us on the BBC Sounds app. We are able to put some of our Newcastle United commentaries on BBC Sounds, not all of them, but some. It's because of complicated broadcast rights restrictions, but today we're on BBC Sounds, so listen to us on the move. Or if you're going to be at home and you have a smart speaker, ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle, and you can listen to us that way. And we'll also be on our Freeview channel through your smart TV, Freeview channel 711, so plenty of options to listen to the Newcastle United perspective live from St James's Park today. We're going to have a look at the other scores in the FA Cup, and it's still 0-0 between National League 5th tier Tamworth and Tottenham, and that game has almost reached the 90th minute. That's Spurs all over, isn't it?
Typical Spurs.
Yeah. Still time for them to win it, still time for Tamworth to win it.
Yeah, exactly.
No replays, by the way, at this stage of the FA Cup. Extra time, 30 minutes, that's what I was looking for, and then penalties. So all decided on the day, no replays. We'll keep across all the action, but Colin White will be along in a moment or two to run through all of the important information. After we've heard from a true Newcastle United great, a club legend, one of the most popular and most effective players to wear the black and white shirt. He's in attendance today, along with lots of ex-Newcastle players. There are more and more who come to St James's Park on match days, sometimes working in the media, other times going around the hospitality boxes and the bars inside St James's Park to speak to fans. The player in question is the man who captained Newcastle in the FA Cup final in 1998, the great Rob Lee. He's also the last player to score for the club at Wembley, doing so in the FA Cup semi-final in 2000 when Sir Bobby Robson was the manager. Well, Rob Lee has been telling BBC Radio Newcastle both domestic cup competitions give Newcastle a great chance of success this season.
Yeah, listen, we're not looking at staying in the Premier League. We're looking at getting the top 4, which we run the fixtures we've got coming up in the Premier League. We've got a very good chance of getting the top 4, but you know the trophies that Liverpool got a huge lead that can be caught as I'm totally well aware of that. But the cup competitions is where we've got a chance of winning things. The semi-final of Carabao Cup, Bromley at home in the FA Cup. Who knows? We could have 2 Wembley finals.
Now you are still the last Newcastle player to score a goal at Wembley, but that record, that statistic may well go and belong to someone else soon, especially if they keep playing like they are at the moment, and they did against Arsenal. Just how good do you think they were, and that performance at the Emirates?
Yeah, the performance was unbelievable. I mean, I would have took a 1-0 either way, really. But I think it was an unbelievable away performance, defended brilliantly, and with some of the players we've got going forward, the exciting players we've got going forward, we're always going to score goals. And to be able to beat Arsenal 2-0 at their own home, it's still going to be tough in the second leg, but we've got a lead. I'd rather have a lead than have no lead. So they're still a very good team. The first goal will be very important, but we've got a fantastic chance of getting to Wembley again and lifting a trophy. And I think probably Isak's got a pretty good chance of breaking my record if he gets to Wembley, because at the moment he's probably the best striker in the world.
And they did it without Fabian Schär at the back, but also without Bruno Guimaraes in midfield, someone I'm sure you're a huge fan of. To then have players like that coming back will only make Newcastle better, won't it?
Without a doubt. I mean, when you get all our 11 players out there, we're as good as anybody, in my opinion. And we've got some good players that can come in as well. I mean, yeah, you're right, Bruno's, I love him, great player, but, you know, Tonali has been, since he's come in that position of sitting in front of the back four, I think he's been outstanding every game I've seen. And Big Joe as well. I mean, those midfield three are as good as there is. They're as good as there is, I don't care what anybody says. And when we've got Isak up front, scoring as many goals as he does, and we've got two good wingers who are creating chances and scoring, got a chance.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Great to hear from Rob Lee, Newcastle United legend, who was back at the club shop the other day with Keith Gillespie, marking the reissuing, the re-release of the 95-97 classic home shirt, and had some time to talk to us here at BBC Radio Newcastle. Full interviews are on the BBC Sounds app. Yeah, he had good things to say about the performance at Arsenal, as we all have. We haven't really touched on that yet, Ando. It was a really special night, a terrific result and performance. It's just a shame we have to wait another 3 or 4 weeks for the second leg, but to do what they did there, it's one of the best, isn't it?
Performance was immense
at the end of a week where they delivered significant results.
Yeah, the performance, look, the biggest test was always going to be Arsenal in the first leg of that cup. You know, Spurs we spoke about, who had a lot of problems from a defensive point of view and flaky. Manchester United they're all over the place this season. You know, the amount of sides that have gone to Old Trafford and won this season is, you know, but Arsenal was the big one. You know, you would have taken a 0-0, you would have taken a 1-0. Would have taken a 1-0 either way, to be quite honest. But the performance, everything about it was immense. You know, there wasn't anybody who didn't do their job. It was all about keeping your shape, keeping your discipline, doing the job that you're supposed to do. Because in games like that, especially the way that we play, if one person switches off, all of a sudden you're in trouble. Nobody did. Everybody kept their discipline, kept their concentration for 90 odd minutes. I mean, I said it to you in commentary, if he hadn't have made the substitutions, I think we would have won it by more.
Yeah.
You know, but he felt the substitutions were right. I mean, we ended up playing 5-5. That's
5-5-0.
Yeah, so it was but look, it was a deserved win. There was nothing fluky about it. You know, we defended really, really well. 2 centre-backs were outstanding, 2 full-backs. I don't think Martinelli did Livramento once, didn't run him once. Hall just gets better game by game. Tonali, the amount of ground that he covered and the covering that he does, and he just sees danger and just snaps it out. And Isak, I mean, what can you say? You know, people get annoyed because he's linked with this team and that team, but that's what happens when you've got good players. You know, your good players are always going to be, which for me, I don't get annoyed about it, because I think it's a compliment to the football club, and it's a compliment to the players that you've got if your players have been linked with somebody else. Doesn't mean they're going anywhere, you know, but the fact that they're linked means that people are sitting up and taking notice and realising how good they are. And I think a lot of stuff is wrote and a lot of stuff is said just to get a reaction and to get a bite from Newcastle fans, and a lot of them bite. You know, they just jump in straight away. You just got to look at it and take it with a pinch of salt, because at this moment in time he's still got 3.5 years left. He's gone nowhere this window.
Yeah.
There's not a chance in the world that he's going anywhere in January. I mean, people are saying, oh well, he's still got a long way to go in this window. He's gone absolutely nowhere, and I doubt there'll be any big transfers in this window anyway. Because, and the reason I say that is because the selling club in this window has all the power. Selling club knows you want somebody and you're desperate for somebody. You might value him at X amount, but if you want him in January, he's going to cost you an awful lot more than that. You know, and Isak is he's priceless. He's priceless in this window. But we'll see what happens. But look, I don't see any of those big players going anywhere in this window.
No Isak in the Newcastle squad today. We didn't expect him to be just rested and hopefully back for Wolves on Wednesday night. Here is the team again. Dubravka in goal. He's one of two players keeping their places in the 11 today. The other is Joe Linton in midfield. Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Targett is the back four. The midfield of Longstaff, Miley and Joe Linton. And then Almiron, Osula and Barnes, the front three. And the bench, Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno and Sanusi. More build-up to Newcastle United's FA Cup third round tie against Bromley of League Two on the way, including some more from the manager Eddie Howe. But let's have a look at what else is happening today, including in that Tamworth against Tottenham tie, which could well be going to extra time. We'll see. With all the details, here's Colin White.
Thank you very much, Razor. It is on the brink of extra time. They are in the 7th minute of injury time. Tamworth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Spurs who have had 80% possession. Tamworth who haven't had a shot on target, but none of that matters because they are seconds away. I'll tell you when it does get there, but they are seconds away from taking Premier League Spurs to extra time. The other early game in the FA Cup today has already gone to extra time and is still playing. It's Hull 1, Doncaster 1. Luke Molyneux, formerly of Sunderland, with Doncaster's opening goal. Hull equalising through Gustavo Puerta 10 minutes before the end of the 90. They have just started the second half of extra time and it's still Hull 1, Doncaster 1. It is now full time. Tamworth 0, Spurs 0. The tie of the round with the biggest gap between two teams is going to extra time. Elsewhere today, 3 other 3 o'clock kickoffs apart from Newcastle United. Arsenal against Manchester United. In terms of glamour, probably the tie of the round. Crystal Palace against Stockport County and Ipswich against Bristol Rovers at 4:30. It is Southampton against Swansea in the draw, incidentally. We will keep reminding you throughout the afternoon, but the draw is made on BBC One at the conclusion of the Arsenal-Manchester United game, which kicks off at 3 o'clock, like I say. If it doesn't go to extra time, it means that draw will be around about 10 past, 5:15, something like that. But obviously that could stretch quite significantly if that game goes to extra time and penalties as well. So it's the third round of the FA Cup today. It's also the fourth round of the Women's FA Cup. Durham should have played at Brighton yesterday. They went all the way down to Brighton before the game was called off because of a frozen pitch. Today, though, the 2 games involving our other 2 teams have gone ahead and are deep into those games as well. They both kicked off at 1 o'clock. Sunderland away at Exeter are comfortable. They are 5-1 up after more than an hour in that game. 3 for Ellen Jones, 2 for Eleanor Dale, and they are cruising through to the 5th round, are Sunderland, as they should, against a team from the division below. Newcastle United also playing a team from the division below in Nottingham Forest, but they are top of the 3rd tier that Newcastle won last season, so not necessarily a huge gap between them, and that is reflected in the scoreline at the moment because it is still goalless, and they have played almost 68 minutes now in that one at Kingston Park. Newcastle United 0, Nottingham Forest 0. Elsewhere in the 4th round of the Women's FA Cup today, the early game, London City Lionesses won 5-0 away at the lowest ranked side, Fulham. Chantal Boyd-Lorca with an 8-minute hat-trick in the first half for London City Lionesses. Kosovari Aslani and Izzy Goodwin with the other 2, and that is not a bad set of 3 goal scorers for London City Lionesses. Lots of games called off in this FA Cup as well. So Everton, Spurs, Leicester, Stoke, Crystal Palace, Sheffield United, Arsenal, Bristol City, all postponed because of the weather. Ones that have gone ahead, Manchester City are 2-0 up on Ipswich with about 15 minutes to go. It's goalless between Cheltenham and Wolves, and Rugby Borough are 2-0 up away at London Bees. A couple more games to come. Chelsea Charlton's at 3 o'clock and Aston Villa against Bristol Rovers is at 5:45. So Sunderland's women cruising through in the FA Cup, but Sunderland's men were beaten after extra time yesterday in their FA Cup third round match. Stoke City came to the Stadium of Light and won 2-1. Niall Ennis scoring the winning goal in the 112th minute. Here is the Black Cats head coach Régis Lebris.
I think we started a little bit slowly. We knew that we had to face with high pressure, and probably we didn't make the right decision at that moment. But after that, I think we were in the game we wanted to play. So it was clear that against our high pressure, they play many long balls, and when we were dominant against these long balls with the first contact and the second ball, I think we were dominant, and probably we could have won before the end of the game, but it wasn't the case. And then 30 more minutes, and in that case, both teams were tired a little bit and can make another mistake.
So Sunderland, having played Stoke City 3 times in the space of 5 weeks, beaten by them twice, including in the Cup yesterday, so they are not through to the 4th round. They are back in league action, Sunderland, on Friday night away to Burnley. Yesterday in the FA Cup, the only real shock came when Plymouth, bottom of the Championship, won 1-0 at Premier League Brentford. Morgan Whittaker with the winning goal 10 minutes from the end, but that will very much be put in the shade of Tamworth managed to knock Spurs out. The other teams through to the 4th round before today: Everton, Aston Villa, Fulham, Liverpool, Bournemouth, Chelsea, Brighton, Nottingham Forest, Manchester City and Wolves are all the Premier League sides through. Cardiff, Birmingham, Blackburn, Leicester, Burnley, Leeds and Coventry are the Championship sides through. Coventry beat Sheffield Wednesday on penalties last night, and Exeter and Wickham, the 2 League One sides, through to the 4th round. And like I say, that draw will be made after the Arsenal-Manchester United game, so somewhere in the region of 5:15. Speaking of cups, but changing from football to rugby, Newcastle Falcons' European Challenge Cup adventure is just about over after defeat in South Wales yesterday. They were beaten by 35 points to 15 by Ospreys. That means that's 3 defeats from 3 in the pool stages. They are relying on other results and a bonus point win of their own against group leaders Montpellier next Friday night to make the quarterfinals. So it is already looking quite unlikely, and we'll be keeping an eye on Dragons versus Pau in the same pool, because a single point for the Welsh side today, even just a losing bonus point, any point at all at the end of that game, would be enough to properly, formally eliminate the Falcons. That match kicks off, Dragons against Pau, at 3:15. In basketball, Newcastle Eagles men lost by 4 points at Bristol Flyers last night, 98-94. They'd come from a long way behind but couldn't quite complete that comeback, falling 4 points short in the end. In the Women's Super League yesterday, Durham Palatinate were beaten by 85 points to 67 by the Caledonia Gladiators, but Newcastle Eagles women did the opposite. They won by almost the same scoreline, 89-64, against the Nottingham Wildcats at the arena last night. And there's another game today, because the Palatinates are away at Leicester Riders. On the road as well, Whitley Warriors in the ice hockey. It's a 5:30 face-off for them in Dundee against D-side Dragons in North Division 1. And Snooker's Masters has got underway, and in the first round, the only North East representative, Gary Wilson from Wallsend, is taking on Sean Murphy. That one is at 7 o'clock tonight, and it is live on BBC 2 as well. A few other bits and pieces before we hand back. In cricket, the England captain Heather Knight says she was pleased with the side's battling performance despite them losing their opening match of the Women's Ashes against Australia in Sydney overnight. The hosts chased down a target of 205 runs with 4 wickets to spare relatively comfortably in the end to win the first of 3 one-day internationals. It's a multi-format series, the Women's Ashes, so it's test matches and one-dayers and T20s as well, and they combine all the results to see who claims or retains the Ashes. The second of the one-day internationals is in Melbourne tomorrow. Talking of Australia as well, it's that time of year where all the sport happens down under. It's the Australian Open tennis as well, and the world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka began her women's singles title defence with a comfortable straight sets victory over the American Sloane Stephens. She's actually going for a 3rd Australian Open title in a row, is Sabalenka. Last year's runner-up Zheng Xinwen also progressed. The only Briton in singles action overnight though, Sonny Kartal, was beaten in the first round. In the men's draw, the world number 2 Alexander Zverev is safely through. He beat the Frenchman Luca Pouille in straight sets, and the world number 6 Casper Ruud battled, but he is through as well. It took him 5 sets to get through. And just finally, lovely little, well, it's not little, it's a significant local story from today as well. Morpeth Harrier Rory Leonard is the new British 10-kilometre world record holder. The European under-23 champion from Rothbury has knocked 6 seconds off Mo Farah's old record. The 23-year-old ran 10k. If you've ever run a 10k, this time will astonish you. 27 minutes and 38 seconds is the new British 10k record, held now by Morpeth Harrier Rory Leonard. He ran that at the Valencia 10k, and it was only good enough to finish 15th on a 10k course that is widely regarded as one of the fastest on the international road circuit. So Mo Farah has lost his 10-kilometre record. It's different. That's the outdoor 10k road record, if you like. It's slightly different from the 10,000 metre on the track record that Mo Farah still holds. But Rory Leonard, the new British men's 10k record holder. We are, 23 minutes away from kick-off then here at St James's Park. Newcastle United against Bromley to come in the FA Cup. We will hand you back now to take you through full commentary and the rest of the build-up before it. John Anderson and Matthew Racebeck.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
On the show this week, we had your alternative countdowns of the year.
Bluey episodes. I'm pretty sure me and you have watched quite a lot. The kids go to bed and you're still there watching it.
And we had your beyond exciting tales from the tip.
So we went to the tip once, put some cardboard in a big skip. We still talk about it years later, honestly.
Our Masters of Pop game caused a few fallouts.
We need to find out who's the winner and it's over a pint of beer.
And we gave tickets away for both Newcastle United and Sunderland.
Yabba-dabba-doo!
We'll see you next week.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Played forwards for Isak to chase, right hand side, needs some support. Isak keeping possession, trying a trick, getting away from his man. Isak into the penalty area, looks for Gordon, might come for Lewis Hall. Cleared away in front of the goalkeeper, and then Arsenal with another clearance straight to Tonali over the top. Tonali over the top from the edge of the area, and here's an opportunity for Martinelli to race away into the penalty area. Martinelli hits the post. Wow, that's a huge moment for Arsenal. Again, they've got 4 beyond the back post. It's delivered in by Rice. Dubravka's missed it, and Arsenal trying to stab it in. The ball is loose on the 6-yard line. What a block. Sven Botman threw himself at it. Dubravka hangs it up, and the big boys try to help it on. It's lifted into the area. Here's Isak. It's into the net. Alexander Isak off the bar and in as Newcastle take the lead in the League Cup semi-final. Dubravka's free kick lifted up high and headed on, and it dropped for Isak, centre of the box, and the player so often linked to Arsenal has scored for Newcastle at the Emirates Stadium. 37 minutes, Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 1.
Just so simple, straightforward ball, go and compete for it, it drops, and if you wanted to drop to anybody, you wanted to drop to that man.
It's now with Murphy, low ball to Isak in the box. Alexander Isak with a shot saved. Yes! Anthony Gordon has doubled the advantage for Newcastle United in front of the away end after Raya parried Isak's shot. What a position they are in. That could be crucial. 51 minutes at the Emirates Stadium in the first leg. Anthony Gordon, and it's Arsenal 0, Newcastle United 2.
Well, Isak involved yet again. His feet, he's just got such quick feet. He drops into the hole, picks it up, plays it out to Murphy. Murphy plays it back to him. It's a good little ball. Gets the shot away. Decent save. He's never missing, is he?
Wide right. Now the cross takes a deflection. Havertz header. Oh, he's got it all wrong. Kai Havertz at the near post with the ball dropping after a Newcastle deflection on the cross. Should score, and he's headed it wide. Cross to the near side. Arsenal keep it alive. Sean Longstaff heads away. Final whistle is blown. Newcastle United with a 2-0 win at the Emirates Stadium. Only halfway in the tie, but a huge step towards a return to Wembley and a second League Cup final in 2 seasons. And what a night it's been. What a performance and result. One of the best and most significant under Eddie Howe.
Giving themselves an absolutely huge advantage. I mean, the performance was immense. Isak, for the length of time that he was on the pitch, absolutely terrorised Arsenal. Botman at the back, so many blocks, so many headers. Went to a 5-5 basically. Some of the defending tonight was absolutely magnificent. The win was thoroughly deserved.
Total Sport North East.
Live from St James's Park.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
And nice to relive the action from the Emirates Stadium the other night as Newcastle take control of the League Cup semi-final with that victory in the first leg. Second leg of the League Cup semi-final is on Wednesday the 5th of February here at St James's, an 8 o'clock kickoff. We're building up to commentary on the FA Cup third round tie against Bromley of League 2. Warm-ups almost finished. Players will be heading back into the changing rooms quite soon. Newcastle going through their pre-match preparations in front of the Gallagher end to our right-hand side as usual. Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target, Longstaff, Miley, Joelinton, Almiron, Osula and Barnes is the starting 11 named by Eddie Howe. And they're going to be up against a Bromley team that is without a couple of players, including defender Kamal Grant, who was sent off in their 4-1 defeat by Crewe last Sunday in the league, which ended a 10-match unbeaten sequence. They had 6 wins and 4 draws, up to 12th in League 2 thanks to that good form. This is how Bromley look. Grant Smith is the goalkeeper. He saved a couple of penalties in the playoff final shootout at the end of last season. Callum Reynolds, Omar Shomi, Deji Elaraway and Idris Odeteo are the back 4. 2 players in the centre of the park, Jude Arthurs and Ben Thompson, who was on loan until last week when he signed permanently for Bromley from Stevenage. He's got championship experience from a spell at Millwall. Also in the Bromley 11, on loan from Crystal Palace on the right hand side is Danny Imre, who scored the winner in the second round against Solihull Moors, who are actually the team that Bromley beat in the National League playoff final last season, and then they dumped them out of the FA Cup a few weeks ago as well. Corey Whiteley and Cameron Congreve, who's a Welsh under-21 international winger on loan from Swansea, and their top scorer this season with 13 goals, Michael Cheek, leads the attack, wearing number 9, also has the captain's armband. The Bromley bench is Sam Long, the goalkeeper, Ashley Charles, the former Arsenal, West Ham and Forest defender Carl Jenkinson, now 32 years of age, back from injury, Josh Pasley, Lewis Lee, Louis Dennis, Byron Webster, the club captain who hit the winning penalty in the playoff final, Levi Amanchi, who we've talked about already, grew up in the northeast, is a Newcastle fan, and Olufella Olumola, who scored at Gateshead on the final day of last season in a match that Bromley lost by 2-1 just before the playoffs that Gateshead were removed from because of issues relating to the lease of the International Stadium. Bromley went on to win them, but they lost that day at Gateshead 2-1. Looking at their team, John Anderson, obviously there is some experience there, but they've kept a lot of players who were part of the team that won promotion. It's obviously just a few months into their time as a Football League club, but a lot of the squad has been kept intact.
Yeah, I mean, look, they haven't got the finances and the resources to be able to go and say, well, we got promoted, we're going to build a complete new squad. They've got to do it gradually. I mean, this will help them, there's no doubt about it, from a financial point of view. The fact that they've got us here at St James's, from a financial point of view, is going to benefit Bromley hugely. You know, they've acclimatised well to league football. You know, they're doing okay. Tough baptism for them coming back into, getting into league football. You've got to acclimatise to it, you've got to get used to it, but they seem to have done that all right. But today is a totally different game for them, you know, against top class Premier League players. Huge stadium, massive crowd. It's all new to them, something that they won't be accustomed to.
Just watching them
from their point of view, it's all about going and enjoying it, you know, and give it the best that they can do, and then see what they can do.
Just watching them leave the pitch and head into the changing room. They've got their game faces on, the players, focused on what they're hoping to achieve here today. 15 minutes to go until kickoff. There are a lot of players there that have been at a higher level, so they'll have played at big grounds before, but for many of the players who've been in non-league up until this season, or played the majority of their careers in non-league football, it's a really big day in their careers, isn't it? And you talk there about trying to enjoy it. They've got to find that balance, haven't they, between appreciating the scale of the occasion but also trying to win, which is, I'm sure, what they'll be looking to do. There's no replays. They can't get Newcastle into a draw and then take them back and play for that. It would go to extra time if it's
look, they've got to go and give it their best shot. Look, I just think if they play better than they played so far this season, I still don't think it's going to be enough, and that's not, it's not being detrimental to them. I just don't see them being good enough to get a result here today. I really don't.
Well, a couple of goals to tell you about before we hear from the Bromley manager, Andy Woodman. And first one in the FA Cup, the Women's FA Cup, Newcastle United, who are playing Nottingham Forest from the division below, have taken the lead, Newcastle. 1-0 at Kingston Park in the fourth round of the Women's FA Cup to Newcastle United. Jasmine McQuaid, the midfielder, has scored for the women's team, and that was a 1 o'clock kickoff, so they are approaching the end of the game. We'll let you know if there are any more goals, or we'll confirm the result when we get it. And Tamworth against Tottenham, there has been a goal, and the goal has been scored by Spurs, and well, it's been scored by Tamworth for Spurs. It's an own goal in extra time, so Tamworth 0, Tottenham 1, but Tamworth can still come back because they're playing half an hour. Right, a popular figure on Tyneside across 5 years at St James's Park, and since leaving, former Newcastle goalkeeper coach Andy Woodman will be in the away dugout today as manager of United's opponents, Bromley.
It's brilliant. Really exciting time for not only myself but for the football club. But I'm really looking forward to going back to a football club and a city that I had some, really great memories and great times.
What are your favourite memories?
Well, on a football front, I think the 4-4 draw with Arsenal was just one of those amazing games to be involved in when the late Czech Chiotti scored the equaliser. That was an amazing fixture. And then the one that sticks in my head is the one we lost, actually, against Benfica at home. And it just dawned on me, even more what a brilliant supported club it was when everyone in the crowd in the ground stayed behind and clapped the team off, and you'd have thought we'd won 3-0. And that just sort of, for me, just summed up the support of that football club. It was a brilliant night.
You may be trying to create another memorable Newcastle defeat this weekend. Just tell us how you're feeling at the minute, I guess.
Well, yeah, look, we're excited. There'll be a little bit of nerves around the camp, I'm sure, because Newcastle are probably the most formed team in at the moment. But look, I think we've got to just really make sure we go there and go there with a game plan, of course, and make sure we give a good account of ourselves, and a professional account of ourselves. I don't want to go there and sort of get humiliated by any stretch, but equally I want to make sure we're competitive. And look, I've said it a few times, we've got to cling on to the romance of the cup. Every round through history there's been an upset, so we have to cling on to that hopefully we will be the ones that can create history, a bit more history and an upset in the cup. And as for the draw, it was a draw I really wanted. It was a draw I'd actually said that I'd love to draw Newcastle. That would be the plum draw. For many reasons, but my personal reasons going back, but also, it's going to be sold out. It's going to be a fantastic atmosphere. And I want my supporters, my football club and my players to experience what I was lucky enough to experience for 5 years. So, all in all, it couldn't have worked out any better for myself and the football club.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
He's always ebullient, isn't he, Andy Woodman? Popular with players and staff and with fans during his time at Newcastle United, and done a job at Bromley, fantastic job to bring them from the top level of non-league football in the National League to the Football League, and they are trying to consolidate. They're looking at improving their stadium, so it's a club that's on the up. But from goalkeeper coach now to manager, and doing really well, and I'm sure that Newcastle fans are pleased for him and be pleased to welcome him back today.
Yeah, look, I think it's great for him. You know, as soon as the draw was made, he would have looked at it and thought, wow, absolutely brilliant. You know, he had 5 years here with Alan Pardew. He got the opportunity to become a manager in his own right. He's taken Bromley into the Football League. And as I say, when that draw came out, he probably couldn't believe his luck. Not just for Bromley as a football club, but from the financial aspect of it as well. You know, they're not a hugely wealthy club, but this is probably the biggest day they've had in their history.
Well, Newcastle have gone out at this stage twice under Eddie Howe, losing each time to lower league opposition, including a 1-0 defeat by Cambridge. That was a tough afternoon, wasn't it, here at St James's Park, just a few months after the takeover.
I remember being really excited before the game to see Kieran Trippier. I think that was his first game, and really because I knew what a game changer he would be for the team and for the whole club. So I was really excited to see him, and I've had a really good feeling before the game. We needed to win. I thought the players were really focused. So it goes to show, a game like that where we were desperate, we would have done anything to win that game. But Cambridge came here, they were in good form themselves, very similar to Bromley really, in the respect that they were doing well in their league. And we just couldn't score. And the goalkeeper had a great game that day, I remember. And the longer we didn't score, the more you feared that they would get one chance. They did, and yeah. But I think looking back now with different eyes, I look back totally. I see it totally differently. It was probably I don't want to say a good thing, but for what we needed to do in that season and stay in the league, it was a distraction probably that, in hindsight, looking back, it was probably a good thing we didn't have. We were able just to focus on our league form, and our league form turned round, and we ended up having a really good second half to the Premier League season.
How much of an opportunity is this weekend to make some changes and get some action and some minutes for some players who are clearly in need of it, while also balancing the need to pick a strong team and ensure that you get through? Yeah, man, absolutely. That is the balance that we face this weekend, because I think we knew going into the Arsenal game the lads that had played the majority of the minutes were in a good place, obviously mentally, but physically we were a little bit tired. The Tottenham game was a huge physical game for us, and then the Arsenal game on top of that was another in a really short time. So we always had on the horizon this game, and we knew that we would have to rotate our squad. We've got very good players that are desperate to play and desperate to show their qualities. So I think it's a good game for them to showcase those qualities, but also we have to get through, and that is our aim. So we have to pick a strong enough squad, and this is going to be a difficult game because Bromley in very good form themselves in their league. They've been on a really good run, and Andy's done a great job. You're already in the latter stages of one cup competition. You want to run in the other domestic cup, don't you? Obviously it will mean more matches in the final part of this season, but you're more than halfway through the Premier League, so the capacity and the space is there, isn't it, to have another cup run? The desire is there from us all. I think we don't prioritise any competition ahead of any other. We want to try and win the next game in front of us. So that's how we've tried to focus on this season, and this game will be no different. The preparation will be exactly the same as always. We'll go into depth on our opponent, we'll give them the utmost respect, and we'll try and win the match.
Total Sport North East.
Matthew Raisbeck and black and white legend John Anderson.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
A desire from Newcastle United to continue in the FA Cup, says Eddie Howe. This competition important to him, just like the League Cup is, where they are one match away from Wembley. Here they're at the start of their journey in the FA Cup, and 9 changes made by the manager today. Changes always expected, John Anderson, and important opportunities for a lot of players out there who will have been desperate for the chance to play.
Yeah, look, we expected wholesale changes, that's what we've got, but the work that would have been done on Bromley would be no different to what would have been done if you were playing a Premier League side. You know, they will have done all the preparation. They would have got all the info that they needed on Bromley, the way they play, the way they set up, their set pieces, everything else. And the changes that he's made, you know, look, You know, you're bringing in a season, 2 seasoned internationals, you know, in Trippier, Cher, who've got bags full of caps between them. You've got Barnes, you've got Almiron, who's a seasoned international. You know, there's loads of experience in there. It's not as if you're just throwing young boys in there to go and do a job. There's an awful lot of experience in that starting level.
Here are the 2 teams. Newcastle led out by Kieran Trippier and Bromley by their striker Michael Cheek. The away side wearing, what do we call that? Gold?
Mustard,
yeah. In between the 2, bit of white trim. Goalkeeper Grant Smith, all in orange. Referee is Will Finney from Bedfordshire. It's his first match involving Newcastle, and most recently in the Championship with Bristol City against Derby last weekend. Light blue shirts, black shorts and socks for the referee and his 2 assistants, who are Lee Betts and Mark Dwyer. Scott Simpson is the 4th official. There's no VAR in the FA Cup until round 5. They make changes to the format of the competition regularly. They played around with it again this year. No replays from the first round onwards, but no matter what they do, Eddie Howe remains a big fan of the FA Cup.
Still the FA Cup, don't think it's changed at all in my mind. The FA Cup was the competition when I was growing up, and it was one of the things that attracted me first to football itself. The knockout competition, the drama that it gave was one of the things that hooked me very early in my life. So that name, the FA Cup, it doesn't change. There's still a magic to it, and we're on the other side going into this game where Bromley will have all that hope and the magic of the cup, and we need to make sure that we're really professional and try and get the job done.
That's Eddie Howe's view on the FA Cup. Competition that means a lot to him, but it hasn't really happened with Newcastle under Eddie Howe. They did reach the quarter-finals last season, where they were beaten by Manchester City. Black and white stripes, black shorts, black socks, Dubravka all in green. And in front of the goalkeeper, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target, Longstaff, Miley, Joelinton, Almiron, Osula and Barnes are the front 3.
Crowd's unbelievable. I mean, the size of this crowd that come and watch what's virtually a reserve team. You see the crowds that have been at FA Cup ties all over this weekend, and then a virtual reserves team side, and you get a full house. It's incredible.
The Newcastle bench: goalkeeper Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno and Sanusi, the 17-year-old winger. Bromley, Grant Smith in goal, Callum Reynolds, Omar Shomi, Deji, Eleraway and Idris Onateo at the back. Jude Arthurs, Ben Thompson in midfield. Danny Imre, Corey Whiteley, Cameron Congreve and Michael Cheek. Newcastle are going to shoot down the hill. They've lost the toss again, so they're going to kick towards the Gallagher end in the first half here on BBC Radio Newcastle.
I tell you what, since losing the toss, everything's gone well.
Well, yeah, keep losing the toss. Sean Longstaff has the ball next to his feet. Referee checking on the 2 goalkeepers, waiting for the signal pitch side from television floor managers. And the FA Cup campaign for Newcastle United gets underway here at St James's against Bromley of League 2 in the 3rd round, looking to go on another long run in the domestic cup, the other domestic cup this season. 9 changes made by Eddie Howe. If they win, they'll extend that successful sequence to 8 victories in a row in all competitions. They've had the ball since kick-off in the 30 seconds. Almiron on the right wing, plays it into the box outside of the left boot, took a deflection. Grant Smith, the Bromley goalkeeper, picks it up. We're live on BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app, and you can also ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle and listen to us there for the Newcastle United perspective. Header up and on by Bromley, then helped on towards the edge of the box. Cher and Trippier communicate, they get it back to Dubravka, out to Trippier in the corner, under pressure, up the line to Almiron, inside to Longstaff, now Miley at the edge of the area, and they play their way out of trouble. Bromley got into the final third, some of their supporters got excited, but Newcastle have worked it forwards, and Joelinton now to Barnes, across to this near side. Trippier with Almiron on the outside, into the area. Harvey Barnes, blocked shot. And an opportunity for Bromley to clear, which they don't take. And then it goes forwards. The second time of asking from Imre. Target is there, beating his man on the far side. Ball played to Cher. And now Miley to Longstaff and Joelinton. 2 minutes gone, Newcastle on another attack. Barnes in front of the east stand, on to Joelinton, closer to the corner. Back it comes to Miley, the 18-year-old. Almiron now to Trippier. Inside to Longstaff. He's got red and white boots, mostly red. Trippier, diagonal ball, switches it to Target, down on his chest. Lifted into the penalty area, but the goalkeeper comes and claims in the 6-yard box.
Yeah, good run by Barnes. Ball's just overhit, isn't it? Good spot by Target as well.
Well, a full house and a good atmosphere at St James's. Bromley in possession. Corey Whiteley out to the right hand side. Danny Imre, the player on loan from Crystal Palace, tries to win a corner, but it's a goal kick. Target doing the defending, and the ball's back in play quickly. Trippier waving teammates up the pitch. Almiron comes short to get it into central midfield to Sean Longstaff. Floated across to Target, brought under control, now on the floor with Barnes. Miley available inside, slow passing from Newcastle. Bromley standing off as Miley lifts it over to Trippier onto the right foot, now clipped up towards Osula, battling with two defenders, headed on by Osula, then he actually chases his own touch, keeps it in, does well to control the ball in the wide right position. Trippier now to Miley, close to the edge of the penalty area. Miley brings it across to Target. Barnes on the outside. Harvey Barnes receives it from Matt Target, and an overlapping run from Target. Low cross, cleared by Omar Shomi. Newcastle throw closer to halfway than the penalty box, taken by Barnes. Miley back to Lloyd Kelly, and inside it comes to Fabian Cher in the centre circle. 0-0. We're in the 5th minute. Trippier looking for an option. It's Miley, and then Longstaff, and wide to Almiron. Keeping it on his left foot, comes back, comes inside. Trippier on to Miley for Joelinton. Challenge on Joelinton, ball runs loose. Lloyd Kelly wins it back next to the centre circle. Matt Target on his way towards the Bromley box, inside towards Joelinton. Now for Miley. Barnes wants it wide left, gets it from Miley. Barnes, corner of the area, gives it to the teenager again. Trippier takes over and plays it out to the left wing to Target. Only one attacker ahead of the ball for Bromley, but they've got Barnes in, now into the penalty box near the goal line. Harvey Barnes.
Oh, he can't be trying to shoot from there. Oh, that's bad decision making. I mean, he's on the touchline, byline, and he's trying to shoot. He's got to look to pick somebody in. He's got in well. They've got in behind. That's poor.
Newcastle 0, Bromley 0 here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Let me update you on some other FA Cup football, because Tottenham were taken to extra time by Tamworth of the National League, but Spurs are 3-0 up in extra time. Hull against Doncaster finished 1-1, but Doncaster of League 2 beat Championship Hull on penalties, and Crystal Palace in one of the 3 o'clock kickoffs leads Stockport 1-0 through Eberechi Eze's goal. Arsenal, Man United 0-0, Ipswich Bristol Rovers also goalless. There are 3 other 3 o'clock kickoffs, and later Southampton against Swansea at 4:30. Bromley throw at left back position for Idris Odeteo, who started their playoff final last season in the National League after signing from Fulham. They've got another throw close to the Newcastle bench. Eddie Howe is out there, Jason Tyndall, they're wearing black and white. Andy Woodman to the left in navy with a white baseball cap, patrolling the other technical area, the one that he's not so used to. Newcastle have it in midfield. Almiron up to Osula, then it's won back by Bromley and cleared up the line. Looked like it might have gone out, but they said it stayed in, and Trippier with a challenge to stop Corey Whiteley going up the left wing. Throw for the visitors, and the away fans making plenty of noise during these early exchanges. 8th minute on BBC Radio Newcastle, 0-0. Osula closes down Eleraway at the back, but gets his pass away and off to the goalkeeper. Now headed on towards Whiteley in the centre of Newcastle's half. He hits the floor, nothing given. Bromley edge of the area, gets the shot away and it's in! Wow! Bromley have taken a shock lead at St James's Park through Cameron Congreve. The Welsh under-21 international on loan from Swansea has sent the away end wild with a left-footed shot from the edge of the area into the bottom corner, away from Dubravka. And what about this at St James's Park? The League Two team lead the Premier League side, 75 places between them, and Bromley, here to cause an upset, have started in the right manner. It's Newcastle United 0, Bromley 1.
Good goal. Boy's taken it really well, got it out of his feet, just bent that, whipped that left foot round it into the bottom corner away from Dubravka. Weren't strong enough in the tackle. Got to be stronger in that tackle. You've got to go and win them. Starts it outside that right hand post and it just curls back. I think Dubravka gets a hand to it, but not enough to keep it out. Nobody seen that coming.
Lots of time for Newcastle to respond. We're in the 9th minute, but they are 1-0 down to Bromley. Didn't see that coming. Miley in the attacking half for Longstaff, back to Share on halfway. Gives them something to hold on to, and it gives the away supporters, whatever happens, a moment to cherish as Barnes finds target in the corner. Now Joelinton, Miley edge of the area for Longstaff in the D, gives it to Barnes. Harvey Barnes is almost in the right back position as Newcastle are set up in Bromley's half. He gives the ball to Trippier, Miley takes it. Trippier now to Share, and Kelly got to come back, Newcastle. Joelinton on the left wing, Barnes just outside the box, holds off his man, turns on the outside, targets available, gets it back to Barnes, corner of the penalty area. Miley, it's quite tight out there, not a lot of space. Miley for Longstaff, Almiron in the D, looks right then goes left, his pass is cut out, and Bromley on the counter-attack. Newcastle getting as many bodies back as they can. It's a good run by the goal scorer Cameron Congreve. He's played in the Championship for Swansea, still only 20. Now he's won a free kick on the right wing. He's had a good couple of minutes.
He has, hasn't he?
After the highs of the last week, 2 weeks at Man United, Spurs and Arsenal, Newcastle expected to get the job done against Bromley, but it hasn't started the way they wanted. An early goal for the League Two team in the 8th minute Now their free kick on the right. They line up Newcastle in front of the D. It's a high ball into the 6-yard box. There's nobody there but Dubravka.
Didn't give anybody a chance, did it?
Rolled out to Lewis Miley. Here's Longstaff. Target joins in. And Barnes, centre of the Bromley half, back to Target. And now Kelly. Moving the ball around. Trippier drifts into central midfield. Almiron drops in to get it. Back to Trippier. He's got the captain's armband today. Miley lifts the ball over the top. Osula went to the right. The ball bent away to the left. And goalkeeper Smith picks it up. They beat Rochdale in round one. An incredible game. They were 2-0 up after 3 minutes, 3-2 down in added on time, and then scored twice to go through 4-3. And then a 2-1 victory at Solihull in the last round, Bromley. And here they lead Newcastle by a 1-0. Newcastle do not want to be another FA Cup giant killing statistic. And they want to avoid what happened here against Cambridge 3 years ago. 13th minute, Miley, left side of central midfield. Longstaff back to Cher. Forwards to Trippier, that's quicker, that's better. Trippier's cross, looking for Osula, header from the defender in front of Osula. Then Trippier wins a challenge on the edge of the area. Longstaff to Cher. Do they need to increase the pace of the play? Ando?
No, look, I mean, 12 minutes gone, you're 1 down. You still have plenty of the ball. There's loads of time, but not if you keep passing it like that, you won't.
They're giving it away on the right hand side, and Bromley break 4 in this attack. Newcastle with plenty of bodies back, and it's just across the face of goal. Danny Imre took it on into the penalty area, right hand side, low right footed shot that just whistled past the post.
Kelly, sloppy ball, lazy ball, never getting to Barnes. Boy picks it up and he goes 60 yards without being confronted. Good hit.
Kelly stood off, didn't he?
Not that far wide either.
Until the final moments, just before he got the shot away. It might have brushed against the post. It was that close. They have a problem with defender Callum Reynolds, who might have a head injury, sitting down in the centre circle. The Bromley team come over to the side of the pitch, and now a few Newcastle players come over to talk to Eddie Howe. Lewis Miley first, along with Miguel Almiron. This, even though we're only quarter of an hour in, John Anderson, is not how it was supposed to go.
No, definitely not.
1-0 to Bromley.
Yeah, nobody's seeing that, but look at that. 15 minutes in, still a long way to go in this cup tie. But need to be sharper. I mean, you can't keep giving the ball away and being sloppy and lazy on it. You know, you've still got to go and you've got to do it properly. You've got to. It doesn't matter who you're playing against. You've got to be on your game.
Fans trying to generate some more noise. Reynolds, who was down, is walking over to the near touchline. Bromley have players warming up. I don't know if he's going to come back on or we're going to have to take him off. He looks as though actually he's going to be brought back onto the pitch. Eddie Howe speaking to Kieran Trippier about his positioning. Trippier moves further out wide. Jason Tindall there next to Eddie Howe as well. He's already been told off once, Tindall, for being too close to the manager. Miley for Osula, round the keeper. Osula under a challenge. The ball runs away from goal and Barnes keeps it in on the goal line.
Big chance for the young man, wasn't it? The great ball.
Attack is still ongoing. Lewis Miley. Oh, wow! Lewis Miley, what a hit from outside the area. And Newcastle have responded to going behind early on. Osula could have scored when he went through 1v1 against the keeper, but they recycled the move, and Lewis Miley with a terrific strike from outside the area that flew past Smith in the Bromley goal. His second senior goal for Newcastle United. Lewis Miley levels it up in the the 16th minute. Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1.
Great strike. I mean, Osula had the opportunity. They stood off Miley. Didn't need a second invitation. It's an unbelievable strike. Flies past the keeper, top corner. 1-1.
That's such a great hit from Miley. You were taking us through the Osula opportunity, and just as Newcastle got the ball back to Miley, we'll come back for some more analysis in a moment, because they were about to go on the attack. Trippier now to Longstaff. Bromley have players behind the ball. Joe Linton's got it, threading it through for Barnes, but cut out by the big defender Show Me. Then Longstaff in midfield to Joe Linton. Newcastle regained possession. Longstaff played it but didn't really look, and Congreve won it, and then gets a free kick, stopped and fouled by Target on the halfway line.
Yeah, that's sloppy again, isn't it? That's just knocking the ball blind. But yeah, Osula, great ball. Miley played it in behind the centre back. He's through, tries to go around the keeper. Good defending, to be fair. Gets something on it, knocks it away. But ball was recycled. I'm sure he's seen his first goal.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, it wasn't to be.
He might have had the opportunity to slot it past the goalkeeper or put it through his legs, but he opted to go around Smith. And the defending, there's a free kick now for Newcastle at the edge of the area following the Bromley free kick. The defending was good from the away side, but Newcastle made the most of things from their second go at it in that piece of play. Here's the goal scorer Miley. Longstaff onto Almiron, and Longstaff carries on his run. Almiron gets turned and cuts back inside. Ipswich 1, Bristol Rovers 0 in another of the third round ties. Calvin Phillips has scored for Ipswich. Here's Almiron, level with the edge of the area. Miley on the right hand side, back to Almiron, and then to Miley again. Almiron wants it back. Miley tried to find Osula's feet in the box. It's intercepted, and he has it here. Could play Trippier in. Does. Space for Trippier on the right wing. Inside to Longstaff. Almiron comes to get it. Trippier to Joe Linton next to the D. Osula back to Joe Linton. Now for Target. Barnes at the edge of the area. Barnes with a hit. Just too high.
Yeah, that's the one he likes, isn't it? That type of angle. Just played back to him. Doesn't get over it. Sails well over the top.
Newcastle 1, Bromley 1. Well, it's a competitive cup tie, isn't it? Bromley, after scoring, had that opportunity to make it 2, which just went wide, and Newcastle have found an equaliser since then through Lewis Miley. Header on by the centre forward Michael Cheek for Bromley, and then Newcastle get it back, and Harvey Barnes is on the move, left wing. Outnumbered now, so has to go back to Target, and it's Fabian Schär coming through the centre circle. Trippier gets it. Almiron moves inside. Trippier looks for a black and white shirt. It's Almiron who plays a 1-2 with Trippier. Schär up to Joe Linton, edge of the box, round the corner. Almiron crosses with his right and cleared. A collector's item. A right-footed cross. It was flat, and Bromley clear. Newcastle have a throw near side of the pitch, near to halfway. Inside it goes to Kelly. It's Almiron's 4th start this season in all competitions for Newcastle. Only one of those has been in the Premier League. This is Joe Linton. Oh, he's skinned his man in the corner with a nutmeg. Great skill. Longstaff forced out wide and away from goal. Miley has it. And now they're going forwards again, left wing. 21st minute, 1-1. Joe Linton on to Target. They've left him. Target crosses. Almiron header. And didn't generate enough power to trouble the goal.
No, it's not his. It's not one of his strengths, is it? That's for sure.
BBC Radio Newcastle. We're on the BBC Sounds app, and if you're at home and you have a smart speaker, you can ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle and listen to us there. Also on Freeview channel 711. Trippier, lots of space to work into, almost at the edge of the area. Trippier into the box for Almiron to chase, and it's gone out for a goal kick. So probably an overhit ball from Trippier that asked a lot of Almiron. Newcastle couldn't keep the ball in.
Yeah, it's just overhit it, hasn't he? They had the overlap. He was a little bit flat-footed as well, Almiron. Ball was out.
A combination of that and the pace on the ball. Mentioned the Cambridge match in 2022, the early days of the Eddie Howe reign and the new ownership at Newcastle United. That was actually the last FA Cup tie played here. All the others have been away since then. The Sheffield Wednesday defeat 2 seasons ago, and then last season Sunderland, Fulham, Blackburn, Manchester City. If they do get through, there'll be no derby in the 4th round, Ando, because Sunderland were beaten yesterday. Middlesbrough also out. It's 15 years since they played Middlesbrough in a competitive game. They've come from behind Newcastle to level, so they've equalised after Bromley took a shock lead. 1-1. Barnes forward, Osula on the chase, hooked away by Reynolds, who earlier had treatment. Bromley with possession in midfield. They wanted a free kick, but referee was happy, and they had the ball anyway. Eleraway, the left-sided centre-back, bursts into midfield, passes it to the far side, and a long clip forwards by Omar Shomi. It's Newcastle's ball at the back. Miley on halfway. Trippier, back to Miley. Joelinton gets it to feet. Longstaff right of centre. Almiron trying to get there in the penalty box. Well defended by Idris Odeteu. Bromley left back.
Yeah, young Miley's dictating it in there, isn't he? He's always available, getting on it, starting it all off. He's playing in that central role. Joelinton on the left, Longstaff on the right side of him.
The team in full, Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target. Then that midfield 3 that Ando's just mentioned of Longstaff, Miley, Joelinton. Almiron on the right, Barnes on the left, Osula up front. United's bench, Odysseus, Tonali, Gordon, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy, Bruno and Sanusi. The goal kick onto the head of Trippier. Bromley then get it back, and Congreve goes on the outside. Imre, blocked cross. He's kept it in on the touchline, far side, taking on Target and winning a corner for the League 2 side. It's the 2 boys on loan, Danny Imre and Cameron Congreve, who've been their best players and have caused Newcastle the problems so far. One of them scored, the other one nearly did, Imre, and he's just won this corner.
Yeah, first corner of the game for them. Got a bit of height in this side as well, isn't it? 2 centre-backs are big boys.
6'6" and 6'5", the 2 of them. They're in there. Right-footed, out-swinging corner. And it's headed over the top, and it was Deji Eleraway.
Yeah, just came off the top of his head, didn't he? Didn't really move his feet.
He's the smaller of the 2 at just 6'5". 1-1 here on BBC Radio Newcastle, and 2-0 to Ipswich against Bristol Rovers, and the former Sunderland player Jack Clark has scored for Ipswich. Still goalless between Arsenal and Man United, and after that game finishes, the draw will be made for round 4. Share to Joelinton, trying to get Osula in behind, cleared. Ball was away from him anyway, so he wouldn't have been able to run directly onto it, would have had to chase after it. Share up the line for Trippier. Chops inside, finds Miley, Trippier again. had the Barnes effort over the top, and Barnes also put one into the side netting from a tight angle. But the goalkeeper hasn't been busy, has he, yet, for Bromley? Here's Longstaff, edge of the area, Joelinton. Well defended, they got numbers there. And it's into midfield to Congreve, who looks very accomplished and comfortable on the ball. Held it up well, laid it off to a teammate. Almiron closing down the clearance from El Erouay. Osula, unfortunately,
you can't try and take liberties like that.
Fortunately for Osula, it spun away to the far side of the box rather than the centre in the D where he was standing. Goalkeeper has it.
Yeah, he got lucky, the big centre back.
Miley header to Joelinton, left side of midfield. Longstaff turning and then going back to Kelly. Came on at Tottenham late and then for a bit longer at Arsenal. Played his part in a big win, or a big couple of wins. Share up the line to Trippier. Sula gets back from an offside position. Longstaff to Joelinton, back again. Miley could have it. Longstaff holds on to possession, then plays it back to target. Barnes comes inside in a fairly deep position here. Harvey Barnes to link up the play and give it to Kelly. Now Share on the diagonal to Trippier. The flag's gone up against Kieran Trippier. It's Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1.
Tight. No VAR though.
No,
well, I wouldn't get involved anyway with offsides.
No VAR until the 5th round of the FA Cup.
Until the final.
Well,
if you've got, for the life of me, I don't understand. If you've got a way, you can't use it.
They talked about making it fair for all teams because there are lots of clubs, obviously, outside the Premier League in the 3rd round, including still some non-league teams who don't have it. Trippier's just blasted the ball against Lewis Miley inadvertently. Caught him on the side of the face, but he's all right. Newcastle ended up getting a throw in their own half and the ball's back in play. Target on the far side. Now Joelinton inside Bromley territory. Getting close to the half-hour mark. Lewis Miley with the equaliser. One apiece. And it's Miley on the ball. Again. Barnes. Bromley closing off the space, keeping tight to Newcastle. Osula receives it at the edge of the box, tried to lay it off, it's intercepted. And Congreve on a run, he's the one they're worried about, and Miley gets across and puts it out. A big game, and he's putting in a big performance.
Yeah, he's not overawed by it, is he?
Left-sided winger playing on the right.
Yeah, he wants to get on it, wants to have a go, wants to run at people.
What about the performance and the match overall, John Anderson? Bromley in front through Congreve's well-taken goal early on, and then Newcastle through Lewis Miley managed to equalise, but could have been 2 down.
Yeah, could have been.
Point.
I mean, to be fair, Bromley well disciplined. Oh, trouble is they can't pass. The big centre back can't pass it.
They've given it away, and Almiron on the Newcastle attack, surrounded by defenders. He's kept hold of it and done well. Almiron still going, and he's passed it to a gold shirt as he looked for another black and white one. And Bromley up over to the far side where Target wins it, and Kelly heads it out to Target on halfway on the touchline. And both teams losing the ball in the final third there. It's back with Newcastle, who will try to build another attack. You were saying that when they try to play from the 2 centre backs, they tend to give it away.
Not comfortable, and they just keep giving it away. The one thing I've noticed that they're not trying to play from the back though, from the goalkeeper. It's all gone long from the goalkeeper.
Almiron to Trippier. Here's Sean Longstaff, just to the right of the centre circle, up to Miley. His first start of the season.
It's been excellent.
Joelinton, Longstaff, Trippier free to the right. Almiron gets it. Now it comes to Trippier, 20 yards out. Pushed on to Longstaff, close to the Bromley box. In the middle, Almiron to Miley. Looking for Barnes. Will it come for Target? No, it's big clearance, sliding in. Omar Shomi. Back with Newcastle in front of halfway, Lloyd Kelly. Barnes had it, back to Kelly, now Target. It's up to Newcastle to break down Bromley, find their way through. 9 changes today, some big names on the bench. One of them, Bruno, getting warm reception as he goes out to warm up. Joelinton to Longstaff, edge of the area. Longstaff's touch got away from him, and Joelinton trying to stop an attack or win the ball back.
And he's having a go at the referee. Dear oh dear. Yeah. It's a Joelinton tackle, isn't it? You shall not go any further. Only had 2 hands around his neck, referee.
Smith, the goalkeeper, picks it up, moves the ball, and left-footed. It's another long kick, looking out to that far touch line. Kelly gets it. Bromley make a challenge, Target then wins a throw. Target drives it across the penalty box to Cher, on to Trippier, just behind halfway. Joelinton with a forward one. Osula trying to run between defenders. They look for Joelinton, edge of the box, using his strength to hold off his man. Back to Trippier, inside to Longstaff. Opportunities here maybe. Barnes to Miley. Trippier again. Back inside to Miley. Bromley every player bar. Centre forward Michael Cheek behind the ball. Harvey Barnes on to Target, deflected cross. Miley at the edge of the area after the clearance, and then Cher is going to have to chase. Back to Dubravka from halfway. 1-1.
Yeah, I mean, Bromley disciplined, aren't they? Got a lot of people behind the ball, filling holes. Just got to be patient. Just got to keep doing what we're doing. A little bit quicker, maybe. Just need to move them around a little bit more.
Joelinton in the penalty area, left-hand side, hits the floor, nothing given. Not too many appeals from players. Newcastle throw 25 yards out, far side of the pitch in front of the east stand. Longstaff, Cher, centre of the Bromley half. Hit his way forwards, chips it into the box towards Osula, but the defender was favourite. Now Osula's got it from Longstaff. Edge of the area, Longstaff, blocked shot.
Good block. Got his body in the way of it. Ball's back on halfway with Cher.
Miley to Barnes, takes it forwards with his right foot, cuts in off the left wing. Still Harvey Barnes, then turns, goes back on the outside. Newcastle try to get Trippier in, near to the goal line, right hand side of the box, but behind it goes. Goal kick.
Yeah, we haven't had too many chances, have we? Had lots of the ball.
It's the 2 for Barnes, and then the other moment was Osula just before Miley scored.
Yeah, I mean, the first one you wouldn't really say was a chance for Barnes, would you? From where he was, it was probably his decision making. Needed to go across goal, needed to try and pick somebody out. He was never scoring from where he was.
Cameron Congreve for Bromley in the 8th minute, but Newcastle were only behind for 8 minutes before Lewis Miley equalised. 2 very good goals. The Bromley one, bit of curl and dip, bent into the corner, low down, and Miley, a powerful shot.
Great shot, great strike.
20 yards across into the far corner. Here's Longstaff. Osula drops in and rides a challenge. Wasn't the tidiest bit of play, but Newcastle still have possession. He'll be desperate for a goal today. Only his 2nd senior start. Longstaff, Osula holding it up on the edge of the box, defender all over him. Laid off to Miley. Now Trippier. Cross takes a big deflection. Osula then wins it on the edge of the area. Bromley can't get it clear. Barnes. And Longstaff has it. It's a bit scrappy, both teams trying to win the ball. Joelinton gets a foot in. Miley to Barnes on the outside. Harvey Barnes! Oh! And Osula collides with the post, having just missed the ball in the middle. And he looks like he's hurt himself, William Osula. Barnes left-footed at an angle across the 6-yard box and across the face of the goal. And Osula threw himself at it, missed the ball, and collided with the post.
Well, they got themselves in a mess, Bromley, didn't they? It's the first time they've really tried to play out from the back and take chances, and they lose it on the edge of their penalty area. Osula collides with the post.
To be fair to Osula, it's not as if it's one that he's
it's a shot
or anything, and it probably is a shot.
It is a shot.
He's made an attempt to try to get there, but from
he's all right, thankfully.
Yeah, a step or two back from the ball, or where the ball was, so no criticism of him, and he's okay after banging into the post. 1-1. Ipswich 3-0 up against Bristol Rovers. Jack Taylor with their latest goal. As a helicopter flies overhead at St James's Park.
I told him not to come till 5:30.
Trippier,
helicopter.
Trippier on the outside, flew right across the top of the Leazes end and above the pitch. Miley. Almiron moves it quickly to Joelinton, onto Barnes, corner of the area. The ball now is for Target, who's in, deflected cross, corner.
Good defended, got back well. They worked it well across the pitch. Target gets the overlap.
39 minutes on the clock. BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app. And another reminder, if you have a smart speaker, you can listen to us by asking your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle. Corner kick to be taken by Kieran Trippier. Corner between the east stand and the Gallagher end. Miley at the back post. Joelinton around the penalty spot, being held by a defender. Plenty of whip from Trippier. Goalkeeper pushes it away.
Wasn't the greatest goalkeeping, was it?
Not entirely convincing. That save from Grant Smith. The ball was threatening to drop in over his head. Fabian Schär on the left, back to Trippier in a more central position. Trippier takes it across the pitch. Newcastle didn't get that move quite right, but they've still got it with Target, and now Schär. Kelly is in there, Longstaff as well. Lloyd Kelly.
Oh, good defender.
Defender in front of Kelly. Made the block, then Almiron wins it back in the corner. Good quick play from Almiron. Typically committed. Gets it up the line now from Trippier, inside to Miley. Longstaff turns in the area. Sean Longstaff crowded out, and then a cross from Longstaff is blocked, and Bromley's Corey Whiteley clears, and Matt Target back to Dubravka in the centre of Newcastle's half. Kelly, left-footed pass up to Joelinton. Is he going to run at his man? Yes. Driving forwards, strong play from Joelinton. Defender ends up on the floor. He's still got the ball. Back to Target. Doesn't cross. plays it back to Miley instead, across the penalty area. Almiron turns and goes on the outside.
Doesn't want to go that right side, does he?
More than a year since his last Newcastle goal, Miguel Almiron. Target, another deflected cross and another Newcastle corner. Far side of the pitch, still 1-1. After going behind to League Two, Bromley, Newcastle equalised through Lewis Miley. Barnes with a quickly taken corner, short to Target. Joelinton edge of the area. Longstaff comes to get it. Trippier behind him. Trippier's ball to Almiron. Could he hit it with his left? He does. Blocked by the defender. That might have been one of those where the arm is beside the body. Could he even have hit the shoulder or the chest? Players again didn't really appeal, and play continues with Harvey Barnes. He's had a couple of efforts off target in this first half. Trippier to Longstaff, space on the right wing. Osula wants it, curling cross from Longstaff. Oh dear me, the defender
turned his back on it, hit him on the back.
Thought it was going to bend away and go out maybe for goal kick or throw, and it hit him on the side of the head.
Strange one, wasn't it?
Turned.
Yeah, he just turned his back on him.
Barnes with a short one to Target again, and now Harvey Barnes, better angle maybe for him, on his right foot, lifts it in, too high for Kelly, and Bromley let it go for a goal kick.
Yeah, it's the poor ball, it's just a hooked ball up in the air. Gotta give people an opportunity to go and attack stuff, but that wasn't great.
That's the cue for lots of fans to head inside for half-time. Warm up. There are big name players on the bench, and
yeah, one or two of them might be
needed.
Might be needed, yeah. Might be seen.
Target to Kelly from the goal kick, and here's Trippier. Still got about 2 minutes of normal time remaining in the first half. Here's Miley, who has played well. Joelinton's come into it more. Now Longstaff. Sula in the middle. Longstaff edge of the final third. To Almiron in the wide position. Inside to Miley. On to Joelinton. Wide to Longstaff. Trippier there for support. Back inside it comes to Miley. To Joelinton. On to Longstaff. He's got away. Sean Longstaff in the area. Bromley make a couple of challenges. The first one might have been a bit of a pull back, and he looked to the referee, but nothing was given. He was allowed to continue, and then they made a clean challenge, and Newcastle have taken a throw on the right wing.
Yeah, no appeals, was that?
Trippier through the legs of one defender, blocked by the Bromley player behind. It's back with Trippier. Drives it out to the far side, but behind Matt Target, who'd made an angled run into the box. So that'll be a throw for the visitors. We won't be in a hurry to get the match restarted. The fourth official is Scott Simpson, and he's got the numbers board next to the side of the pitch. We're about to find out. I think he said 2 minutes to Bromley manager Andy Woodman. It's 10 seconds of normal time to play. Kelly is challenged by Congreve. It's Newcastle's throw. Yes, a minimum of 2 additional minutes.
2 minutes stoppage time to be added.
If you want to send us some messages during the half-time break, or you can do it now ahead of half-time. 08000 321 333 on WhatsApp. Just put BBC at the start. 08000 321 333. BBC at the front of a message on WhatsApp. Trippier. Almiron has a touch. Back to Trippier on this near side. Share inside to Kelly. Still playing Newcastle. Trying to find a second goal and get in front for the first time. Before the half-time whistle would be an opportune time to get it, wouldn't it? Change the dynamic. Trippier high up on the right hand side, receives it from Cher, gives it back to him. Fabian Cher about 25 yards out, drops his shoulder, could hit it with his left, instead stabs it over to Targett, who takes a touch, clips in the cross, and Bromley have headed it behind. Newcastle will finish the first half with a corner kick. Almiron and Trippier in a hurry, and they get it started quickly. Almiron, chance to cross on his left foot, plays it forwards for Trippier, no offside. Oh, and the cross beats everybody. Then Targett makes a challenge, which the referee says is a foul on the edge of the area. It was cut back towards Longstaff, might have taken a slight nick or possibly a bobble, and he couldn't control it.
Trouble is, we're playing in front of them all the time. We're keeping the ball and moving it, but it's in front of them all the time. When you watch us, we keep getting in behind it. When we've got a full 11 out, we get in behind. We haven't done that today. We haven't looked to get in behind. Everything's in front, it's neat and tidy, but Bromley can see the ball all the time.
Half time, there's the whistle from referee Will Finney, and the Bromley supporters were dreaming of FA Cup glory when Cameron Congreve scored after 8 minutes, a really well struck goal. A left-footed shot from outside of the area, but even better was Lewis Miley's powerful equaliser, a rocket into the far corner. 8 minutes after Bromley opened the scoring, so 1-1 at half-time. Not really what Newcastle were expecting John Anderson to go behind, but they have come back.
I think they were always going to come back. I mean, they scored early on, Bromley. There was an awful long way to go. It's a great goal by Miley as well. To be fair, theirs is a good strike as well. You know, the boy gets it out of his feet nice and early, starts it wide of the right hand post, and it just curls back in. But we need to be quicker in what we do. We need to get in behind. We haven't. We played in front all the time. If it keeps like this, the first 15 minutes, you think one or two of the big boys may appear.
I suspect I know what your answer will be, but with the exception of Lewis Miley, have any of the players, those who aren't regulars that have come in today, done anything to impress?
Not really, no. They haven't done enough. Haven't seen a great deal of Asula. Barnes is in and out. Almiron has been Almiron. You know, he runs with it, but he gives it away cheaply in bad areas. Lloyd Kelly, sloppy on the ball at times. You know, got to be better, got to be sharper in what we do.
Well, those who want to see cup upsets may well have had their hopes raised after 8 minutes when Cameron Congreve scored a shot goal for Bromley to give them the advantage here at St James's Park. But Newcastle United survived another scare. Could have been 2-0 down when Danny Imre sent a shot just wide of the post. Lewis Miley in the 16th minute with the equaliser on his return to the side. His first start of the season, his second senior goal. And that's the way it is at half-time here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Second 45 to follow, and a reminder, if it's level at the end of 90 minutes, there's no replay. We go to extra time and penalties if necessary. Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1.
And finally, Matt Bailey at breakfast.
On the show this week, we had your alternative countdowns of the year.
Bluey episodes. I'm pretty sure me and you have watched quite a lot. The kids go to bed and you're still there watching it.
And we had your beyond exciting tales from the tip.
So we went to the tip once, put some cardboard in a big skip. We still talk about it years later, honestly.
Our Masters of Pop game caused a few fallouts.
We need to find out who's the winner, and it's over a pint of beer.
And we gave tickets away for both Newcastle United and Sunderland.
Yabba-dabba-doo!
We'll see you next week.
Matt Bailey at breakfast.
Just ask your smart speaker to play BBC Radio Newcastle.
Well then, Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1 at half-time. That was a score after 15 minutes because Cameron Congreve gave Bromley the lead after 7, and then 8 minutes later Lewis Miley equalised. Two terrific goals, but it is level at the break between the two sides that have 75 places between them in the English football pyramid. We'll be back with Matthew Raisbeck and John Anderson shortly for full commentary of the second half. Already one game today, two games today already that have gone to extra time. One ended up going to penalties. Doncaster Rovers are the first and perhaps only League Two side to get through to the fourth round, because they won at Hull City of the Championship on penalties. Luke Molyneux, formerly of Sunderland, with Doncaster's goal. Gustavo Puerta equalised 10 minutes before the end of the 90. There were no goals in extra time, and then Doncaster won it 5-4 on penalties. We nearly had the biggest shock of the round by a huge distance, because Tamworth of the National League took Tottenham Hotspur of the Premier League to extra time, and then Spurs' quality just showed in the end. They scored 3 times in extra time. The first was a really unfortunate own goal, and then one from Dejan Kulusevski, one from Brennan Johnson. It finished Tamworth 0, Tottenham Hotspur 3. At half-time in the other 3 o'clock games, it's Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. Crystal Palace are 1-0 up on another League Two side, Stockport County. Iberi Eze after 4 minutes for Crystal Palace, and Ipswich are cruising 3-0 up on Bristol Rovers. The middle of those 3 goals scored by another former Sunderland player in Jack Clark. Southampton against Swansea is the final game of today, and that will kick off at 4:30. There is one tomorrow night, and now 3 on Tuesday night, because of a variety of postponements across the weekend. We will come back to the Women's FA Cup as well, because it's the 4th round today, and 2 of our 3 sides in action. But we'll come back to that in a minute, because yesterday Sunderland's men were beaten after extra time in their FA Cup 3rd round match. Stoke City came to the Stadium of Light and won 2-1. Niall Ennis scoring the winning goal in the 112th minute. Here is the Black Cats head coach Régis Lebris speaking to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes.
Régis, is that a difficult one to take? Because I think you had the opportunities in the second half to have won the game.
Yeah, sure. I think we started a little bit slowly. We knew that we had to face with high pressure, and probably we didn't make the right decision at that moment. But after that, I think we were in the game we wanted to play. So it was clear that against our high pressure, they play many long balls, and when we were dominant against these long balls with the first contact and the second ball, I think we were dominant. But when it wasn't the case, when sometimes the game was a little bit unstable. But I think after this first goal, with the team we had today, we played good football, and we tried until the end to score, and I think it was deserved to have this equalizer, and probably we could have won before the end of the game, but it wasn't the case. And then 30 more minutes, and in that case both teams were tired a little bit and can make another mistake.
What was your thinking behind the changes that you made at the start of the afternoon? I mean, Harrison Jones, his first start, and the 5 changes in the end.
I think it was important to respect the competition, because it's an important competition for the club and the fans. So it was a good team, and at the same time it was an opportunity for us to give game time for some players, and to give them another positive experience, even if at the end it's a defeat. But nothing can replace the competition and the official competition, and I think for them it was a good experience. And at the end we'll have 1, 2, 3 more players available for the championship.
Were you tempted at all to bring on Job or Isidore or Mepham in the second half?
They were available, but if in our mind we had the opportunity to avoid this option, it was better for us, because we know that the championship will be very tough until the end. The festive period was really hard for them. They played well, but they needed rest.
And Aji, bad news for him. Doesn't look great. I mean, how serious do you know?
Yeah, probably. We'll see tomorrow morning for the diagnosis, but yeah, it should be serious.
Yeah, it didn't look great, that injury to Adji Elise. That was Régis Lebris, the Sunderland head coach, speaking to our Sunderland commentator Nick Barnes. Sunderland back in league action on Friday night away to Burnley. It's an 8 o'clock kickoff on Friday night, when of course Barnsley and Bennett will be back. Sunderland's women were on the road today as well in the Cup, in the 4th round of their Women's FA Cup, playing Exeter of the division below, and the scoreline reflected that gap. Sunderland winning it by 7-1, scoring 7 goals, but only 2 goal scorers. Eleanor Dale got 4 and Ellen Jones got 3. A very good afternoon for the Els. Here is head coach Mel Ray speaking to the BBC's Jed Penberthy.
Mel, congratulations into the 5th round of the FA Cup. How's that feel?
Yeah, delighted. Really important that we came with a professional mindset, and we give out there a good professional performance, starting well, scoring early really helped settle we down and really made we have a foothold in the game.
Yeah, and they had a fantastic game, didn't she? 4 goals today. How pleased with you with her performance?
Yeah, delighted. She's picked up where she left off before Christmas, which is important that she finds form early. Scoring goals as a centre forward is always important and what she's going to be judged by. But she doesn't do it alone. There's a lot of players on the pitch who create for her. So it was a solid team performance, and also delighted for Ellen Jones, who scored her first professional hat-trick of her career as well. So yeah, really pleased for both of them and the team.
When you first saw the draw coming down to Exeter, such a journey, and a team that was going well in the 3rd tier, what did you make of Exeter on the pitch today?
Yeah, I was really excited by the draw, first and foremost. It's a team that I've never ever come up against, in my playing career or coaching career, so I think it's always nice to play against different opposition. They're going well in the league, which we respected, and we prepared diligently for what was going to happen today, and I think when you're playing against part-time teams and full-time teams, we've been there as a part-time team before, and it's really difficult. But they gave a good account of themselves. They didn't give up and they kept going to the end. And we wish them all the best for their league campaign this season.
Yeah, it was a bit of a cagey first half, wasn't it? When they brought it back to 3-1, how important was that 4th goal to get you into the half-time with that 3-goal margin?
Yeah, it was really important, and it came quite quickly, didn't it? And I think that's when you've got to keep turning the screw, and they get a glimmer of hope, and then you knock the lights out again. So that was a positive reaction on our behalf, and got into half-time. We made a couple of changes just to keep it fresh and to give people minutes in preparation for next week as well. So delighted with both halves. I thought we were comfortable and glad we kept a clean sheet in the second half.
Yeah, and from one long trip to another, all the way down to Southampton next week. How's the recovery going to be this week?
Yeah, we flew down, to be fair, and we're flying back, so it's not too bad. It's a lot better than being on a bus. So we get back up. The players are off tomorrow, and they'll be back in fresh as a daisy on Tuesday.
A fairly chirpy Mel Ray then, Sunderland women's head coach, after their 7-1 win at Exeter in the Women's FA Cup 4th round today. It'll be a chirpy Becky Langley as well, because they eventually ground down Nottingham Forest to beat them by 1-0. Jazz McQuaid with a cracker 15 minutes from the end. So Newcastle United are also through to the 5th round. Durham will be in the 5th round draw, but they're not through to it yet, because their game at Brighton was called off yesterday because of a frozen pitch. That 5th round draw, which will have Sunderland, Newcastle and Durham in it, is on Monday afternoon. Some other scores from the Women's FA Cup today. London City Lionesses cruising through against the lowest ranked side Fulham by 5-0. Manchester City beat Ipswich, again not a surprise, there's a big gap between those two in the pyramid, by 3-0. Wolves are about to win 2-0 at Cheltenham. Rugby Borough comfortable 6-0 winners away at London Bees. Chelsea look as though they're avoiding a slip up. They are 2-0 up at home to Charlton at half time. It took them 40 minutes to score, but they are now 2-0 up. A whole host of games postponed as well in the FA Cup, so there's going to be a lot of double teams in the draw for the 5th round that, like I say, is made tomorrow. Away from the football, Newcastle Falcons European Challenge Cup adventure is just about over after defeat in South Wales yesterday, beaten by 35 points to 15 by Ospreys. That's 3 defeats from 3 in the pool stages. They're now relying on other results, one of which I'll come to in just a second. Plus, even if today's game goes their way, they still need a bonus point win of their own against the group leaders Montpellier at Kingston Park next Friday night in order to make the quarterfinals. It is getting less and less likely as time goes on, but we're keeping an eye on Dragons against Pau in the same pool, because even just a losing bonus point, any point at all for Dragons, would be enough to put everyone out of reach of the Falcons. The Dragons are 9-3 down after 34 minutes. No tries in that game, penalties galore, but 9-3 to Pau, so Dragons still where they need to be at the moment. Quickly in the basketball, last night the Newcastle Eagles men couldn't quite complete the comeback, and they ended up 4 points short, beaten 98-94 at Bristol Flyers in the Men's Super League. In the Women's Super League today, Durham Palatinates are just about to tip off away at Leicester Riders. They were beaten yesterday at home to Caledonia Gladiators, but the Newcastle Eagles women in the Women's Super League were victorious by 89 points to 64 over Nottingham Wildcats. And one thing to tell you about from today, congratulations to Morpeth Harrier Rory Leonard, who is the new British 10-kilometre record holder. 10-kilometre record holder, I should say. He's already the European Under-23 champion, and he's now knocked 6 seconds off Mo Farah's 10k record. The 23-year-old from Rothbury ran 27 minutes 38 which is not bad going for a 10k. It was actually only enough to finish 15th in the race in Valencia. It is one of the fastest circuits in the world, but he is the new British record holder, the Morpeth Harrier, Rory Leonard. Newcastle United with work to do at St James's Park in the second half, only drawing 1-1 with Bromley at the halfway stage in this FA Cup third round match. Full commentary with Matthew Raithbeck coming up in just a moment.
Half-time highlights.
Total Sport North East.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Now headed on towards Whiteley in the centre of Newcastle's half. He hits the floor, nothing given. Bromley edge of the area, gets the shot away and it's in! Wow! Bromley have taken a shock lead at St James's Park through Cameron Congreve. And what about this at St James's Park? The League Two team lead the Premier League side. 75 places between them. It's Newcastle United 0, Bromley 1. O'Miley for Osula, round the keeper. Osula under a challenge. The ball runs away from goal and Barnes keeps it in on the goal line.
Big chance for the young man, wasn't it? The great ball.
Attack is still ongoing. Lewis Miley. Oh, wow! Lewis Miley, what a hit from outside the area. His second senior goal for Newcastle United. Lewis Miley levels it up in the 16th minute. Newcastle United 1, Bromley 1.
Total Sport North East.
The FA Cup.
BBC Radio Newcastle.
Thank you very much to Colin White. And Newcastle 1-1 with Bromley. There are changes at half-time. Bruno Guimaraes and Anthony Gordon are coming on for Newcastle United. They need to get the job done. They've responded to going behind. The shock goal from Bromley in the 8th minute, equalising on 16 through Lewis Miley. That wonderful strike that we just heard again there. But a double change at half-time from Eddie Howe, and it's Harvey Barnes replaced by Anthony Gordon, like for like. And Bruno, the skipper, they're waiting for the numbers board to confirm. Bruno, final couple of words for him from Jason Tindall, replaces Joelinton. Probably makes sense in that Joelinton was the only outfield player to stay in the team from the side that started at Arsenal. So here's how they look. Dubravka, Trippier, Cher, Kelly, Target, Longstaff, Miley, Bruno, Almiron, Osula and Gordon. 1-1. BBC Radio Newcastle, the BBC Sounds app. And Bromley, no changes. Their team is Grant Smith in goal, Callum Reynolds, Omar Shomi, Deji Elerowe and Idris Onateo at the back. Jude Arthurs, Ben Thompson in the middle of the park. Danny Imray, Corey Whiteley, Cameron Congreve and Michael Cheek up front. So 2 changes made. John Anderson and 2 star names on.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be made so early. Thought he would have given it 15 minutes, see how it went. Obviously wasn't happy with what he's seen in that opening 45 minutes, and 2 of the big boys are on.
Bromley wearing gold are shooting towards the Gallagher end in the second half, so Newcastle kicking to the left up the hill towards the Leazes. But they have to defend here, Newcastle. A long throw from big defender Omar Shomi into the box. Target gets up, competitive challenge, wins a header, still with Bromley, and it's Congreve on the near side, in away from Miley. Bruno is there, now to Gordon. Newcastle on their way up the pitch. Anthony Gordon through the legs of Congreve, and that gets Newcastle into space. Now on the far side, Fabian Cher forwards to Miguel Almiron. Trippier on the outside. 2 that linked up so frequently, so successfully in the 4th placed season 2 years ago. Out on that right side again together. Here's Bruno joining in. Bromley back in their defensive third. Newcastle with possession. It's quite slow at the moment, but they still have the ball with Bruno. Now Miley. Almiron stabbed back to Shea. He's the furthest outfield player back. Square to Kelly. Target back pedals into space. And he gets it on this left wing. Bromley slow to get out there. Target inside to Gordon. Low ball. Bruno lets run. Longstaff just inside the area. Back to Miley. Doesn't take the shot on. Finds Almiron instead. Forwards to Trippier. The cross into this 6-yard box. It's come down to Matt Target. Still Target. Penalty. Might be a foul. Referee gives the penalty. Matt Target got on the end of the cross. Brought it inside. And then the challenge came in. Referee Will Finney had a good look at it, and he has pointed to the spot to award Newcastle United a penalty in the 48th minute.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many complaints. Just shifted it. Yeah, nailed on.
I wonder who's going to get the opportunity to take the penalty. There'll be a few candidates. Target took a fair old hit there. Anthony Gordon's got the ball as Matt Target gets up and walks away. Did well actually, rode a challenge, kept going, and then was taken down. It was on his right foot, so maybe he wouldn't have got the shot away in the end. But Newcastle awarded a penalty by Will Finney, the referee.
Yeah, it's a nailed on penalty. Just late, isn't he? Just flicks it away from him. He's just late getting there.
One apiece, and Anthony Gordon on at half time has the chance to put them in front for the first time this afternoon. Gordon against the goalkeeper Grant Smith scores, and Gordon, who had a penalty saved at Everton in the Premier League a few months ago, does what he did against Manchester City here in September, and that is hit the back of the net from 12 yards. Matt Target fouled, penalty awarded. Anthony Gordon dispatches the spot kick. It's Newcastle United 2, Bromley 1.
Yeah, good penalty, isn't it? Goalkeeper goes one way, he just whips it in the other corner.
The scorer this time around, number 10, Anthony Gordon.
And Gordon has 7 goals this season. And that'll be tough for Bromley after the first half that they'll have enjoyed. The second half only a few minutes old and they are behind, but they're on an attack here. Stopped by Trippier, big clearance from the edge of the area, and a throw for the League 2 side.
Yeah, it could be a long 40 minutes for Bromley now. They needed to keep it tight for 10-15 minutes. They haven't done that. They've given the penalty away.
Foul by Lloyd Kelly close to the right corner of Newcastle's box. Free kick awarded in favour of Bromley. It's the first time they have played a club in the top division in their history. And they got off to a flying start, but Newcastle have turned it around. 51 minutes. Free kick gives the visitors the opportunity, though. Next to the ball, midfielder Ben Thompson, who's playing in the centre, and the dangerous Cameron Congreve with his left on the far side. Congreve, it's flat and tricky, but it was blocked by a defender at the near side. Trippier, long ball forwards. Osula giving everything to try to get there, but it had enough to carry through to the goalkeeper. Osula not giving it up and winning it back on halfway to start Newcastle on another attack. Good effort and commitment from the 21-year-old striker. Miley for Kelly, Target in space, and Gordon with him as well. Kelly gives it to Gordon, Target up ahead, fed by Gordon, and the cross caught in the 6-yard box by the goalkeeper, and as Osula came in to try and pick up any pieces, he collided with the defender, and they've both collided then with the goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think he's just caught the goalkeeper on the head, hasn't he? There's nothing sinister about it. Just bodies flying in, ball played in, keeper comes, just go flying over the top of the keeper. I think he's got it on the shoulder.
Frank Smith receiving treatment. He is a goalkeeper that's had most of his career in non-league football. He did come through the Brighton Academy. Bromley's number one. And we mentioned his penalty heroics earlier in the National League playoff final last season in the shootout, saving 2 spot kicks, but this time Anthony Gordon for Newcastle, having seen his last penalty saved, delivered from 12 yards. Smith couldn't repeat what he did at Wembley. Newcastle lead by 2 goals to 1. Still receiving treatment, Smith. And Bromley have a backup goalkeeper on the bench, Sam Long, who joined from Lincoln in the summer. A lot of their players have come over to see Andy Woodman and pick up a water bottle. Newcastle boys just lining up around the middle of the pitch. Kieran Trippier in conversation with Jason Tindall in front of the bench. Smith helped to his feet by the Bromley physio. And he's going to be able to continue, which is good. Well, William Osula goes to close him down as the referee drops the ball at his feet. Smith picks it up. We're ready to restart again in open play. 54 minutes. BBC Radio Newcastle, also on the BBC Sounds app. And if you have a smart speaker, you can ask it to play BBC Radio Newcastle and listen to us through your smart speaker. Dubravka from Kelly's pass, sharing the penalty area. Forwards into midfield, there's a big gap for Miley. Osula chests it down, takes it out wide, finds Trippier, look for Miley with a ball into midfield. Bromley win it back, then Newcastle have it through Longstaff, and Target on towards Gordon. Imre slides in, and the ball goes out for a United throw. Gordon has it again.
Oh, well played.
It's a good ball forwards towards Congreve. He's got 3 black and white shirts around him, plays the pass inside. It was Ben Thompson with the initial chip ball up the pitch. Nice football. Into the penalty area, Bromley on the far side, but Trippier gets back. Hasn't cleared it though. Now Newcastle through Cher and Miley managed to get the ball away. Throw in on the far side.
Decent response by Bromley. They've got forward, got bodies forward.
Thompson in the middle of the park. It's only about 5'6", smallest player out there. Odeteo, cross into the box, it's a bouncing ball. Target then gets up, nods it back to Dubravka. Gordon wanted it, played quickly over the head of the last defender. Dubravka held on to the ball, and instead it's an overarm throw to the right hand side to Trippier. Miley for Target, second appearance of the season for Matt Target after coming on as a late substitute against his old club Villa on Boxing Day. Gordon inside then outside, twisting and turning. They can't get it off him. Probably not who they wanted to see at half time. Newcastle lead 2-1, having been a goal down. Almiron to Bruno. Trippier's got space. His ball inside is blocked. He gets it back and then passes it to Bruno. Almiron first time to Bruno. Miley 10 yards from the penalty area. Almiron wide inside to Bruno. Longstaff away from couple of Bromley defenders. Miley to Bruno, returned first time. Then they move it over to this near side to Target, back inside to Miley. Finds Target. Bruno's got space just outside the area and looking for Almiron, and it's chested back to the goalkeeper, but the flag's up. And the assistant on the far side, Mark Dwyer, says corner kick, Newcastle United.
Yeah, I think the keeper just dropped it, did he? No, ball was out. Boy's tried to chest it back to him, hasn't he? Just chested it out of the play. Taggart goes across to that far side to take this one. In swinger.
Left-footed from the right-hand side. Cher standing near the goalkeeper, but there's a defender between them. Miley at the back post. Cher makes a run along the goal line, gets it at his feet, back to Target. Now Gordon in the middle of the box, blocked, and appeals for another penalty, but nothing given. Bromley then clear it quickly, and Almiron in a foot race with Danny Imre at halfway, and it's going to be a free kick for Newcastle after they challenged for the ball. Almiron was impeded. It was a clever corner. Cher came short, gave it back to Target, and he fired a low ball into the middle of the box. Gordon peeled off his man, but the effort was blocked.
Yeah, well worked, wasn't it?
Almiron in off the right wing for Miley. He's got some space, goes square to Bruno, beats his man. Bruno deflected shot, Longstaff on the turn, blocked from inside the area. Cher with a nod down to Trippier, and on the right touchline Newcastle have possession and work it inside. Bruno, who almost played an hour, and they lead 2-1. Bromley concentrating, trying not to concede again. Gordon. Nice footwork from Gordon for Longstaff. Bruno pushed away from centre forward Michael Cheek, who's had to come back and help. And
yeah, he's not the most mobile either, is he?
It's not quite the 5-5-0 that Newcastle had at the end at Arsenal, but it's close to that from Bromley. Trippier forwards to Longstaff, room for Longstaff, and a ball into the middle caught by the keeper in the 6-yard box.
Yeah, easy take, wasn't it? More difficult for Bromley in this second half. They can't get out, can't get as far up the pitch. Bit more of a squeeze on.
Newcastle bringing on Gordon and Bruno at half-time for Barnes and Joelinton. On the bench, Odysseus, Tonali, Hall, Livramento, Byrne, Alex Murphy and Sanusi. Dubravka next to his left post with a pass towards Trippier. That's gone out. Bromley throw it back to El Erouay, centre half. And Idris Odeteo inside, but Newcastle pinch it back through Almiron and Bruno, trying to get them away quickly. Osula sprinting after this one on the right wing. Only Gordon in the box. Now Bruno there as well. William Osula onto his left, goes for it, and that is a brilliant goal. William Osula, his first in black and white. It's a belter, and he picked up the ball on the right wing from Bruno's pass. Then it was all his own work as he cut inside and let fly, unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot across the keeper and into the net. A popular goal scorer, 21-year-old William Osula, his first for the club, and it's Newcastle United 3, Bromley 1.
Well, they have the pockets pinched in midfield, don't they? And then they totally lose their shape. And nobody goes to close him down, and he just cuts inside. He just lashes it, doesn't he? Across the goalkeeper. Game, set, match, pack up, go home.
What a moment for the young man. Only his second start. And Eddie Howe Bruno said before the match that if he plays, he expects him to play well. He had an opportunity one-on-one with the keeper that didn't quite go right under pressure from a defender that got back in the first half. But you cannot fault anything he did there. And it's a really good goal that I'm sure will lift his confidence, John Anderson.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't had a great deal of the ball in the game, to be fair. Hasn't really seen him in the game. He had that one opportunity when, to be fair, the defenders done well, but they just stood off and let him drift in, and he just got the shot away. And there you go, they have their pockets pinched again.
They've got
Same
it back.
player as well.
Gordon through the middle looking for either Almiron or Osula. It's against the heels of a defender. Then Bruno makes a challenge. The assistant says the ball's gone out. And Bromley at 1-0 believed, but now at 3-1 down. It's going to take a lot for them to come back, and that's a misplaced pass, and Almiron's onto it. On halfway, goes on the outside of the defender. Miguel Almiron, close to the penalty box, tries to slip it through for somebody, but there's nobody there really, and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, who's he trying to... Don't know who he's trying to play it through to.
Meanwhile, there's been a goal in the other match at
Manchester United 1-up, Fernandes.
Yeah, Manchester United at Arsenal. So Arsenal 0, Manchester United 1, Bruno Fernandes. And once that game finishes, we will then be able to follow the draw for the 4th round.
Should be about 7 o'clock.
All the stuff they managed to fill the time with. But that's a match that's being broadcast around the world, and if that one goes to additional time, extra time, I mean, then the draw would follow that, obviously. Or if it finishes at normal time, we will get it a bit early. Kelly to Gordon, Newcastle. Mean business in the second half. 3-1 up now. Gordon and Bruno combine. Looks for Osula at the edge of the box, but it's blocked. And the clearance. Target, let it run. It's a throw. Bromley are making a change. The player coming on is Ashley Charles. He replaces Ben Thompson, so like for like in midfield. Ashley Charles is an international with Grenada. Began his career at Watford and then went into non-league, but now in League 2 with Bromley, part of their promotion-winning team. Target with the throw for Newcastle United, 65th minute. Bruno to Gordon, blocked. Bruno and Gordon trying to combine. The pass was intercepted. Gordon gets it back. Now Cher onto Almiron, who leaves it for Trippier. Spins away. Back to Cher. Lewis Miley. Matt Target, who won the penalty, has a try. Oh, Matt Target, very close. Hasn't scored for Newcastle United. Probably hasn't come closer. Powerful shot, half volley, edge of the area. Corner kick is given. Wasn't far past Grant Smith's left-hand post.
Oh, good hit. Sat up nicely for him. Keeper's at full stretch. Not too sure he's getting there, and it's not that far past his left-hand post.
Corner kick now for Newcastle United. Anthony Gordon, right-footed, out-swinger towards the penalty spot. It's come to Lewis Miley at the back of the box, and now Target. Trippier in front of the centre circle. They go backwards with it, Newcastle, but Gordon played in again. Longstaff there for support. Gordon on the outside, beats his man, flashes in across that the big defender, Show Me, heads clear. Lots happening at Arsenal, Manchester United. We'll tell you about it in a second. 3-1 Newcastle here, trying to build another attack. Kelly. It's now with Fabian Cher on the left wing. Back to Lloyd Kelly. Right, Diogo Dalot sent off for Manchester United. Second yellow card. They were leading 1-0. but Arsenal have now equalised through defender Gabriel Magalhães. Osula on this near side, back to target, having been played in. Bruno, edge of the area. Curler from Bruno is wide.
Yeah, never enough bend on it, was it? Never enough curl. Long 25 minutes for Bromley.
Elsewhere in the FA Cup, Ipswich 3, Bristol Rovers 0. Crystal Palace leads Stockport of League One by a goal to 0, and Arsenal 1-1 with Man United, but Man United down to 10. Earlier, Spurs needed extra time at Tamworth, but they won 3-0. And Doncaster went through on penalties after a 1-1 draw with Hull. Lloyd Kelly with a header back to Martin Dubravka that looked like it might not have enough behind it, but the goalkeeper picked it up, edge of the box. Target now in behind, Gordon on the move. This looks so sharp since coming on, scored the penalty for 2-1. Gets there on the left wing, and he's played it back inside where Bromley intercept. Here they have it in the penalty box, which is not necessarily their strength, as we've seen so far. Ashley Charles with the clearance onto the head of target in midfield. Miley's got a man on, still has it Lewis Miley. Fabian Schär does go for the shot, encouraged by supporters.
Was never on for him really, was it?
A long way wide. Here comes Lewis Hall, and Matt Targett looks to the bench, a bit disappointed to be coming off, but having not had a lot of football, Targett is replaced by Lewis Hall, and now a Newcastle United debutant, 17-year-old winger Trevin Sanusi, who played for the first team in pre-season, including in the friendlies here in August. Signed from Birmingham in 2023. He is an exciting winger, tends to play off the left-hand side, wearing number 75. Trevin Sanusi is on for his Newcastle United debut. Gets high-fived by Bruno, and he replaces scorer of the third goal, William Osula.
Yeah, Target's done well, especially second half. He's got forward, joined in.
Sanusi's first touch from a Hall header. Tried to keep it in on the near side, then into a challenge with Ashley Charles. Bromley get it back, Lewis Hall. The ball's gone out, or was it a free kick? Newcastle played it quickly, but it was from the wrong position. So the changes mean it's Dubravka, Trippier, Schär, Kelly, Hall, Longstaff, Miley, Bruno, Almiron, Gordon and Sanusi. And you've seen a little bit of Sanusi, haven't you, in friendly matches? Tell us about him.
Well, he's still only a boy. He's quick, got quick feet, likes to run with it.
He's just tried there and turned into a defender, but they get a throw.
He's got a lot to learn.
I think in the style very much of Alan Saint-Maximin.
Yeah.
Speed and trickery. Bruno, left wing, goes for the switch. It's out, following a Bromley block.
Yeah, he's still only a baby, isn't he? Good experience for him, though.
That's 4 changes made by Eddie Howe. 3-1 the score, and 20 minutes remaining. Midfielder Jude Arthurs back to the goalkeeper. And away off the outside of the left boot from Grant Smith onto the head of Fabian Schär on halfway, and Lewis Miley has lots of time. Plays the pass on the outside. Newcastle look for Bruno, dispossessed. Congreve tried to flick it through his legs. Hoped he was going to win a free kick, but the referee close by says no foul. Hall to Sanusi, opportunity to run at his man. Trevin Sanusi for Newcastle, drifts inside, turns back on the outside, leaves it for Bruno. Bruno's ball through the legs of a defender, Lewis Hall. Hall, well, hasn't gone out of play. Now it's gone, and it's a goal kick. Hall
tried to wait and wait, didn't he? He was looking for somebody to just make a move in the penalty area.
Defender went to ground and Hall waited, then the cross hit the defender, looped up, and Newcastle end up seeing that attack fizzle out. But 3-1 from 1-0 down in the 8th minute. Miley with the equaliser. Gordon on at half-time scored a penalty after Targett was fouled, and then Osula's first Newcastle goal, very well taken. Bromley with a slip in the centre circle. Allaire away, and Gordon's away with Almiron ahead. It's come across the penalty box. Sanusi trying to keep it in, and does. And then in a challenge with the defender, Bromley come away with it. Bruno tries to win it. It's lifted into midfield, and Cheek onto Congreve. This is a rare attack in the second half for the League Two side. Kelly makes the block on Congreve, and Bromley tiring and running out of steam, and Newcastle wanting more goals. Bruno, Trippier making the run. Bruno looks for him. Brought down by Kieran Trippier, 25 to 30 yards out. Longstaff in the middle. Miley forwards to Bruno. Gordon on the edge of the area. They go wide to Trippier, inside to Miley. Sanusi giving them width on this near touch line. Defender keeping an eye on the 17-year-old as Newcastle find Gordon, who looked for Bruno, but it's intercepted and given away to Longstaff. And there's more and more of that from Bromley.
Yeah.
With 73 minutes on the clock. Gordon back to Trippier. Gordon's come out of centre forward to get on the ball here in a deeper position. Miley closed down by Cheek in the middle. Back to Cher, on to Gordon, inside to Miley. Newcastle playing it around in midfield. Miley and Gordon exchanging passes. Nobody making a run in behind. Gordon then gives it to Almiron. It's in front of Bromley at the moment. Hall, and Sanusi could get it here. Does. Imre comes to close him down. Sanusi looking dangerous. Rides the challenge. Leaves it for Miley. Gordon to Bruno. And up to Longstaff. Now Bruno on the left in the final third, Newcastle. But nobody in the box. Bruno to Cher. Invited to shoot. Longstaff edge of the area from his forward pass. Then Bruno back to Cher. Now Gordon. Hall wide left. Sanusi onto it in the box. Keeps it in and comes back out wide. Good control, Trevor Sanusi. Goes on the outside of Imre, and this time the defender makes a clean challenge. He's willing to try things.
That's his game, isn't it? Passing's not his game, is it?
Miley to Hall. Gordon's on his way through the middle. Bruno has it, gets it back from Gordon, 30 yards out. And the pass is to Trippier, far side of the pitch. Out to Almiron. Back inside to Bruno. Wide again to Trippier. Now the cross. Sanusi header down in the box. And a Bromley header. Lewis Hall's got the ball.
Can't get out, can they?
And the Newcastle fans sing Martin Dubravka's name, and he applauds and thanks them for the support. An emotional, what looked like an emotional farewell after Arsenal, but he's still here despite the possibility of a move to Saudi Arabia. Eddie Howe wants to keep him. Not only has he kept him today, he's picked him ahead of Odysseus and Ruddy. Here's Longstaff in on the right hand side. Trippier in the corner. 15 to play, 3-1 to Newcastle. Bruno sidesteps his man, then a turn, cleared from the edge of the area, as the chant is now Martin Dubravka, we want you to stay. Couldn't make it any clearer than that. Hall to Gordon, up to Sanusi. in line with the penalty box. Wins a free kick, but no, the flag's up. Would have been a free kick, but he's offside. Well, it's pretty much all four sides of St James's Park singing Dubravka's name, and he applauds the Gallagher end again. This is a nice moment for him. They're hoping that this is not goodbye. Double change from Bromley. They are taking off Michael Cheek, the striker, and on comes Levi Amanci, born in London but grew up in the northeast, Newcastle fan, on at St James's Park. He was at Wallsend Boys Club, played a bit of non-league football in the area, including for Blythe, and he joined Bromley from Maidstone last season. He's a big boy, more mobile than Cheek. And in the 78th minute, he enters the pitch. Trippier inside to Gordon, Miley for Bruno, blocked, back to Miley, Amanci behind him, Longstaff here. Kelly on halfway. Bromley have made another change. During that, they took off the goal scorer, Cameron Congreve, who a very good first half in particular. And the player who's come on, I think, is Josh Pasley, number 7, to play at right back, and they've changed things around a little bit. Looks like a back 5 now. 3-1 United here on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. Share to Gordon, tried to flick it, still has it, then dispossessed, and Amanci, the big man, on his way forwards as well, holds off Share, finds a teammate on the left wing. Odoteo, the left back, wins a throw. Newcastle have come from a goal down, and the shock of conceding to the team 75 places below them in the league system to lead 3-1. Imre on the edge of the area, a little scoop ball inside, that's nice, and then a cross-come shot towards the near post, stopped by Dubravka low down, comfortable from the goalkeeper.
Yeah, first thing he's had to do this second half.
Jude Arthurs with the effort. Central midfielder Eddie Howe and Jason Tyndall talking in the technical area. Livramento and Tonali warming up. Longstaff back to Kelly. Hall onto Sanusi, who brings it back and passes it to Kelly. Plenty of space. Hall wants the diagonal from Share, and Fabian Share plays it. Lewis Hall, good first touch. Sanusi just inside. Bruno at the edge of the area, gets it from Hall, lifts it back up towards Hall in the penalty box. Bromley clear it out to the wide position. Sanusi with a nice first touch, going back towards his own goal, tried to play in Bruno. Bromley win it, then Bruno makes a challenge, comes away with the ball. Bruno Guimaraes trying to get into the penalty area. It's eventually a Newcastle throw 20 yards out on the left.
Yeah, he's had a few physical challenges, hasn't he, young Sanusi?
You must have come up against a few teenagers, tricky teenagers, when you were playing. Is that what you do? Just let them know you're there?
It's a learning curve for him, isn't it? You know, he's so used to playing against boys of his own age.
Odoteo into the box, takes a tumble under a challenge from Trippier, nothing given, but he doesn't appeal for anything.
Yeah.
Couple more Bromley changes are going to be made. Lewis Lee is coming on, as is the club captain Byron Webster, who scored the winning penalty at Wembley in the National League playoff final shootout last season. He's 37, Webster. And he's coming on for Callum Reynolds.
Substitution.
Straight swap, one defender for another.
Number 2, Callum Reynolds, replacing him number 17, Byron Webster.
And Lee comes on for Jude Arthurs.
Also for Bromley coming off, number 20, Jude Arthurs. And replacing him, number 8, Lewis Lee.
Sandro Tonali's coming on. Bromley changes are made. It's Newcastle 3, Bromley 1. Here on BBC Radio Newcastle. Total Sport tomorrow, as usual, 6 till 8 every weekday evening, with all the latest news from Newcastle and Sunderland. A chance to have your say on everything that's going on at clubs with former players. You can listen live or catch up on any show you've missed anywhere in the world through the BBC Sounds app. Search for Total Sport North East. Here's the Newcastle final change. Tonali for Almiron.
For Newcastle coming off, number 24, Mickey Almiron.
Sanusi goes to the right side.
Number 8, Sandro Tonali.
See how they line up here. Not obvious. Bromley restart the match with a free kick taken by Webster. And he's a big lad, isn't he? Byron Webster. Square frame. Kelly with a header back to Dubravka. Glanced off the top of his head into the hands of the keeper. Sanusi now on the right wing. Back to Trippier. Inside to Tonali. His first taste of FA Cup football. Trippier on to Sanusi. Can't go forwards. Back to Trippier again. 6 minutes of normal time left. Sanusi now in a more central position, wins a free kick next to the centre circle. 2 players on him. Tonali forwards for Longstaff, takes it on the turn. It's on the edge of the Bromley penalty area, back to the goalkeeper it goes. No press from Newcastle. It's Bruno playing up front.
Yeah.
Trying to work out, Ando, who was where. And
Gordon's on this left side, Sanusi's on the right. Guy Maresca's playing centre forward.
He's gone from...
trying to use his pace.
He's gone from deep central midfield a few weeks ago to centre forward now, Bruno. Gordon twisting and turning away from substitute Lee. Miley back to Gordon. Now they might have a chance to create here. Bruno edge of the box. Longstaff wouldn't quite run for him. Sanusi is there. He slips, but Newcastle still have it. Trippier to Bruno. Attempting to get Longstaff in. Bromley clear. Now Sanusi, ball on the floor, back to Kelly in the centre circle. Amanchi goes to close down, but Kelly has enough time and plays the pass to Hall. Bruno, diagonal ball. It's going to land on the right boot of Kieran Trippier. It's closed down immediately. Newcastle 3-1 up, heading into the 4th round. Draw coming later today after Arsenal-Manchester United, but that one is still 1-1. And if it's level at 90 minutes, they'll go to extra time. Manchester United have 10 men. Fabian Schär away from Amanchi, inside to Bruno, who's dropped in. Miley beats his man. Hall could get it here, or Miley could keep going into the box. Now wide to Hall. Low cross into the centre. Bruno edge of the box, can't get there. It's smacked clear by Ashley Charles for Bromley.
Yeah,
Trippier.
It's been tough going for them in the second half, hasn't it, Bromley? They haven't been able to get out.
Trippier keeps
They
it.
lost the shape that they had in the first half. The substitutions has changed it as well. Bit more pace, bit more aggression in there.
Kept in by Trippier, back to Dubravka, and now into midfield Newcastle. It's with Kelly. Bruno's dropped in. On to Miley, back to Bruno for Tonali. Typically tidy play from Tonali up until the pass, which Lewis Hall couldn't get.
Yeah. Don't see that too often.
Well, it's a cold day and he has just come on. 3 minutes of normal time left in this FA Cup tie at St James's Park. I suppose the timing of the penalty as well, Ando, when Targett was fouled and Gordon scored, didn't help Bromley.
No, it didn't.
Having had a positive first half and including taking the lead, they at the start of the second half.
Yeah, you want, as I said, he would have said, look, keep it tight 10-15 minutes, but they couldn't do that. Silly penalty to give away, but the game's never really been in doubt in this second half. As I say, the substitutions have helped the situation as well.
Newcastle breaking into the box, but nothing given. Sanusi trying to get beyond the last defender. All sorts happening at Arsenal, Manchester United. Martin Odegaard's had a penalty saved. Looks like there's been a bit of a scrap as well, or at least some arguing between players.
All right.
At Manchester United's away match against Arsenal, 1-1.
Little bit of pushing and shoving, is it?
Yeah, I think so. Newcastle here just playing out the closing minutes on BBC Radio Newcastle and the BBC Sounds app. 3-1 ahead. Hall with a header. Oh, it's come on for Gordon. Bruno's in the middle. Bromley have got bodies back, but Gordon taking on his man. Heads for the line, wins a corner.
Good defending. Big centre back got dragged out into that area. Didn't want to go there, did he? Show me, but he. Oh, they've.
Here's Hall from a quickly taken corner. Bruno somehow can't get through, and there's a foul by Hall at the edge of the area. So the whistle from Will Finney, the referee, has gone. Newcastle, well, unable to make anything of that and increase their lead. But it's going to be 8 wins in a row in all competitions. So this is the only time in that run that they, apart from Tottenham, will have been behind, because it's only 3 goals conceded in those 8 matches. And on both occasions, Spurs away, and today they responded quickly with equalisers. Share at the edge of the penalty area. We've almost played the 90 minutes. Long ball through the middle, but it's too straight. Gordon can't get there. He acknowledges the pass. Smith, the goalkeeper, picks it up. 4 minutes.
4 minutes added. Time to be added. 4 minutes.
By the 4th official. And a roar from the away end. They need 2 to take it to extra time. Webster clips it on the diagonal, headed on there by Odeteo.
Oh, he's offside.
Odeteo carries it on and puts the ball into the net. Well, why not? But it was his teammate, after it was headed forwards by Odeteo, who
I'd like to see that one again, actually.
Who had strayed too far, and the flag went up. Finished it well with the outside of the left boot, but Dubravka didn't dive. We've played a minute of the minimum 4. Longstaff up to Bruno in the centre. Gordon could get in behind, but the defender got to the ball first and then gets it back from the goalkeeper. Omar Shomi. And he's lost it to Lewis Miley. Inside to Hall. Miley again. And for Hall once more. Tripped. In the 4:30 kick-off, it's Southampton 1, Swansea 0. Kamaldeen Sulemana for Southampton. Bruno outside the box, looking to get Sanusi there, but an overhit through ball. Clever idea. The 17-year-old was always odds against. Came to getting there. Ipswich are through. They've beaten Bristol Rovers 3-0.
Oh.
Ball out to the near side from the goalkeeper, headed out by on the near side Josh Pasley, one of the Bromley substitutes. Miley to Tanali, back to Kelly. Cher and Trippier. Bruno comes to get it off Trippier, gives it straight back to him on the far side in the Newcastle half. Flicked on by Bruno, and Longstaff takes it out to the right wing, pursued by Bromley players. Back up the line to Trippier, inside to Bruno. Kelly has it on the halfway line. 3-1 to Newcastle. Hall for the run of Longstaff. Goalkeeper gets there and picks it up. Less than a minute remaining, and then Newcastle will have their place in the 4th round of the FA Cup. Bromley have the ball. Charles in front of the halfway line. It's Pasley, but Newcastle win it back. Tanali to Miley, up to Gordon. Drags it back, gives it to Miley. 20 seconds remaining. Not sure if there's time for one more. They have to be quick. Bruno could play in. Gordon through the middle. He's hit the defender with the pass. And that might be it as far as Newcastle attacking play is concerned. But 3 goals have been enough as they survived a scare to come from behind and progress to the 4th round of the FA Cup. Eddie Howe needed to use the bench, bringing on Bruno and Gordon at half-time. When it was 1-1, Gordon, 4 minutes after coming onto the pitch, scored a penalty after Matt Targett had been fouled. And then William Osula, from Bruno's pass, got up the right wing, cut inside, and a brilliant left-footed shot across goal into the far corner for his first for Newcastle United. Bromley in the 8th minute took a shock lead through Cameron Congreve, who was one of their better players today. But Newcastle level 8 minutes later through Lewis Miley with a terrific shot from outside the box. Some good and some not so good today. 9 changes made by Eddie Howe, but he needed big names to see it through, John Anderson. But the most important thing is that they are through.
Yeah, it was comfortable enough. Even when Bromley went ahead, I mean, so early on in the game, there was always long enough to get back into it. I don't think the result was ever really in danger. He brought on Guimaraes, brought on Gordon at half-time. They had an impact on the game, gave us a bit more impetus. Bromley struggled second half. You could see that they tired, ran out of steam a little bit, but they haven't been disgraced. You know, they've come, they had a goal, they scored. They can take a lot of pride out of it, but as I say, the result was never really in doubt.
And at half-time, 1-1 with Gordon and Bruno coming on very quickly. Newcastle took control of the tie-under with the penalty won by Matt Targett and scored by Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, I mean, the penalty came at a bad time for Bromley. You know, as I said, he would have said to them going out for the start of the second half, keep it tight for 10-15 minutes. let's see what if we can dig anything out of it. But I mean, 3-4 minutes into the second half, you give a penalty away. It was always going to be an uphill battle from there on in. But as I say, it was a comfortable win in the end. It was never really in any danger.
William Osula got off the mark in a Newcastle shirt with the goal that made it 3-1 and put the tie beyond Bromley. You've got to give him credit for the way he finished it off.
Yeah.
A quiet afternoon otherwise, really, apart from one moment, potentially one-on-one with the keeper in the first half, but for some good last-ditch defending. But the goal, a big moment for him.
Yeah, I mean, his first in black and white in front of a full house. Bromley lose it in midfield. He just drifts to that out wide. Nobody goes to confront him at all. He just cuts in and he unleashes one that flies past the keeper. It's one that he will remember. Didn't really have a great deal of the ball, to be fair. He had that one chance where he's got in behind, but decent defending, and Miley picks the rebound up and lashes it into the top corner. You can see when Eddie Howe was on about what he's got to work on and there's areas of his game that he's got to improve on. I think that showed today.
Yeah. Let me tell you about some other FA Cup scores, because there are other third round ties ongoing or have just finished. Crystal Palace have won 1-0 against Stockport from League One, so they are through. I mentioned Ipswich's 3-0 win over Bristol Rovers. It's still 1-1 between Arsenal and 10-man Manchester United. Earlier today, Spurs after extra time won 3-0 at non-league Tamworth, and Doncaster through on penalties after a 1-1 draw with Hull. Southampton 1-0 up against Swansea at home. Who'd you fancy in round 4?
Anybody here, as long as it's at home. Not too bothered, as long as it's not
Plymouth or Exeter.
Oh God, no. Yeah, here.
Yeah, but not there.
Yeah, here.
Okay. Newcastle players on their way off the pitch. Plenty of smiles and waves towards supporters. Bromley have been to salute their fans. They acquitted themselves well, particularly in the first half, and their supporters will be really proud of their club.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. They didn't embarrass themselves. They had a goal. Fair play to them.
John Anderson will be back tomorrow on BBC Radio Newcastle at 6 on Total Sport with Simon Pride and Marco Gabbiadini as we go through the weekend's football. And you can phone in to have your say as well. Listen on BBC Sounds anytime from anywhere in the world. Total Sport North East. The FA Cup 4th round. Newcastle United will be in it after coming from behind to beat Bromley 3-1. Osula sprinting after this one on the right wing. Only Gordon in the box. Now Bruno there as well. William Osula onto his left. Goes for it! And that is a brilliant goal. William Osula, his first in black and white. It's a belter. And he picked up the ball on the right wing from Bruno's pass. Then it was all his own work as he cut inside and let fly, unleashing a powerful shot with his left foot across the keeper and into the net. And it's Newcastle United 3, Bromley 1.
Total Sport North East.
On the station with Newcastle and Sunderland commentary exclusively live.
BBC Radio Newcastle.